Alrighty, so I am going to do the same thing we did for Legit Sir Noobs and get an additional prize ready for Billy SCP's channel. He's almost at 500 subscribers. I wish he was at $500. I wish everybody was almost at $500 or more. But past that, we're going to go ahead, dig through some penny rolls. There's going to be 5 Wheaties automatically added to this prize and 1 Indian head penny. And then whatever 1983 or whatever pre-1983 we find and these 15 rolls is going to go to somebody who is subscribed to Billy's channel. And then I'll post a comment or I'll post a video after this, and just make sure you comment on there. Let me know that you're subscribed to him, and then we will give it away when he says give it away. Yeah, that's really all there is to that. Not that exciting. Tomorrow, I do want to go through a full box in one sitting because I tallied up all the copper coins from the searches we've been doing, and there's pretty cool results. But it's also somehow I lost the results from a roll. I redid the math a few times, but 2 rolls actually. I redid the math a few times, but I want to get a live stream result before we launch the game that I have in my noggin. So, yeah, give me one moment, Casey, and I'll get Billy's link for you. Oh, thanks, Partridge Family Prospecting. Oh, there you go. Jeremy's got it. Thank you, Jeremy. Yeah, he definitely is a good dude. I wonder if I can. Yeah, okay. So what I'm going to do is I don't have the coin cam up today because I'm still having some issues with my other computer. But I am going to drop the link if anybody wants to join the stream and chat while we go through these rolls. I'm actually going to have to. Hey, Jonathan. While you're here, make sure you subscribe to Billy's if you're not, so I can get you on the other on this giveaway that we're pulling for. So Casey's like, I don't care about the denominations. I just want the dong. I don't care if it's a big dong, a small dong. Just give me the dong. Okay, Casey, I got you. I got you. And there's two different ones. I'm not going to grab them right now. There's two different ones that say dong, but yeah, you got that. I'll send you a nice dong. And not from like Wish or anything where it's going to be unusable, but. Okay, so. And I will, yeah, just so you know, that's the link to Billy's channel. And I will also make a video that everybody can comment on, and he will let me know when it's time to give this away. We got Partridge Family Prospecting in the house, and this is the cup that Billy, hey man, Billy gets to use the Little Mermaid cup to hold his prize.
Oh, so, nice.
Yep. Vintage. Cup is older than most of your guys' kids, not gonna lie. It's even awesome. So old. Huh?
That's awesome.
Yeah. It's even got one of those not microwavable things on the back of it. When they made stuff in Taiwan, you know, they get
see, I'm pulling to you today. I'm not even doing my face. I got my little zoom lens out. Wow, I just saw through my finger.
See, I mean, but like you have a face that's worth putting on the camera. Me, I'm just over here like, what's up, guys?
I don't know what...
I'm a mountain giant. What's up?
I wish I was a mountain giant. Is there a video we have to make a comment on Billy's so that you know you sent me?
Not right yet, Casey, but in just a little bit. Like, I'll try to get it up before I go to sleep tonight, but I didn't make it before the live because I just wanted to catch everybody before they went to bed. And by they, I mean me, to be completely honest with you. But as long as you go subscribe to them, that's really all that matters.
Well, yeah, you could always, if need be, you could always use this as the video tomorrow. You know what I mean? Or after it posts.
Right.
Hey, bye. Cool.
Yeah, that's a good point too.
I don't remember how you did it for legit. I can't remember how that worked.
I had a quick shout out video for him, and then I did the stream afterwards. So we're a little.
That's right.
We're a little backwards with Billy, but
that's right.
But we'll get him going, and then tomorrow we'll have a fancy find with a bunch of cheese and grapes, and you guys can pour your wine, and I'll be over here with my juice, my sparkling juice.
Nice.
Thanks, Casey. That's awesome, dude.
I prefer the sparkling juice myself.
Well, you know, I'm such a baby when it comes to sparkling juice. If I'm not properly hydrated, I'm going to be dehydrated from it. Like, it's like, come on, guys, give me a break. I'm not that old. All right, so we got the first roll down here. Yeah, Bionic Bull, let me tell you, there is nothing like some Partridge Family Prospecting cheese. I can tell you that. I tried that, what was the other type of cheddar? Not the sharp cheddar, but the...
Yeah, there was the Alpine cheddar.
Dude, that is awesome. I have never had anything like that before in my life.
Do you see what I mean about the nuttiness?
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, it's not actually hard to get around here or anything, but it's, I don't know. It's one of my favorites for crackers, man. I'm like, oh, someone's got to try that.
Yeah, that was something that I had never had before. And if anybody, if you're out there and you run into Alpine cheddar, I highly suggest you pick that up.
I think, hon, who makes that? Is that
Cabot.
That is Cabot. It's a Cabot cheese.
Oh, okay.
Yep. It's just one of their more, I don't know, one of their more, private stock type.
Maybe I can find it online then. I mean, I won't be able to find it smoked like it was.
No, definitely not. Yeah, and you don't want to eat yucky unsmoked stuff. Megan found this at the thing. I emptied out Megan's pockets. That's what we're going to go through on my end tonight. I don't know if it's glass. It must be glass. Probably. It was at the river. It's tiny. I mean, keep in mind that's about half the. I don't know, about the same size as a penny.
You got that at the river?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, she finds stuff all the time. This couple of things she found was this thing. I think it was probably part of a plate. Oh, here's one that actually has print still on it.
Oh, wow.
We find a lot of that. Where I get my pink sands, it's loaded with that stuff. She finds stuff all the time. When I'm looking for gold, she's finding everything on the edge.
Thanks for subbing to him, Jonathan. And Casey, I don't know. Ask Jeremy.
What's that?
Maybe when should we have our party tomorrow? Nigel, what a weirdo. Stop licking my toes.
Whenever it's good for you, man. I'm good whenever, pretty much. What's tomorrow, Tuesday?
Yeah.
I'm pretty much good whenever. You're not doing anything tomorrow night, right, hon? Yeah. She's making pumpkin pies, but other than that, she might hang out for some wine and cheese tomorrow. Hey, Heath, how's it going, man? Good to see you. Same with Zach.
Hey, guys. Thanks for stopping by. Make sure you sub to Billy. His link's up there for you. And
I can add it back in, too, if you want.
I got it. I have it posted. I don't know if it would be easier for them.
Did you pin it?
Yeah, I don't know if I pinned it. I don't think I pinned it.
If you pin it, it'll stay right up at the top of your chat the whole time.
Look at you. Look at you with all this YouTube.
Let me see if I might be able to even do it. Oh, no, I can't that's right. But if you go back up to your thing where it says the 3 dots, if you click on the 3 dots there on it and then put pin, it'll stay right on top of your chat the whole time for anybody watching YouTube.
I only have it as put user in timeout or block user.
You doing it on StreamYard?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why. Hold on. I can add it real quick if you want.
So it looks like we got a couple people that are going to be fancy with us tomorrow. So I'm down. Do you want to do it like early afternoon, or are you guys actually going to get your wine, your American cheese, and your burr and have
no American cheese allowed?
That's Casey, man. Casey's got his he's like, I got some slices of American cheese.
Slices of American cheese. Oh my god. Depending if that box says I'm have to wait till Christmas, you might get some cheese. If I have to wait till Christmas, I don't know, man.
Dude, I'm telling you, there's definitely a wait till Christmas, and then there's
there is
till New Year's, and then
I can feel it in my bones already.
Watch it be a thank you for the present note or something like that.
It's whatever it is, I can just feel it in my bones. It's going to be one of those ones where I'm laughing my butt off and I'm waiting another however many months to open the next one.
Yeah, I can't wait. And it's not even mine. So like, let's make that clear. Don't do that to me, you guys.
That's the funny part. That's the funny part about this is that it started as a present, just as like a funny gift, and then it turned into a present, and then now it's turned into everybody's waiting to see what it is, and they're all dying laughing every time I have to reopen something.
So we got 9 in the first one, which is pretty awesome. Good start.
Megan's had like 360 somethings in her pocket so far.
Dang.
1967, 1960. This is going through Megan. One pocket of Megan's. That's a 1970, so I can't tell what that says. I think 1970 something maybe. That's had a rough life right there. It's
still copper.
Yep. But yeah, so far Megan's up to, I barely even started what was in her pocket, man. And I'm not talking like a pocket that she is so ridiculous. She's like worse than me when it comes to holding change. Oh, that one's not. Looked like an old one. Then Valentine's Day, St. Patrick's Day, April. I know the thing's going to end up being like the size of a postage stamp on the inside. I know it.
And all it's going to say is thank you.
Yeah. And you know what? And it'll give me enough laughs that it'll be worth every single second of it.
Right. Dude, that sounds awesome, Zach.
I'm making apple maple whiskey turkey for Thanksgiving. Ooh, a party of one may go live for the cooking process. That sounds really good, man. That sounds really yummy. We're doing our smoked ones. We're going to her brother's for Thanksgiving, and he always, or I'm sorry, that's right. For Saturday after, we're going to his, and they always ask for smoked turkey. So I've got a couple of small ones actually that we're going to do, and it'll be, I don't know, probably a 14 to 16 hour smoke. There's another one that's, I think, 5 from the 60s.
I thought I was the only person in the world that made his own turkey for Thanksgiving. Thank you, Zach, for making me feel a little bit more less fat.
You gotta, right? I mean,
I actually, this year I'm not. I'm going to be working both jobs this year, so I'm going to just chill out and probably nap after doing a live, of course. Well, that's a shiny 1973. It is.
Oh yeah, it is, huh? That almost wow.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That looks like new.
I wish I had the coin scope up so I could show you guys that a little bit better. Yeah, that's awesome though. Holy crap! It's going to Billy, but I'm gonna set it aside so it doesn't get any dings on it. I did that with the couple that I pulled for legit too. They were. Because every once in a while you come across a coin that looks like it should have been made in the 2000s, and it's definitely not. And it's like, yeah, I need to separate this so I don't ruin it more,
Yep, for sure. I can finally read dates. I'm so excited about that, man. I've been looking at my pen. I think that's why it was so hard for me to understand why you guys were having so much fun, was because I was having a hard time seeing any of the dates or anything. And once I got the scope, it was like, holy moly, I can see everything.
Right. Well, you were having more work than the actual fun of it.
Yeah, it was way hard for me to grasp them, and then when I finally got them on there, I couldn't read them anyway. So it was really, it was no fun. Now it's kind of fun actually. Now that I can read them, another 1960. I've got like a bunch of 1960s, all from her pocket, like, and they're not like doubles. I don't think.
Oh, this is getting to be just like legits. We're at 12 on that roll.
Wow.
I'm just going to start doing giveaways for people, and then I'll touch more copper than I ever have before.
That's how it works right there. You got it. Oops. What's funny is my table is like shaking back and forth because I was just messing with it, but you guys can't tell because everything's on. The table is moving with the camera. That's so cool. Usually if I touch anything, the whole thing starts shaking when you guys are looking at me, I like looking at a lot of different shit on my Tomlov scope. Oh, those are nice. I have a couple of friends with those, man, and those are really nice. The one I have, it just is like a USB one that goes into my computer or whatever, but it works great now. I mean, I can see so much better. But I've heard those Tomlov ones are unreal.
I still didn't look into that. I wanted to look into that. I know you said it was pricey. Mine was pretty expensive, but I'm happy with mine. Like I can actually, like I don't know what Tomlov can do, but with my, I don't even know how to pronounce it, MOYSUE,
Yeah.
Like I can record the stuff on it. So.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting little device. It's got a lot going for it, to be honest, and it's got like a screen. So like if I have it hooked up, I don't even have to be looking at the screen that it's displaying to, because I can look at the screen that it's on. It's pretty nice.
Oh yeah, Heath, I've seen that one at Joe's. Yep. Yeah, he was showing that to me one time. We were looking at a couple of rocks one time. It was pretty cool. I never thought of that. Where's my rocks at?
Same. Okay, cool, Heath. Yeah, so I'll have to look into it to see if it's, it's probably the same type of, model, just a different brand, to be honest with you. No, I joined the 63 club with you. There you go, Zach. Oh, that's another 63. So if anybody is not subscribed to Billy, go check his channel out. He's a super nice dude, and when you subscribe to him, you will be in to win all these amazing pennies that we're finding right now. Not the ones that Jeremy's finding, because I don't have control over his wife's pockets. But
I've never used this to look at rocks before. I'm in trouble.
Oh, wow.
I'm going to be like staring at all my rocks now.
Casey's calling you out. He's like, that's not gold, brother.
No, I'm sure it's not. Although, you want to see something cool? Well, hold on. Where's my thing? Where'd it go? Right there. So somebody sent me something. You guys might know MLZB, a channel on YouTube. Really great people. They sent me something today for my 500 sub giveaway that we're going to be doing soon. And I mean, this is to give away. This isn't for me. But I got to tell you, I saw this and I haven't even looked at it under the scope yet, but I can see it without even getting it under the scope. It's a 0.5 gram specimen, but it looks like it has quartz and stuff all in it. So I'm pretty excited. Someone's going to really be happy when they get this. See if I can get it out of here so we can zoom in on it. There we go. Pull it out of the bag here. Hey, legit, how's it going? All right. See if I can zoom in right here.
Oh, that's awesome.
I haven't even looked at the whole thing yet, but whoops. Again, it's more of a specimen than a, you know what I mean? It's not, I don't know what the weight is in the gold on there, you know what I mean? But it's a lot of rock, you know what I mean, in there. But still, if you look at it, wow, there's some on this side too. So there's like a little vein running through that. But it's, yeah, MLZB sent it. It was from, it was from Z-Rich Coins.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I figure someone will be into that. Someone will think that's a pretty cool prize to win for sure. Just for hanging out, you know. But yeah, I got that in the mail today. I thought all my mail got stolen. I was dying. I was absolutely flipping out. And then it turned out they just brought it to the wrong address and said it was at my house. But the people that got it were honest and brought it back to us. Thank goodness.
Yeah, that is awesome.
Yeah, man.
What time are you going live tomorrow, legit? We don't have any Wheaties so far, Heath. So you're doing better than we are.
Oh, is he pulling out Wheaties over there? Sorry, I wasn't looking.
No, he says he's looking at a 63 and a 51 wheat.
Nice. I tell you what, I see those little things of gold like that, man, and I realize how much stuff has probably gone off the end of my sluice that I was not looking at because it had stone in it, you know?
Right. So Legit's going live at 8:30 p.m.
Okay.
on Bionic Bull's channel. So that's 6:30 my time. How about we do our cheese and wine party before he goes on, and then we'll all just be sauced up to hang out at his house or hang out on his live. Wow. Wow. I'm not sauced up at all. I promise you that, guys. Like,
You getting saucy over there?
I'm getting saucy, you know. I mean, I got to take all the Nigel sauce that's hanging out.
Yeah. That sounds fun. And then we could head over to Bionic Bulls afterwards, you mean?
Yeah.
Or Legits or
I think it's on Bionic Bulls.
okay.
So if you're not subscribed to her, make sure to both of them. Subscribe to both of them.
They're kind of a unit. You know, it's like Megan and I. You know?
Just lower on the coast, right?
He got a 44 now. Heath, you're making me want to open this roll right here that I know has a Wheatie on both ends of it. It's driving me nuts.
Well, Legit made me want to buy a box of $50, but then I'm like, no, Andrew, how are you gonna get rid of the ones that you don't want?
You just bring them to the bank.
Yeah, but still, that's so much work. So much work. You know, and you know me and work. I don't do that shiz. I just kind of
yeah. Workaholic over there for sure.
So I think I'm gonna have to do that after I actually tried to put in for a vacation, and they're like, you know, it's not a good time. I'm like, oh, okay then.
For who?
But my vacation. Well, that's kind of what I said too, and I'm like, but you know, my vacation time's gonna expire. They're like, well, we'll just pay it out to you. I'm like, whatever. That's. I guess that's the same, right? Something taxable versus like actual rest time. That's right. The same.
Yeah, no joke. It was the Loomis rolls. We usually get the black and white rolls. The Ender box has yellow rolls. Just pawing through a jug. Wow. That's, yeah, I have like, mine's not quite 85 pounds. I've got like I bet it's a 35-pound jug, though, at least. It's a 4-gallon jug, but it's like less than half full. And I poured out like a whole box worth of stuff and started going through it. And I just gave up like halfway through. I was like, just did not. I couldn't read the dates for anything. And so I'll have to restart that. My guess is there's nothing in there collectible as far as, you know, I mean, these things have all been in and out of pockets and changed and probably picked up under cars. And oh my God, it's just, you know, but who knows? You might find that one date that it doesn't matter how bad it is. It's a date nobody has. Who knows?
Well, that, and if not, you can always just remember, at least I didn't just give it up. You know what I mean? Like you'll have that what if there was if you don't look through it, right?
Oh wow, legit, no kidding. I think I had heard somebody had said something about that with what are you going to bed?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, hold on. I'll be right. I'm just going to mute myself for just a second.
So with me, Casey, the thing is like I don't seem to have luck with the higher denominations like Legit does. Like I'll be honest with you, pretty soon there's going to be a joke video coming up with the 2 best finds that I've found from nickels and from quarters, and both of them, like here's the punchline, both of them aren't even American change. Like they're both from different countries, and they're still worth more than any of the other things that I found in either of them. So like I don't want to bring a sack back to the bank and then think that I'm one of those people who spends his free time on YouTube digging through coins, you know, like the rest of y'all weirdos. But yeah, I'm gonna have to get some for myself because I do feel like hopefully like one box and there's no silver in it, then I'll tap out of it and stick to my pennies because instant wins. But You know me, with one silver coin in the whole box, that to me is on a roll.
Well, like Legit just said, he saved up his money to get, so he could get that box, then literally just keep recycling it. And it does make sense if you have a bank or a couple of banks that'll constantly work with you. You can't get hurt by getting all the good stuff out and bringing it back.
Right.
But it is work. It is you are dealing with, it is work. It's a lot of time consuming, but
this to me, like the pennies isn't so much work. Like it's more like panning to me, because I don't know, there's something about that sound, and I don't know, like I'm from the time when Pokemon cards were like cracked to kids. So I would sit there and just sort all my Pokemon cards into like the types, and then from there the trainers and all that stuff. So I was thinking about getting a coin machine, to be honest with you.
Is that how you guys do it? I always wondered if you guys just, in my head, here's what I'm thinking. Here's this lady who's been in there pounding, coins into rolls for days on end. And then in walks Legit. I want $500 worth of half dollars, whatever. And so she hands you the box. You turn around, go home. You go through every single one of them. You pull 2, 3 out. You walk back with a bag full of change and hand it to her. And she's looking at you like ready to lose it. You know what I mean? That's all I can picture. I'm thinking, I understand where Nigel's guy's coming from, because I never wanted to be like that. But at the same time, if you have people that are like, I don't care, we'll take, bars and stuff get tons of change in, and they constantly put boxes of change in, and they're not just rolling all their change. They bring it back to the bank. So it has to be able to happen. It's because I know I didn't roll any of my change. I counted it all, went into bags. So hey, Who's Your Stacker? How's it going? Good seeing you.
How's it going, Who's Your Stacker? Yeah, and right now I'm picturing a bunch of like kids being forced to pick out the good coins before they go through the money stackers in my state, because all I get is new coins now, except for with pennies. All I get is like super new coins. So it's like in my head, it's like a sweatshop from the early, 19th century with kids. Find the good ones, little one. Find the little good ones if you want your porridge. And so, I don't know. I think I do have to just move back to the East Coast so I can start on this coin hunting like a pro.
Yeah. That's a good reason all by itself. There you go. Hanging out with me at the river, and stuff. That could be second or third or fourth, whatever.
The family aspect, bring that down to 10th place reasons,
whatever.
Reason number 1, finding old coins from the bank.
Yeah. Here's the thing: you'll find a lot of Philadelphias around here, where you're not finding them over in Colorado as much. You'll find a shit ton here.
Yeah, it sounds like Keith has a jug of money. Yeah,
he's got something going on. All you got to do is start putting those into things there. You'll be able to do some auctions. Who's Your Stacker's got some cool stuff going on too. If you guys haven't checked out Who's Your Stacker, I'm sure everybody in here has, but awesome. He's got a bingo thing that's just great over there. And he's just got a lot of really good informational, like you can go hang out, just like a Stackers Gathering, I think is what one of them is. And you can go hang out and you get all sorts of cool information. And they're just a bunch of group of good guys hanging out. Fun time for sure.
That's the type of channels I like to spend time on, where you actually can learn.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. Absolutely. Yep. He and I believe it's HVAC, and there's a couple, off the top of my head, I can't remember off the top of my head everybody, but a lot of good knowledge in that room. That's how I look at it. Those are the people I tend to surround myself with, is those guys, because my brain just soaks it in like a sponge. It leaks out about as fast, but I try my best to remember everything.
So I don't know. It sounds like we're all going to be poor people with our fancy pretend party, and then we're going to go live it up at Bionic Bull and Legit's like rich person surge after this.
Hey, I've seen them go both ways. I've seen them have a couple of really good nights. I've seen them go through a whole lot of stuff and not get much. So trust me, they get you. For sure. But that will be fun, having some cheese and stuff and all that. That'll be fun. I had somebody send me something today, and I just had to. You guys know McHammer, I'm sure, and he came on and sent me. He said, "Hey, I got something that's coming your way," and it was one of the packages that we got back today, and it was this cool little like, it was like a treasure box, man. It was so cool. I was thinking to myself, that guy's going to get a little cheese. I can't help myself with that. And then I think we might even send him a whoopie pie because you said they were really good. And Megan just made a whole bunch of them. Check this out.
Oh, that's awesome.
Isn't that cool? And he was like, he says, Partridge Family, I just love you guys. He goes, he wanted to be our Secret Santa, so he sent it to us. And it had a few little coins in there. Actually, I should look at what those were. I never actually looked. I didn't have my scope open at the time. But yeah, he sent us a whole little group of coins and a couple of copper rounds. It's really nice of him. I was really excited. Another really great channel. He's just starting out and stuff and kind of learning everything that's going on. But I don't even know what these are really. These are I think a lot of them are for other countries. One looks like it has my family crest on it. Netherlands? Huh. I don't know. I'll switch my camera so I can show you. See if I can focus that in a little better. $1966. What is that? Francisco Franco.
So is that from Spain?
I'm not sure, man. This is. I must be. I don't speak the language, so. But here's the back. The back's really pretty. Oops,
oh, that is awesome.
Isn't that cool? It all started with I've made a few videos for him and helped him out a little bit, but that's really neat. Una. I feel like I'm seeing a 67 in there for.
Yeah, I see a 67. Looks like.
I think I have it backwards. I am doing it upside down again.
I might have one of those. I'm not sure though. That looks really familiar.
Gosh,
and over here we got Heath over here bragging up a storm about all his Wheaties and his random jug sitting in his house. That's really cool.
They're for another 42. He says. I don't even know what that's made out of. It doesn't look like regular copper, but it might be. Is it
Nordic gold, do you think? Because I know they use that for a lot of their coins over in Europe.
Was this the one I was holding up and I said Nordic on the front? Or was that the... No, this is the Franco whatever. I am unsure. I'm unsure. That'll be... I don't know. I'm learning about that one for sure. This one here was the... Whoops. I think I got to turn my camera out a little bit. There we go.
I agree, legit. Heath is flexing something fierce. I'm gonna have to look a little bit more on your channel just so I can be part of it.
Heath's a good guy, definitely. He does some prospecting and things. Knowledgeable about the river.
No, let him talk about his pennies over there, showing everybody. He's like, you've been going through 5 rolls and you got yourself maybe 40 pre-82s. Well, that's nice, bro.
My dog is snoring. I don't know if you can hear him. Oh my God, he's so funny right now. This one, Conning. I am unsure what some of these are. These are neat. I'm just guessing here, but I probably have 200 or more. That's awesome. Basically, donate for a chance to win it. What are we doing? What are we talking about? Oh, so, yeah, the mega giveaway. Sorry. Games or donations channel issues. It went by me. Hold on. Where's my phone?
He's talking about his giant giveaway.
Oh, is it different than the bingo thing, or is that a new giveaway thing? I've been busy, Hoosier. I haven't been visiting. I've been on the other loop with everybody. I spent a lot of time with everybody, and then kind of switched over and tried to watch some channels I haven't seen for a while. Check out that thing. You ever seen that? Look at that seahorse.
Oh, is that the Bahamas?
I don't think so. That's what I thought too when I first picked it up. But I think it's a. Let's see here.
Singapore,
1976. 10
That's
cents.
awesome. Casey says that the Pesta Una is Spain, made from aluminum bronze.
Okay, that would make sense because the color of it is definitely a very bronzy. It's definitely a bronzy type color. That would make sense.
I don't think I have anything from Singapore. That's really cool. I'm gonna have to look into those guys. Because that, like,
Really?
I love the ones with like crazy animal designs and stuff. You know, especially on like their change. That's awesome to me.
This one is another. Look at that. It has a tractor on it. I haven't. This is the first time I've looked at them up close. This has a 1. What is this? It's a Liu. Let me see what the other side says here. It's really a pretty coin.
Is that Romania? Yeah, it's Romania.
Is that what it is? Oh,
Yeah.
That's cool because I have like a Romanian mint one, you know, like a silver round. But this is an actual coin. This is like a smaller coin, probably about the size of a quarter. Huh. Republic of Socialist Romania. No kidding.
Does it have a year?
1966.
Oh, dude, that's awesome.
That's so cool.
I would definitely put that away because I'm pretty sure that government's no longer there, and I'm sure they have completely.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, I have a little stack of like of our what's it called there? Our coins from from other countries. There, I know there's a word for it. My brain's
foreign.
Yeah, thank you, foreign coins. And so I have like a little, like not a jar. It's more like a film case full of stuff that I don't know what it is necessarily, but I couldn't read it or see it really well before. So now I can do it. Use CoinScope on an app on your phone. Just take a pic of the coin and usually tell. I know everybody's been telling me that. Legit. Do you know how long it took me to get like PayPal? It took me 10 years after everybody else was using it to just do that. And then when I finally did it, like the first 30 seconds I got PayPal, someone was like, oh, you can't use PayPal anymore. You got to use Cash App. And I was like, no, not happening. I'm staying with PayPal. So I did that for a year. Then finally, like recently, I did Cash App just because, but I don't take to change well, man.
We don't need to change. We're American and we're the best.
Unless it's, something cool change, like, Nigel Sky going from Colorado to New Hampshire or something, then of course change like that's not too bad. If it was not illegal to melt change down, these pennies would be made into ingots by now. Well, mm-hmm. Hey, Cody Evans, haven't seen you for a while. Good seeing you. Been a while. And again, I think it's only, if you melt something down and you advertise that that's what it came from, then, obviously that's where they're going to be seeing it, but.
Well, that's like kind of, I got to be honest with
copper is copper if you don't do it that way.
That's like saying if you go and you sell drugs on the street and you don't tell people where the money's coming from, it's not illegal to be a drug dealer. Like, I'm pretty sure that's not how the law works. I'm not a lawyer, and I don't pretend to be, but I'm pretty sure that's not how the law works.
You play one on TV?
No, I play a doctor on TV. A lawyer, that's just when I'm playing dress up. Like, hey, I got a stethoscope. Wow, not a stethoscope. Hey, I got a law degree. But no, I'm pretty sure the law on that, like if you're doing that pressed stuff, because you're not actually changing anything with it, you're just changing how it looks. But if you were to melt it for the actual composition, I'm pretty sure that's a pretty bad crime. I know there's a lot of debate about it, but for me, I'm not willing to risk going to jail or a fine for a couple dollars.
See, I get you. I think for me, if I were to melt it and want to turn it into something, I would have no problem with it myself personally if I was keeping it, because it's mine and I took my pennies and turned them into what I wanted to. And I don't think too many people are going to say much about that. But if you start selling it, advertising that's what you're doing, I think that's where you're going to have your issues. But as far as there are laws, obviously, and there's I feel like it's a thin line, man. I feel like it's such a thin line. Why are you able to melt down and turn in Morgans into rings and $50 into rings and all these other things into rings, but you can't melt a penny?
See, I don't think you're really supposed to. Like, I don't
sell them everywhere. They sell them everywhere. I'm literally hopefully going to be waiting on 3 of them at 4 actually soon.
Well, and I think with the rings also, like when you do that, it's kind of like squishing the penny with one of those penny machines. Like It's still all there. You're not necessarily extracting the metal for something else, if that makes sense.
It turns into art though the second you put it through one of those machines. I guess that's what I'm saying. The second you roll it through a thing or you put it on a train track and you roll over it then turns into something else. Yes, it's the same penny material, but it's no longer a penny. It's now weight. That's all it is, So to me, if it's okay to be running things through a machine and having the Cog Railway stamped on it, to me, why can't I take that same penny, melt it down, and make a blob if that's what I want to do? You know what I mean?
Right.
To me, I think there's some kind of law that says you can't turn it into monetary, like another piece of, you can't take that penny, let's say, turn it into a thinner penny because now it's worth a penny. You know what I mean? And then, like, I don't know. I don't know. I've read into it, but I just can't exactly. Am I super loud? I'm looking at my avatar and it looks like I'm screaming at you.
Not really, no. See, I'm kind of like with Cody right there. I'm pretty sure it's illegal to alter any U.S. currency, like folding a dollar bill to do that weird like Twin Towers thing. You're not altering it. You're not changing it. But to cut it open, that's illegal. Hey, Heath.
Good evening, boys.
But
hey, how's it going, Heath?
With that being said, I'm pretty sure Jeffrey Dahmer had some pretty different ideas on what we do to human bodies than what I do. So I guess do what you're going to do in life. Just like Cody said, don't get caught.
Right.
Yeah, that's the whole thing is you just don't get caught what you're doing.
Yep. For sure. How are you tonight, Heath?
Not bad. You?
Not bad. I know Heath was asking earlier about your membership, and I told him that I'd either ask him or he could ask you or whatever tonight. But he was explaining it earlier about the discounts basically that happen after the month. But you may want to just explain it to Heath because I know he might be interested as well.
Yeah, I would. I'd wait until next month, Heath, because it's going to be 50% off, so it's going to be super cheap. But really, what it amounts to is like being on the gold wheel every month for a year. The members month thing, which is like a prize every day for all of November, and like free shipping for anything you get from Nigel's Finds and all that. And like there's a lot more stuff that I'm minimizing, but it's really just like, instead of a Patreon or anything like that, you get yourself something right away, and then you get like a bunch of perks like throughout my business thing.
Yeah, I get it. At some point in time, Well, you can get my email address through Partridge Family there if you really want my email address. Kind of not rather give it out over the air or type it into the
Yeah,
screen.
that's-
No,
can
you're
give it
good,
to him.
man.
I can give it to him later. He's not a problem.
Well, and even if you don't want to give it out, Heath, I'll give it out to everybody. You know, that's what I'm here for, is to spread all your private information.
Oh yeah.
You never know the pictures you might find.
Oh, geez.
Be careful on that one.
He didn't mention what he used to do for work.
Yeah, some things can't be talked about. So, Nigel, what are some of these pennies actually worth? Because I know they're not in prime condition. I was looking through my scope. Some of them are pretty scarred up pretty bad.
So, do you have like most of your Wheaties? Like, I'm pretty sure, thanks to Legit, all the pre 1940 Wheaties are worth more. But any Wheatie, to my understanding, is worth about 3 cents, and then anything pre 1982 is worth about 2 cents in weight alone.
So, yeah, I got more in copper weight if I smelt this shit down.
Yeah, Irish Collector, how's it going, man? Yeah, so, and that's why for me it's like it's an instant win-win. Like, I'm not gonna sit there, like, I'm not gonna melt it down right away. But as soon as we jump on the Canada board train and get rid of our pennies as currency, then you'll have a lot of copper, you know?
Yeah, but Canada's got copper pennies too. I've got one right here. It's a 1980.
But they don't use them anymore.
They're not?
No.
Well, why the hell do we still keep getting them?
Because they're trying to get rid of them.
Bastards. And some of them is red almost. That's the one I'm looking at right now.
There's a lot of people that still collect them, depending.
Yeah, I hold on to the Canadian ones because I think that, like, maybe 10, 15 years, people just throwing stuff away. Maybe those pennies will be worth a bit more than they are now. It's also.
Yeah, maybe one day. You never know.
I'm sure there were some people around back in the day that thought Morgans wouldn't be worth all that much, you know. And then all of a sudden, they're going for crazy money. I mean, all of them. Even
I know. I'm pretty sure I don't own any Morgans.
Really?
Mm.
I just started recently. I was saying that to a buddy of mine who said, no. Every man should have a Morgan, and he sent me 2. And then I won one. One of them is getting turned into a ring, and only because one side of it's completely. It looks like somebody beat the hell out of the front of her with a I don't even know, and the back is like perfect, which is the part that I want anyway. But yeah, I started. I did not collect one penny until this year. This year, I realized that what I was throwing away, basically, when I was literally sweeping up into the trash, was worth something. And I had no idea. I was so concentrated on trying to find little bits of gold and everything else, I never thought about what was in my jar. You know,
I have so many pennies put away.
You what?
I have so many pennies put away.
I've never collected anything till this year. Now I've got a little box going. Mini blonde moment. When did I quit making pennies in 2012? It says. And hopefully you're doing well, the Irish Collector. Your package is on its way too. Hopefully, I checked it the other day. It was just leaving New York.
You'll have to let me know how long it takes to get a package out to that guy. Because I know he's got one coming from me soon. I have to make his members card. But you'll have to let me know how long it takes to get across the Atlantic.
Okay. And I'll tell you, somebody had mentioned, and I'm pretty sure, I think it might have been on here. Don't send your stuff regular through the post office without getting an international stamp. I found out you can get an international stamp for like $2, and I could have sent his package for $4, and instead I spent 16. So make sure you get international stamps if you're sending something small.
Crap.
Yeah, big difference. I wish they would have told me about it.
So there's another 55 wheat.
Nice.
See, and every time you find that, just be like, this isn't 1 penny, this is 3 pennies, you know?
Yeah, I'm looking at it more as it's gonna be a nice, 4x4 ingot.
Some of those wheats, depending if they're good years or they have, not what are they called? Not defects, but
Well, yeah, some of the defects ones are worth more money because if they were printed just off to the side, they're not exactly rounded. They don't have that trim all the way around it. Some of the Liberty part is cut off. Some of them are double stamped. Yeah, there's all sorts of weird shit that's involved with those. I just never got that fully involved into them.
Yep. I had this roll of, I don't know if it's all Wheaties or what it is. It's legit might know, but it's in a red. It says pennies, 50 cents, but it's like a red stripe, and it's actually. Let me turn on my thing. Where's my cam? So it's old like this. And it looks like it's full of Wheaties, but I don't know. I've been like thinking about one end of it's kind of open, but I'm really debating on like letting it open it all the way and just seeing what's in there. Does that look like an old roll?
That's what she said.
We'll take the first few out and see what we see. That's also what she said.
Yeah. I wind up getting, change back once in a while here and there. I'll get a penny in it, but a lot of the pennies that I find, I'll scavenge through the little jar on the side by the cash register. Need a penny, take a penny, or leave a penny. Yeah. So I'll leave good pennies and I'll take the old ones.
That's awesome.
What I've been saying to all the cashiers that I manage now, I'm like, listen, you keep an eye out for those rusty old pennies, because if you want me to buy you lunch, you got to bring me those pennies. And they do. Like, I started off joking about it with them, but they're like, oh, I think I have something you're looking for. Will you open my drawer? I'm like, yes, I will. It means more paperwork at the end of the day for me, but yes, I will. Let's see if you got 1 penny for me.
Look at that! Look at that on that one. It's almost like toning or something.
Oh wow! What's the year of that?
It's a. So I don't know if you can see the color. It's hard to see that color, but it is a 54. These must be all Wheaties, man. This one here is a 42, 44. I should have taken a bet on this one. 56.
I'll put my 442s up for auction right now.
You're more than welcome to.
1951. That's my parents' birthday. I should keep that one.
It'll probably cost me more to ship the damn things out than it will anything.
That's why I hate that's why I hate most of the prizes I give away, because I'm like, listen, you guys, I don't mind people winning. I just hate the cost of shipping things. Like I'm sending you 4 grams of silver, it's costing $8.
Yeah. That's true. That's a tough one. That's I think I've probably spent just as much in shipping as I have in prizes.
Well, and like right now, there's a few people who have been kind enough, like legit, and like his whole family, an Irish collector. They're like, yeah, just hold on to it and build me up a wallet. And I'm like, that is awesome. How can I reward them for doing that?
A lot of people are doing that now. It makes a lot of sense. And then just ship one package,
flat rate and shirt and everything.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Chips.
Some people are like, okay, send me my thing right away. Most people are like, take your time, you know.
I would not be one of the ones take your time. I'm going to be very honest with you.
Look at that, 1910.
Sometimes I'm not the most patient person, but then there's other times where I'm pretty damn patient about a lot of things. But if I had a prize coming to me, that bitch better be to me in 3 days.
That's awesome. I'm like so not in a hurry most of the time. Look at that, 1910. Didn't they start in 1909 or 1910?
There's another wheat.
Is that an Indian head? No.
No, it's a Lincoln. It's a wheat penny. But
Oh,
it's a 1910.
There's another 45 wheat.
Didn't they start in 1910?
Well, I think a lot of the Indian heads they're wheat pennies too. Oh, Casey's got it. Casey's like 1909. Between legit Sir Noobs and Casey, I'm just like, okay, their word is like fact. You know, I don't even double check it.
That's what I thought, because I thought 1909 was there's an Indian head right in the beginning of 1909 or something, and then it goes switches. LOL, I have one wallet, I think, going for the last 3 months. That's funny.
That's crazy, Irish.
That's the way to do it, though, and get it all at once if you can. Especially when you're shipping to Ireland.
Well, when he first reached out to me, I didn't realize that. I thought maybe his like name was just like a random name, you know, like Nigel's guy. But then I look at his address, I'm like, holy crap, man! Can we work something out? Like,
I literally saw that and I went, well, that's what I get for not thinking ahead of time. So I'm like, I'll punish myself on this one, and then after this, wow, this one's like red. Hold on, where's it at? Look how red that is. It's a 1951, I think, but wicked red.
I should really dig through my secret jars. Those ones got some old pennies. I bet you I got 2 or 3 1909s in there.
The Indian head ones?
No, I don't know the Indian head ones, but they're old. They're early 1900 ones.
I know I recently got, somebody had sent me a few that were like in order, and I couldn't believe it. Certain ones are worth quite a bit. I think the 1909, they call it a VDB or something, is worth quite a bit. But I don't know enough about them, to be honest. I'm still learning. I used to be the same way. I've chilled out a little bit this past year. So I was the same. I think everybody is when they first start. It's all about getting that prize. You couldn't believe it. Like, you're so excited to get it. But I don't know. As I started doing it, it just kind of became less important. That one's rubbed right off. You can barely even see it. 1939.
Oh, it's important. You win it, you should be getting it.
Well, and most people are really good. You know what I mean? Like, I think if anything, I think for like me, like Nigel's guy would like stress out because it took him a 1 day or 24 hours or whatever. And I was like, my God, man, don't worry about it.
Jeremy, go back to that 55. Casey,
hey, dude, is this the steel one?
Oh, yeah, that's a steel penny.
Oh, wow. What were you saying? Go back to the 1955?
Yeah, Casey thinks it might be a double die 55.
Hold on. I don't know when I saw the 1955. How long ago was it?
I think only a few coins back.
There. No, that's
that long ago?
7. Hold on. 55. Where would I be looking at? On the date itself, or I can zoom it way down too. Is that 55 a double die? I don't know. What about the top? Would it say show it in here? I'm up on a box right now with this. I could move this off the box, I suppose, so I could see it even closer.
I'm waiting for Casey. I don't think it is, but I don't want to say something and then someone like legit or Casey pop in and be like, "Yeah, you're wrong, dude."
Hold on, I'm just gonna move this over and get us in a little closer.
Yeah, he's saying it doesn't look like it now.
Although next to that 9 looks like it has a little something. What's up with that?
Oh, that does look like something. Is that just like it being? Nah, I was like, is that the 9 peeling away? That doesn't make any sense.
It almost looks like it's tilted or something. Like it has like a. That's a whole. They call that something. I forget the name of what they call that. But doesn't that 5? That 5 looks like it's different too. I'm just holding it there until someone looks at it because I'm sure that KC will see that or somebody's gonna know. But that 9 to me looks different.
Well, that does look like it's a double print.
Do you think so? I wonder if it's up in the. Looks like someone hit it with a hammer. Oh, okay. Is that all it is? Here I'm getting excited.
Well, he got us all wound up. Everybody's waiting, looking at these 3 numbers, and he's like, "Yeah, never mind. Someone just hit it with a hammer."
Yeah, I mean, I'm not seeing like doubling in the U's or the T's or anything on that one. So when I go to work in the AM, I'm supposed to get a banker's bag full of what they're calling old coins for free tomorrow. So I'm freaking excited to see what's in the bag. I bet, man, I'd be excited to see what's in the bag too.
Well, don't look too hard. Just send it my way, Cody. Like if it's too much excitement for you, you can mail it to me and I'll look at it for you. I got your back. Keith, are you opening up that secret jar? Because now you got everybody a little excited.
I know. I got to tell you, I think that was my first 1910 penny. I don't know that I've ever gotten a 1910 penny.
Dude, well, now you need to mark it on the calendar. You're like 1910 penny. What's up? And then like 4 years, you'll go back and look at that calendar and be like, some people thinking that, one 1910 penny is a big thing when you have like a stack or a roll of 1910s because you're actually looking at your change now.
Right. So Casey, nothing I need to worry about then? I don't need to I don't have like a real expensive double die there, huh?
Ooh, my Tom Love.
Oh, there you go.
See, I'm looking at all of those pennies. They're all wheat sitting there.
Oh, wow.
That's awesome.
Hello. This one's an S. So where's the S stand for?
San Francisco.
All right.
It was minted in San Francisco. D is Denver.
Delaware.
It's Denver, and then P is Philadelphia.
Oh, all right.
CC
I think the S's are worth more, to be honest with you. I haven't seen very many S's.
1919. Look at those 9s.
I'm always looking at 9s, Jeremy.
So, Cody, send them this direction, right over to New York. We'll take care of them bad boys for you.
Yeah, Cody, don't send them to New York. Have them hit up Colorado first, and I'll send Heath the extras. The doubles.
I don't do cents. What's funny is I was never into pennies, man. I never even looked at pennies, hardly, not once, ever. And
you've had life too good then.
Well, no.
Right.
I used pennies, but I never saved them. I just never saved them. They were just part of my expenditure, just like anything else would be. I never looked at any dates. I never knew they were worth anything until literally this year. I had no idea. Just no one ever brought me up and showing me that was worth something. Wow, 1915?
That's a good penny.
Is it? Good one to have?
Yep. Think about it. What was going on in 1915 when that bad boy was made?
World War One? Was it World War One? 1915.
Think how many pockets that bad boy's been in.
Oh yeah. Well, that's like when I got the 1910. Out of all my years, I don't ever remember seeing a 1910. I'm sure, I probably had many go through my hands. I just never saw it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure all the anything above the normal years for Wheaties, and correct me if I'm wrong, you guys. The normal years for Wheaties are the 40s and 50s. There's going to be a lot more of those.
Yeah.
And the other ones are worth a good deal more.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, some of these aren't perfect, but they're in pretty good shape. They've obviously been in this roll for a while.
Yeah, go try to buy a roll of 1940 pennies, wheats off of somebody that's been collecting them.
Yeah. Is it crazy?
Yeah.
I was very lucky. Somebody sent me this roll and actually a couple other rolls, and I think they're probably all Wheaties. That's why I decided to go through them tonight, because they've been driving me nuts because I haven't been looking at them.
Well, when you said you had that roll, I'm like, dude, I wouldn't be able to not open that. I don't know where your self-control is.
Well, they sent me about, 1,000 flips. And now I realize why, because they're looking at this going, he's gonna need to go through these, take the good ones and put them in flips, and save them, So I think they were trying to help me out with kind of starting a little bit of a collection. They saw that I was into it, but I hadn't really ventured into pennies, and they sent me some Indian heads and a bunch of Wheaties, and I think that's made to gear me into. Oh, you're not into those? Guess what?
Now
you are now. Yeah, you are now. And I am too. Literally since getting it's been driving me nuts.
Yeah, Heath, that scope is exactly what mine looks like. I think it's just a different brand.
This is a 7.5 inch one. I can video record on this. I can take pictures on it. Shit, if I read the paperwork correctly and I got the cords, I can put it through either my phone or a laptop and go right off of that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to drop inches because I'm a classy guy, but I'm pretty sure we're talking about the same thing, just a different brand.
There's another 44. Nice.
It's funny. I see people doing this and they're going through and they're like, oh my God, it's a double this and it's a double that. And I'm staring, trying to find it.
Well, sometimes you can't see the shit unless you blow it up.
Yeah.
Well, and that's also with a lot of these stuff that I have, I know I'm giving people better than just some pre-82 pennies, because I'm not looking for the doubles or anything. I'm just looking for the eight.
Yeah.
I think it was Casey who asked me if I was looking for the extended torch or something like that. It was either Casey or Mo Money when we were doing dimes. I'm like, I don't know what that is. Teach me.
What was it?
On the dimes, they're talking about the extended flame on the torch or something like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So here's a question. Did you guys ever see the owl on the $1 bill?
I feel like I have. Isn't that it's in the corner of one of the things, right?
Yep.
I might have to. I don't have the dollar bill on me, to be honest, actually, now that I think about it.
Aren't there 3 spiders or something as well?
I don't know about spiders, but I definitely know there's an owl. I'll see if I got $1 in my pocket and I'll put it back on my screen. There's a 49 penny. I've got way too many of these fucking things.
Again, you can always send them my way. I'll even pay for shipping if it's that much of a burden for you to have your pennies.
Dude, I'll trade you. I'll even swap. Gold for pennies, bitches. Let's go.
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
I got a buck. Let me see if I can pull his ass up on my scope. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Jeremy, when I seen Joe using this microscope, and when I was in his basement with him looking at this thing, I was like, yeah, I'm buying one. And I'm glad I did, because I've had other microscopes growing up. This thing blows them all away.
Oh yeah, I bet. He was showing me on some rocks, and I was just like absolutely blown away. Man, you see how that wiped out the 4? But it almost looks like somebody wiped frosting. Like, it doesn't even look like a smash. It more looks like somebody wiped it while it was hot. You see that under the 4?
Oh, wow.
Isn't
Yeah,
that
dude,
weird?
that aside.
Yeah. It's probably
There's
just
the
been
little
beat to crap.
bastard.
You found him?
Yeah.
That 1915D is worth $150 to $5 if it's a mint. 900. Holy crap! Are you serious?
So bring that D back here, bro.
It's not mint, I don't think, but
Well, it's
Now I
still
gotta
a dollar. It's still worth over 1,000 times. It's or over 100 times.
I'm totally.
That
I
thing's
think it's
100 mint.
so cool.
KC, classify mint for me.
I've always understood mint as being like, pretty close to perfect.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying, because, I mean, they had ones that you could get uncirculated and kind of hang on to, people put in the little cases and whatnot. And then there's other stuff that's been through circulation, quality grade wise. And if that thing's worth $900, I bet I got 3 of them.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. I'm sure that one's not mine. If I'm lucky, that one might have been the dollar mark. Actually, I gotta undo my camera so I can move this off.
So now that I look at this thing through this giant ass microscope, it don't look so much like an owl. But when I've looked at other ones through a better, less quality microscope,
Hey, Zach.
You could see the damn thing.
I wonder if it's like one of those eye trick things where as it's, only assuming you can see a certain distance in, Oh, yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Hold on.
That's supposed to be him in the corner hiding out.
Isn't that funny? Because you're right. The closer you get to it, the less of an owl it looks like. But when you were first showing us, I went, oh, yeah, that's the owl.
See, so
Oh,
I was
isn't
always
that
told
funny?
that was a spider.
I've always been told it's an owl.
I didn't realize there were so many damn animals on our dollar bill.
A lot of it so that it can't be duplicated.
How's it going there, Zach?
Doing all right. I don't know how to. For some reason, my Bluetooth didn't want to kick over. So I'm trying to get to the podcast stuff. I don't run no more.
So
Nigel, did you see the video? I don't know if you had a chance to watch that, but did you end up seeing how pink that was?
I think I have to reboot this my Chromebook, in all honesty, because I was listening to it and it just wasn't loading the picture for whatever reason.
Oh.
So you know what's crazy? I think I might have bought like a cheap knockoff version of your scope, because now I'm looking for the scope online that I have, and it's not even available.
Oh,
This Tom Love was 116, 125, something like that, maybe.
And you got the
Yeah,
7
but that's worth it.
I love this thing.
I've looked into them. I was like, if I do get one, I definitely want to spend the money on that.
All the big guys that I've seen that bought them talk about it being a Tom Love. That's what they talk about. Yeah.
I can zoom in on the hemorrhoids on a frog's ass with this microscope.
That's pretty awesome. Yeah. I'm on my first scope ever, and it's a much smaller. It doesn't have the only readout it has is on the actual. There's nothing on the device, But I'm just psyched to be able to finally zoom in. You're still manually, it's tilting on something, you know what I mean, and you're having to do it, trying to zoom in. But it's
This is all manual.
better.
This thing's all manual. You got
Is
to
it?
raise and lower it by the back, by hand, and then on the front of it to zoom it in.
Yep.
Yeah. Still got to do all that, but it's the whole computer system
Quality
inside
picture.
the thing itself
Yeah.
that you're paying for, really.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, because you can do all your work on that if you were looking at things, and then take that card out, bring it to your computer, and do whatever else you have to do to it. You know what I mean? And you don't have to be working with it at the time, plugged in, and everything else. You can be looking at it all afterwards.
Oh, I look at my stones that I pick up on the river all the time. I got a piece of iron ore that I found up with Joe.
Yeah.
And this thing, it's awesome.
There's some great rocks out there out with Joseph's. Oh my God. I have a hard time going after gold because every shovelful I load in there, I'm pulling 3-4 rocks out of every shovelful and shoving them in my pockets. It's a good thing I don't fall in the water because I'd probably drown at that. But I just have probably 150 pounds on me by the time I get back to the truck.
Yeah.
Oh, but they're great colors. There's colors there at his spot that I've never seen anywhere. It's just neat. I mean, we get it here too, I guess, if you hit a spot that hasn't. But I don't know. I just feel like there was a lot of turnover there, and because of that, you were seeing stuff like that hadn't had time to fade. You know what I mean? It's still pretty new, never been moved for so long. I don't know. It's so pretty. I love it there.
He kicked my ass bad the last time we were out. We were less than 3 feet apart. He pulled out 150, 200 pieces.
Yeah.
I think I pulled out 30.
Wow. Yeah. Was it running the trap or panning?
No, we were crevicing.
Oh,
fucking
okay.
right
Yep.
next to each other.
Again, all it takes is that if one crack grabbed more than the other,
No, my crack's a little bit bigger, but his caught more.
Yeah, yep. Well, it's all on what it catches and holds. You know what I mean? If you may have a bigger crack, but if that crack's moving more water through it, you might be popping things out. The smaller crack might have grabbed it and just held on to it, He's got some great spots out there, that's for sure. I got to go out and get black sand.
Found a couple that he's never been to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's cool. I definitely got to hit some more spots out there in Vermont. I love it out there. I like half of me wants to get a sluice box permit for next year just so we can go out there with our sluice boxes and run them. I mean, I run the gold trap anyway, but I wouldn't mind having a couple.
You got to really look into getting that permit for up there because from what I'm being told from talking to some people about that, you may pay that money for that permit, but it's not a guarantee you're going to get that permit.
Yeah, I'll have to check into it. I have a few friends that do it, and they've got them for the last, couple of years, I guess, when it first started about 1.5 years ago. And they've done really well. Like they have this one sluice that sits in the middle of the river, it's called a stand, some kind of stand, and it has your regular sluice running over. You can have a rapid running right over it, but it doesn't matter what's under it. Like you don't have to have it set up on a rock. It just grabs onto the end of your sluice box and holds it out. And it's really kind of neat. And they just run their sluice right off there, and they do really well. But again, it's all in the rock you move. I've done really well with Joseph over there. I mean, the one time we did the best we ever did, I gave it all away to my friend that was over from Canada, and he was meeting Joe for the first time, and I'm like, oh man, you know what? Everything we get today, it's you, man. It's all you. And then I saw what he got towards the end of the day, and I'm like, holy! I bet he walked out of there with a gram or two easily. I mean, it was like I could not believe. Oh my goodness, I could not believe how well he did. Every shovelful I was pulling out of that side there, it was friggin' 40 specs. Every shovelful. I mean, they were tiny, but it was unreal. Best day I'd ever been there. Best day I'd ever seen over there. And Joseph's had a lot of good days over there, but it was definitely the best. I had never seen anything like that before. And that was where you and I saw each other. It wasn't much up the river from there. It was just like within however many feet. But certainly, it just depends on how it flows, man. A couple of feet difference makes all the difference.
Well, as long as you don't go having your panic attack next time we see each other again.
I always felt so bad, man. Like, I'm sure Nigel's heard me talking about it before. I always felt so bad. I don't know that anybody has ever seen me in one of those before. And I remember you specifically out of everybody else I've ever met on the river. I remembered you because after I realized I wasn't dying, I totally went, I cannot believe I just met this guy who just met Joe, and they just showed up, and he was like, you handled it really well. But I literally could not speak. I couldn't talk without like losing it. And I was like, what is going on? Something with my brain, dude, was breaking down in a big way. But I always thought to myself, I remembered Keith, and I'm like, one of these days we're going to hit the river, and he's going to go, God damn, you're not anything like that, are you? But it was just that day. I have never in my life had that happen like that, man. I thought I was dying.
Yep. It's okay.
How many copies did you get, Nigel?
With that one, I still have two more rolls, but 11 on that one. 11's been the number of the night. There's been more 11s than anything else. I have three more rolls, actually.
I just pulled out a 34 out of my jug.
Oh, nice.
There you go.
What did you just share the link to there, Nigel?
That's the scope that I got.
Okay.
And it looks like the price has gone up a little bit, but it's still a little bit cheaper than the Tomahawk. But looking at, like, it's pretty much the same. So I would like to see them side by side just to see if it's worth, the couple of dollars cheaper. But I'm thinking it's probably not,
I got to tell you, anybody.
Well, it's Christmas time. Everything's going to go higher.
What's that, Zach?
It's Christmas time. Everything's going to go higher.
Yeah.
Yeah, good point. I didn't think about that, actually.
That's true. But not just that.
I'm waiting for Black Friday and Cyber Monday.
There you go. I freak out during those times of the years, man. I don't go to any store ever during Black Friday. I have friends that live for it. And I'm like, you couldn't pay me enough. There is not enough money in the world to make me go into a store during that time.
Well, now Cyber Monday, if you're paying attention, you're going to get way more deals than Black Friday. You know? Like, I was talking with Jeremy earlier today before I tapped out and went to sleep, and I'm like, listen, dude, we need to figure out this silver thing because there's some really good deals going on, and I think I might have to just not pay some bills and get some more silver before the end of the year,
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sitting here trying to figure out what I can get rid of to pay those bills.
Same here. I'm getting ready to do a silent auction.
I'm always looking at myself, wondering what I can do to try to make up the difference. This is what I got. This is the pink sands I got. This is from about 6 pans. This is all pink. It's hard to tell because of my light, but this is all pink, Nigel's guy. And that's from about 6 pans. That's it. And then I've got a bucket and a half out there full of stuff to pan through for more pink stuff.
Oh wow!
My hands were freezing. I had to leave. At that point, I was like, "This is not fun anymore."
Oh, stop! It ain't cold out.
Oh, I know.
You East Coasters and you're
I know.
cold, something to brag about all the time. We got the best cold. Let me tell you.
We all live in areas that are ice cold, that are cold to some. And this is a whole new venture on my part, being as far north as I am.
Yeah.
Where to?
I'm like 40 minutes away from Vancouver. I'm closer to Vancouver than Seattle.
Nice.
That's
I'm
cool.
basically, I could say I'm basically 4 hours from Quebec.
Okay.
From Quebec. So you're in the,
Yeah.
what are you, central, north, central of New York?
No, but I'm in the northern east corner.
North. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. That's right. Because you're
Why
closer.
I can get to Joe and you within an hour and a half.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because like Joe, you come down over to 91, go up or whatever, and then over, or not even 91. Actually, you probably hit 103 or whatever it is. But then
I
for
buzzed right
me, I'm over in Keene, so you can hit 91 right over to like I'm only about 15 minutes off the highway.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
No,
I know.
if I go up to Joe's, I go up 7.
7. Oh, okay. Yeah.
I can't wait to make my turkey.
You can't wait till what? I'm sorry.
To make my turkey.
To make to your turkey, I bet. Sounds good, man. Sounds damn good.
The last time I cooked that bird was like, what, 4 years ago? And I went to pull the bird off the rack. I pulled the bones completely clean of the meat. My family's like, I was like, hey, I'm not moving this. They're like, why? I said, not see what I'm holding. They're like, oh, never mind.
I make
It was more tender to me.
It sounds good, man.
I've been
wanting to do a fried turkey bad.
They're not that bad, but you got a really good chance of burning your fucking house down or your neighbor's house down.
I know. That's why I want to wait. I'm going to wait until I get my own land so I can put it out in the driveway away from everything. You know what I mean? And then if something happens, but it's not. I live way
Well,
too
you know
close to your
why
house.
that happens? You know why it explodes like that?
Yeah,
Because
because
no one's thawing it enough because what it's hitting is the ice.
yeah.
Yep.
That's what's causing the explosion.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure. I've had I've thought about it a few times, but I don't know. I tend to I do all my smoking stuff. I smoke everything, man. Everything I do is smoked, and I love it.
Smoke buttons too.
We did our last ones for last year's for her brother. Gosh, if I remember correctly, I don't quote me on it. I did a video, but I'm pretty sure it was a 16-hour. I was up all night the night before, and then all day, and then into the next night in order for them to be done. And I thought to myself, there's no way this turkey's going to be juicy after 16 hours. How could it even happen? And I barely touched the outside of it, and it just like oozed.
My
It
bad.
was so good.
You know, the thing that if you don't have anything crazy going on with your turkey or anything, the main thing you just got to do is you got to flip that bird. And for some reason, we've all been taught not to put a turkey on its turkey breast. But I remember, I was 11 years old. It was the first Thanksgiving I was cooking. My mom walked in from Watertown from getting off the service, and I had the turkey in both hands, and I was flipping it over the stove, and she flipped out on me. She's like, "What are you doing? I swear to you, if you ruin our Thanksgiving dinner and your grandfather comes here and there's no turkey, you know what I'm going to have to." And she was flipping out. And I'm like, Mom, I saw a fat guy do it on the cooking channel. Let me share with you what I watched on TV. And I'll tell you what, dude, that was the last Thanksgiving that I did not cook until I left New York. Like,
That's awesome.
if you don't have any crazy technology or anything like that, just flip that bird, man. You're gonna get white meat that tastes like that is juicier than your dark meat.
I only brined it, the first time I did it, I only brined it 12 hours. Not even a full time. And that thing came clean from the carcass. I was like, all right.
Nigel.
Yeah.
So was that Dom Perdone that cooked the turkey, or was it Justin? He was the Cajun cook. They were the only two fat cooks that were on PBS.
No, it was that Mario. The one.
Tally?
Yeah. Yep.
Yep.
And I remember thinking, I'm like, I don't have any of the spices he's using, but I remember watching the juice just pour out of that turkey breast.
Yep.
And I'm like, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. And man, I'll tell you what, like my mom, I don't come from a family where they apologize very much when they know they're wrong, but she went back for seconds that night. So, and it was like you're now making, even if I'm not like on base for the holiday, even if I'm not working, you're cooking. So do what you want in the kitchen. You got this. You have our trust now.
Hey, Casey, have a great night. Thanks for stopping by, and hopefully we'll see you tomorrow at our wine and cheese or whatever we're going to call it. We're like chewing on cheese, but hey, whatever, hopefully you'll stop by, and it's always good seeing you. And I can't wait. I'm going to be opening up Casey's package again on Thanksgiving. So anybody who wants to check it out at some point on Thanksgiving, we'll be throwing out a video of opening up Casey's package. We did it already on Halloween, and it said to reopen on Thanksgiving, so we're going to do it again. So I look forward to that.
Yeah, Casey, we'll make sure we see you tomorrow. Okay, we'll go live before 6 Eastern, definitely, way before. So I have a whole box to open, and I don't think that's going to be a short task.
Right.
So I just found a 1940 S.
Nice. You've got a lot of S's in there.
Yeah, you need to put those S's to the side, man.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, you're looking at it like, oh, they're worth more in weight, and they are.
They are.
But I got to tell you, you'd be surprised what people will pay for wheat pennies. I mean, if you give them a mixed dates of wheat pennies and put them in rolls, you'd be surprised someone will pay you more than weight value on it. Because
I would right now, dude.
Yeah, I was going to say,
now.
Nigel's guy does stuff with them and puts them in other things, and so they're worth more than weight even. So I would definitely get them like categorized somewhat, just so you have an idea of, okay, these are all wheats from this year to this year, or even just these are all wheats, and you could probably sell them by the pound or sell them to whomever just because there's this many in them, and they'll buy them because they're wheats.
So it's 1940.
All right, I'm jumping off now. I got to get ready back to work.
All right,
good seeing you guys.
Thanks
Hey,
for
Zach,
stopping in,
thanks for
man. Good
stopping
seeing
by,
you.
man.
See you, Zach.
And I'm going live. I'm going live on Thanksgiving. So
Yeah, we'll catch you on Thanksgiving.
all right, guys. Talk to you later.
Later, man.
See, 1940 is marked with an S. It's a sign. It's an S. It stands for scrap.
And it can, but you know what I mean? It's you'd be surprised. Some of those, I watch so many of these wheat pennies go for sale that I'm like, I cannot believe someone just spent $5-6 on a wheat penny. It doesn't make sense to me. Like I have a hard time grasping it.
Heath, I'm looking right now at the average price of the 1940 S's, and even like in good or very good, they're like $2 a piece.
Yeah.
And then if you get one that's like shiny, I'm looking at $110, man.
Yeah.
Well, this one ain't shiny, that's for sure.
A lot of people aren't looking for shiny. They're just looking for something that's, readable.
Oh, it's totally readable.
So yeah, you're looking at way more than just a couple pennies, man.
Yeah. That's what got me starting to look through my pennies is everybody else was doing this. And I'm like, I could never sit there and do it. I could never do it. And then I'm like, I don't know. Maybe
Years looking at it.
I I remember my father showing me a book that he had of pennies. And I remember he was proud of it. You know, I was a kid. I didn't know why, or, you know, I was young. And I remember him pulling it it was at my grandmother's house, and he pulled it out of the little bookshelf that we had. And he said, always be careful with these. He's like, but this is my penny collection. And he started showing me, and I was like, they're pennies. You know, and I remember him pointing to one, and he said, the day I find this one, he said, it's worth thousands of dollars. And I'm not sure which one it was. Since then, I've talked to somebody, and they told me, I think, what it was, but I can't remember now what it was. Something S, though. It was something S. I can tell you that. And, but I think to myself, I just never saw value to any of that. I mean, I saw them at value as far as I would bring them to a Coinstar and pour a bucket. I was bartender for years, and during those years, I didn't look to see not once, never did I look to see a date. I never looked to see if I had a silver quarter. Nothing. I mean, I literally would pour these things through a Coinstar. Yep, take your 3 or 5 or whatever percent it is, and I'd walk away with a voucher for this much money and go spend it in groceries and stuff. It's just something I never learned. I wish someone would have taught me when I was young, because I think if I would have hooked onto it like I do now, I'd be oh my God, I'd be doing so much better now.
Well, got me. I won't go through the coin machines to throw them in there. I find I'll save that $2-3 and wrap them and sleeve them all myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a laundromat, so I was doing quarters and all the time, wrapping them with my grandmother. I got really good.
I was going to say, were you looking for silver even back then?
Yes.
Okay. See, that's something that, again, I spent a lot of time with my grandmother in her late part of life, and learned more about stuff then than I did my whole life, because my parents just didn't get into collecting coins at all, like when I was young. And I remember her talking about silver. And then I started seeing mercury dimes, things like that. And I thought, oh, wow, this is really neat. And then I never looked at it again until after she died. And somebody this year was like, you have a what? Oh, that's worth like a few bucks. I'm like, really? And then I got into the silver scene, started talking to people and going to different auctions and stuff. Oh, my God. From that point, I've been hooked. I just go to them just to watch, to learn. I learned so much.
Have a good night, Jonathan.
Hey, Jonathan.
Happy Thanksgiving if we don't see you tomorrow, man.
Have a great one, Jonathan, friend. Thanks for stopping by, man, as always. Heath, I don't know. You know Jonathan already, right?
I've seen him in chat a few different times.
I was going to say, yeah, definitely check out Jonathan, friend. Definitely decent dude, and he's got some awesome pay dirt as well.
I subbed to him.
Yeah.
Like a week ago or 2 weeks ago now.
Yeah. Good group of people over there. You've been hanging out with a pretty good group. I kind of like the group that I started with, I think, and I just branched out a little. And now the only thing I feel bad about is I friended so many damn people. It's hard to keep up with everybody. But other than that, I love my base people. I love the people that I started prospecting with. Joseph will always be one of my favorites. You know what I mean? Just because he and I clicked, even though we might not have seen eye to eye in every single thing. As far as when it came down to the river, he's just a wealth of information. I really enjoyed hanging out with him. We had a lot of fun, he and the dog and I, and it was just a lot of fun. And Megan, even, just a lot of good. We used to bring him goodies and snacks, and but good people.
I think I've watched more of Joseph's videos than almost anybody's on YouTube's, to be honest with you.
Joseph's?
Yeah.
Yeah.
From
He's
Green
got
Mountain Gold Trap.
Yep. He's got some great videos, man. And when we see each other, when we finally meet each other, I've got all his stuff. So
well, I keep telling myself I'm going to get one of his gold traps, and then I just simply forget, and I know that sounds like a horrible thing to say, but that's all that there is. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm going to get a gold trap. But I think what it is like where I am, there's less use for that than I got the blue bowl now and all this other super fine stuff. Like the gold trap, even if I were to get out there, I would feel like I'm not really using it to its fullest potential.
As long as you have decent flow, as long as it's a quick moving river, you'll catch that fine stuff in there. I mean, it's pretty amazing. My first time I was looking at that thing going, no way. No way. And then he showed me after cleaning that thing out. And when I was seeing the baby, tiny, itty bitty, tiny baby, freaking baby fly poop specks that thing was holding on to. Not even just in the fluid bed, not even in the spot that it sits, but just in the grate behind it. You could see all these little specks sitting there with all this water flowing over, rocks flying over this thing. But the little baby specks are all still sitting there in the thing. I absolutely was like, he's what got me into prospecting. I mean, I may have seen a lot of other people and a lot of other videos and a lot of other equipment, and I always liked all of it. But when I saw his, and I saw it up close, and I did a video, one of my first couple of videos, where it shows it up close, right on the side, as the dirt's coming into it, and as it's rolling, and then the water's pumping through, and this, you just see it with this motion, and it's all slow motion, and you can see it churning, and the light's going right out the top, and the dark's staying down, and it's like, when you see it in slow motion, your brain goes, like, it blew my mind. And at that point, I'm like, I got to meet the guy. I need him to understand, to explain it to me so I grasp this. And when he ever showed me everything about it and how to run it just the way you want to run it, God, I can't, that part alone, that part of the experience was worth more than any of the equipment I've ever gotten. You know what I mean? Because he showed me on something he put together, and he has an understanding on that I just so much further than I ever could, you know? And now I've gotten to the point where I can run that thing super slow and still collect stuff. It just takes a long time, or I can run it really fast and you still don't lose much though. I've run other sluice boxes behind that.
It's hard.
What's that?
If you're going to run it slow with very little water, it's hard.
Yeah, definitely is. It's really, especially like when we were doing it on one of our videos, we were there about 3.5 hours running just one bucket, but it was all clay. And we literally just ran that thing really, really slow because we didn't have the water pressure behind it. It was a big river, but it just wasn't moving fast enough. But we went really slow, and we still collected stuff, but it wasn't a whole lot, but it still works. You just, it's made to run fast. That thing's made to run fast and just adjust the tip a little. And that's when it's really going. The day I went with Stu Deasy was the day that thing ran better than I'd ever seen it run before in my life. I could not believe what I was seeing. It was unreal.
Nigel, I recommend trying to get one, even if you're going to play in a creek with it. If you build some head pressure, you'll have fun with that thing.
Definitely. It's worth every bit of it. It's not a cheap one, but I'll tell you right now, it is worth. They're bulletproof, man. The things they stay in my truck all the time. They don't come out of my truck.
And the price definitely isn't like a deterrent for me because I've seen it going. You know what I mean? And like, he, from just watching his videos and stuff, he strikes, like, I've never met him, but he strikes me as an extremely honest person. And so I'd rather give my money to someone who's like honest and like has worked on their product to make it what they want it to be. But like when it comes to just like, I'll have to show you guys a video of the plane that's closest to me that I have access to. It's like a trickle most of the year. There's not much at all. So I do think like,
but that's your claim. You can't go someplace other than a claim.
Well, I can, but they're just far. You know what I mean?
Oh. All you need is a river, man. You just need a river. It doesn't need to be anything crazy.
No, you can run this in a creek.
Yeah. I've got a friend of mine I was watching the other night was he's from Colorado. I didn't realize it until just the other night. Scott loves YouTube. And he had 3 buckets, and he's sitting there running just a little sluice with the VMAT, like really, really small VMAT. He was kind of like, and he's just dumping it in there. And I'm telling you right now, he was pulling gold out of there for sure. And that was just dug up right on the edge. He brought 3 buckets home and decided to go through the garage. You know what I mean? And wherever he's at, I'm not sure where he's at exactly in Colorado, but wherever he's at, he's on it. And I don't even think he realizes how much, because if he were running that sluice box, the cleanup sluice slower, and putting it in a spoonful at a time, he would definitely be picking up more gold, no question. And because with him dumping, like I'm talking like a kaboof on there, and it's going down, he's still collecting gold. And I'm thinking, man, Nigel's guy's near gold and doesn't even know it. It's right there.
Well, and like it is like there's a lot of places you can go to get it. It's just like my location in the state is dead center away from all the places. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
And like it's just like making the time. You know, like yeah, I love having fun and everything, but for me, the first fun is work.
Right.
Oh, there's the first Wheatie of the night. There we go. Let's complain a little bit and we'll get a Wheatie in 1948.
That's awesome. How many rolls?
So we had we're at 15. This is now the 16th one.
Wow.
And in the first 15, there's 143. 82 are previous, but no
Right.
Wheaties. So that's
Isn't
crazy
that
to me.
Well, I was going to say, the first day we were doing that, you were getting Wheaties every couple. It seemed like, weren't you?
Yeah, there was one day where it seemed like it was, I don't know, I think that was the day Legit and Mo Money were here, and they were just good luck charms, dude.
Yeah.
Like, it was crazy.
Yeah, definitely those guys are fun to go watch. They are, I hate to call people cute, man, but they are. They're damn cute. I don't care what anybody says. It's like watching you. It's like the same. It's like the same level of, it's nice and slow and relaxed and hangout time and stuff like that. But at the same time, between the two of them, she's just a riot. And so between the two of them going back and forth and talking and stuff, it's just, I love going there. I don't go there nearly enough, honestly.
I actually didn't know they did stuff, to be completely honest with you.
Nigel.
Yeah.
So, what's the deal with the Blue Bowl? Which did you get the spiral one that's on the black stand?
One more time.
Did you wind up getting the Blue Bowl that's on the rotisserie setup? It sits there and spins and dumps all the gold into the very center of it.
Yeah, I got that. I haven't run it yet, but I got that, and the only reason I haven't run it is because I got a 5-gallon bucket for it instead of the 3-gallon bucket. But I actually don't see any difference, in that other than just a little bit of water. So I was looking for something to put it in to where, because like right now, here I'll show you. Right now,
you have the Blue Bowl, not the spiral, right?
yeah, I've got this guy right here.
Yeah, the Blue Bowl. So he's got the regular Blue Bowl. Okay.
Yeah. See, I like that.
Yeah, that one picks up some really small stuff, man.
But if you look around it, the main reason like I haven't ran it yet is because what I've got it in is this huge tub.
Yeah.
And I was looking for something smaller, but then I realized I do have a smaller tub, so I'm just going to clean it up and give it a go here pretty soon with Jonathan Friends.
Just make sure you classify it. Classify it down really small.
Yeah, I did classify it through a kitchen strainer, like a super fine mesh kitchen strainer.
Okay, yeah.
And I am gonna, because that stuff that we were painting out the other night, it was just full of small stuff. And I'm like, I'm not even gonna try to pan this stuff down. I'm gonna just run it through. That's why I bought this bowl. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. They work. My buddy, when we go up to the WAM and go dredge and stuff, he always has his Blue Bowl, and he'll spend. He'll get back from doing dredging. He'll crack open a bunch of beers and he goes through and just spends however long classifying first. He pans the bigger stuff, but anything small, I think 30 mesh and smaller, he pans it down to pretty close to, I think it's 100 mesh, and literally runs them all separately and takes the time. He'll just sit there and pick them out one little piece at a time. But it's, man, the thing where if you got the time and you're not looking to do it in a hurry, that Blue Bowl is awesome.
Well, and I also got the because I wasn't sure, I was asking a lot of people, I'm like, what's the best the best device for fine gold? And it's like, it's really torn, it seems like, between people who are about the Black Magic mat and the Blue Bowl. So I reached out to the guys at High Plains Prospecting. I'm like, listen, can you, I don't really care about, I care about gold, but what I want to focus on more is like actually the like crushing ore and getting the heavies right before the gold so I can roast them and refine them. And they're like, well, I'll be honest, I'm not really sure, but we'll cut you a deal if you get both of them and let us know so we can let other people know. I'm like, oh, I mean, cut me a deal. Yeah, let's do this.
Yeah. Are you talking about from your crusher and or you're talking about the two cleanup things?
So like what would be better like after crushing rock for like what would clean up better the crushed rock to actually roast it and then refine it with the smelter, you know?
Yeah, so in that case, like, well, I'm going to go back to what you sent me in the beginning. One of the first boxes you ever sent me anything back in the beginning. You had sent me some hunks of ore, and then you crushed some of the ore. And that ore, like, you wouldn't be able to pan it. Like, you know, like, I put it in a pan thinking I'd be able to pan back some cool little gold stuff. I mean, it wasn't going to happen. You put it in a pan and it just turns to like clay wood. It just instantly is like poof, gone.
Right.
So you almost need to be able to dial that down. Your hand isn't gonna be able to judge that. So that blue bowl is where that's at, because where if it's powder like that, it's gonna separate it. And as long as you run it slow and it's not running up over the edge, you'll still collect that. Now the other one you're talking about, the magic, you called it, what was that? The magic.
The black magic. Here, give me a moment and I'll grab it.
That one I'm not sure what exactly that is, so that'll be interesting to see. But Joseph actually helped me build my. Well, he didn't help me build it, but he sent me home with the poop tube that was like 6 inches by whatever, or 4 inches by whatever it was, and I brought that home and stuck it in a sluice. Well, my buddy built a sluice box and set in, and that's what I get everything in. All my cleanup stuff is done in that when I pan everything. But if I'm going to run a lot of stuff, it's going to go for that. It holds everything, man. Huh?
I want to get one of the spiral ones that breaks down and you can put it in that black tote box that you can tote around with you.
Are you talking about the one that?
Yeah.
Are you talking about the one that spins?
Yeah, the blue spiral spinning one.
Yeah, and it brings up the gold and everything else sits down.
Yeah.
Like, that thing. Again, it's like the blue bowl in the aspect it doesn't take as long as the blue bowl, but it
No, but you can dial that bad boy right down to go like.
I was gonna say, as long as you take the time to learn it, and it's like that with every single piece of equipment. I don't care if you're dealing with a piece of paper on the river. If you're dealing with that piece of paper long enough, you're gonna figure out how to make it hit gold. And that right there, I've seen those work really well. Definitely seen those things work really well. My buddy Jeff there, the one who has the blue bowl, went from the spiral wheel to the blue bowl. But only because up north has such small gold where he's at that the blue bowl made a lot of sense for him. But that spiral wheel, I could just stare at that all day. Oh, I could just watch that all day. Everything just roll down the things, except you see every now and again you see one going up. Oh.
I'm actually thinking about asking a friend of mine that's got a 3D printer to make a small one.
Yep, like just a small version of it.
Yep.
That'd be cool. Right at battery operated at the side of the river with a spoonful. Yep. Oh man, that would be cool. You could literally battery operate that thing with not much power at all. Wouldn't take much in a small little device.
12-volt motorcycle back.
Yeah, that would do it. Yep. You could even, if you wanted to, change it from a motorcycle one to a marine, the little marine ones that are made to last forever, gels or whatever, But lightweight.
I've got a 5-hour battery too for my drill.
Oh, yep. There you go. That's what I think. I can't. I've got some equipment this year that I didn't even get to put it out this year. I can't wait till next year. Next year is going to be a whole new beast. I'm telling you right now. I'm going to the river every day. I don't care what it takes.
I spent most of my summer on my dirt bike or doing trail magic out of the back of my pickup for the AT.
Oh wow! When you say trail magic, what do you mean?
Giving them drinks and snacks and shit to help them on their way.
Oh, neat. Cool.
Yep.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad summer, that's for sure.
That's good.
Nigel, if you have watched a lot of Joe's videos, I'm on a few of Joe's videos.
Yep.
Are you?
Yep.
Yeah, the end of the summer, right? It was like towards
Yeah.
July or August or something.
Yeah. Well, I'm actually on his videos from last year and this year.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have to go back and take a look, not to sound like a creepy person, though.
No, that's
Oh, go back to the very first time that me and Jeremy met. You'll love that video. You could see the awkwardness in him.
I don't even remember, man. It was on film.
Yes.
So I'm filmed having a breakdown.
Well, kind of.
Well, kind of. You know,
It's like one of the worst days of my life, man. I swear to God. And it wasn't the worst day of my life. My brain thought it was, though. Holy crap. I'll have to go back and watch that. I don't remember seeing that video. No wonder I've lost friends this summer. No. Luckily, everybody I've met has been out and met me as me. I felt bad that day. Man, I felt bad that day. I'm telling you, it was like, hey, man, it's good to meet you. I can look back and laugh now, but it was dumb, man. Nigel, I'm telling you right now, if you had met me that day, you would never have ever talked. You would have just been like, I'm lucky he's here right now, okay?
See,
Yeah.
that shit don't bother me, though. I told you that, and I've told you that
You
again
did.
and again and again.
No, you did. That day, I remember that. You were like, yeah, I remember that. Yeah. No. I'm going to see that. That would be hilarious. It would, dude, I'm telling you, it really wasn't hilarious, but I was... There's something that snapped in my brain, man. My whole life was changing right at that moment. And something snapped in my brain, and I spent the night in Vermont. The first day I was with Joseph, it was great. The day before that, shit, we were out in the river having I mean, it was like nothing was wrong at all. Everything was great. And then
you can't sing.
yeah, dude, that's what it was like. It was like I went to this hotel room to spend the night, and just wait till the next morning when I was going to go prospecting all day. I couldn't wait. I get to the hotel room, and you might as well, I don't even know how to explain it, man. It was like something evil came down and was parked on top of my head all night. It just would not leave me alone. And it went all night like that. By the next day, half of it was being, I don't know what happened. I went to the river with all my stuff. I had all my gear, everything. I get down there, put it down. I sat down on a log, and I'm like, I can't do it. I just can't even do it. It was the weirdest thing, man. And then ended up in the hospital for 3 days. 2.5 days, sorry. Yeah, it was
Good time.
not an experience I want to go through again, that's for sure. But I'll have to go back and watch the videos and see what I missed. Because I feel like a schmuck now, totally.
Good time.
Yeah, good times. I'm just glad you know what? We'll hang out next year or whatever, and you're going to be like, okay, cool, we're good. It's not like a... I don't plan on ever being mentally broken again. So what are we looking at there, Nigel? Quick, fast, before he thinks of anything else embarrassing. No.
This is the mini Black Magic one, and it's got its. I saw this, this seems to be pretty big down in Australia for when they're getting their stuff, and so it rinses down here, and you just scoop it over to the side.
Oh, okay. So it's like a Miller table almost.
Yeah, yup. And this one's the smaller one because the bigger one was easily 3 times the amount, and I just didn't have room for the bigger one. I wanted to be able to run both of them side by side, which is why I have this giant Tupperware thing.
Yep.
You can fit 2 5-gallon buckets in there, and I had planned on spending the day to just compare which one is easier, which one is
Well, I can tell you the Blue Bowl is almost a set it and forget it. Once you get it dialed in and you put a few scoops in there, it's going to be doing its thing for 20, 30 minutes. It's just going to be spinning around, and every now and again you can go in and maybe move a couple things around, but it's doing its job. The other one is more of you're going to have a brush with you and brushing it off to the side. It's while the Blue Bowl's running, it gives you a chance to sit there and throw a few spoons on there and be more involved with it. That's more of an involved one, but a lot of people prefer that. They like to be able to push their sands back and forth and pull those little bits aside, It's fun. Yeah. I've only seen it. I've never actually used one, but I've watched other people do it, and I thought, man, I could see how relaxing that might be, just sitting there with a thing of dirt and just slowly putting it on. But I can tell you, both those devices, you want really small classification. You don't want big stuff in either one of those. I mean, like at all. You don't want pebbles. Pebbles aren't going to go well on any one of those, I don't think.
Well, and because I never actually did get a smaller classifier. I got like the first 3 average sizes.
Yeah.
And then I got, because I was just like, you know what, dude, there's got to be a cheaper way, you know. And I'm one of the cheapest people you're ever going to meet.
Yeah, but there's great sites out there for those classifiers. You can pick your top 4.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like you can pick 100 mesh, 70 mesh, 50 mesh, 30 mesh, and then you'll have it all classified, and they all stack. So you can get small ones that fit just over a little. I mean, you don't have to get them big. I made the mistake of getting big Garrett ones that sit on top of a 5-gallon bucket, and I thought, how cool is this? Now I can classify 700 fucking gallons at once.
Straight up, all you got to do is go to the dollar store and get one of those. This is a pan protector.
Yep.
The grease doesn't splatter out, and that's like, I would say this is close to a 60 or even better mesh classifier.
I bet you're right. I bet that's at least 50 or 60.
Oh yeah, I've used one of those.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so if you're like me and you're in it for the fun of it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's a good deal smaller than a kitchen strainer.
Yeah.
But it's like $2. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. It's yeah. Anything that goes through that'll work great with both of those. Anything that goes, actually, even kitchen strainer. Anything going through a kitchen strainer is going to probably work okay with the Blue Bowl too.
That's what I was thinking, and I was actually thinking about making a how do you say? What was I going to say? Like making like a dollar store panning kit to sell to beginners, just so they don't have to, because like the equipment, it's not. I mean.
You can for $14
pricey. Yeah, seriously.
For
it's not
$14
pricey for the real stuff. But if you're just trying to we've had people come on here and be like, "Oh, I just want to try this."
Yeah.
Well, don't go and spend $40 just to try something. That's crazy to me.
I mean, you can get a panning kit for $14 from Garrett that has the tweezers, the magnifying glass, the pan, the classifier, 1/2-inch classifier, which kind of sucks, but it takes off the big rocks. And even, there's something else I'm missing. There's something, has the snuffer bottle and something else all for like $14. And like Megan and I got a starter kit for somebody else when we did the pay dirt bag for the walk for 10 Alzheimer's. We added a panning kit with it. I think that cost us $11. I mean, so it's really not that expensive, to start it, but before you go reinventing the wheel, I'm saying, it's pretty cheap to go out and pick up just a
Listen, that's all I do, Jeremy, is reinvent the wheel.
I know you do. It's awesome. That's what I love about you, though. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. I don't know, man. I don't know. I discover things at different rates, and the way you and I both overthink, but in different ways. So I feel like where you're double thinking on this end, and I'm still doing this, all of a sudden it's going to come back around, and we'll both go, oh.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Garrett one right now on Amazon, and it is better than what I could do from the dollar store stuff.
That's what I mean. It's really, but as far as classification though, people getting it's good to mention that stuff, because now I've seen a lot of channels talking about it. But when I first started, no one said, "Oh, you can use a kitchen strainer," and a blah blah blah. They went, "Garrett, man, get Garrett," and blah blah blah. Garrett's probably, I love my Garrett. Don't get me wrong, but I have other pans that I prefer. I love my S-Wing, the small S-Wing. I'd use that all day over any of them.
Well,
I got it from Megan.
I don't think I have a Garrett pan. All my pans that you see, I got all those in this survivalist backpack. There was this whole kit that came with it, and the reason I got it was because it had a backpack that could carry all your classifiers, all your pans, and all that stuff in it, and it came with pans and classifiers. So I'm like, dang, man, this is a really great deal, you know what I mean? But and I really, I'm not the guy who's gonna worry about the name brand of something. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, some things are worth buying the brand, but I get my Fruity Pebbles in those giant bags at the store for a third of the price of a box of Fruity Pebbles. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
Fruit rings.
Yeah.
Yes. I think they're called. I got not Fruity Pebbles. I got the fruit stones or something. You know what I mean?
Krispies or something. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Fruit
to me,
cobble.
Yeah, they're way better.
Hey,
than
we may be onto something here, guys. We could make cereal for miners, man. Fruity cobbles,
we'll have to infuse a little bit of protein and stuff in it, so it's actually
Bitchin'
gives you
bedrock
some.
chunks.
Huh? So it gives you more than sugar, but I think
I'll have to have you up on the land.
Just reinvent the wheel a million times over for people like us, for that small group of community that actually is out there digging holes for dollars.
Right. I'll have to have you out on the land, Heath, this next year, because especially like spring, because the water flows wicked fast in the spring, and that's about the only time. I tried to get Joseph up since the day I knew him. I've been like, man, come on over to my place, anytime, blah, 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 blah. We don't have a house on there or anything. It's just vacant land, but it's all gated, so no one can come in and bug you. And, what's that?
He ain't gonna travel.
I know.
I tried getting him to go half an hour, maybe 40 minutes south of his fucking house, and he won't even do it.
Yeah, no, I know. He just has this thing he doesn't like to do. I know he doesn't like to travel. I know he went up to help his mom there last year and stuff, but that was like a huge trip for him as far as distance almost, I feel like, But I think he's been out to California and stuff, so I don't know. I think he traveled before, but I don't think he travels much now. He's just kind of not a homebody. He's always on the river, but he's a where he's at body.
I picked up 5 miles of a creek.
Yeah.
That he won't come and hang out on with me.
Oh, man. See, that's what I'm saying. I was like, man, I don't know what I'm looking for. I asked him and Wayne. I said, listen, if you come out, I can tell you this. This is what it looks like. I think my grandfather was out here digging because I'm looking at tailings piles. Now that I'm realizing I'm looking at this shelf that goes across this whole hill, and there's 9-foot dig things all the way down this entire line, and then it drops down about 6 to 10 feet and does it again. And I'm like, wait a minute, somebody was digging in here, you know what I mean? And then when I started looking, he's like, oh yeah, that's definitely this and definitely that, blah blah blah, bring me a sample. And I'm like, well, come check it out. And he wanted whatever for gas, and I just didn't have the money, and I was like, I can't do it. And I asked Joseph. I told Joseph I'd go pick him up and bring him there, and then bring him home. You know what I mean? And he was like, oh yeah, one of these times. He just never has. But I love the guy to death. Don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining. But I'd love to have somebody out, just somebody that had any idea. Half of it is I can only do so much physical work myself. I'd love to get a tractor out there and we'll, dig a little hole, whatever. But this year in the spring, I'm going to hit the dredge to it. I'm telling you, I think that with the water moving that fast, if I just try to do it, I'll get a fire going. So I'll try to stay warm, and do it up. I'm hoping in the winter, maybe building a heater for the dredge. I just need to, I see how everybody does it. It's not a hard job. It's a matter of I don't have the welder and stuff right now. So, but I want to be in that. I want to go get it, man. I'm telling you. And I told him it's not about me finding stuff and needing it all. If somebody came on there and proved me right that something's out there, that's huge for me. That means that all the mystery of my grandfather and all those years is solved, done. I feel good about it. At that point, come hang out, And
you gotta go find that out for yourself.
Yeah, and and I've been working on it, but it's something that I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. There's definitely stuff going on over there. It's a matter of just tracking it down.
Nigel, how big is your grinder, your jaw crusher?
It's pretty big. I have it now sitting on a Husky tool belt. Tool cabinet. Let me see if I can pull up which one it is. It was an investment, that's for sure.
So have you watched Vogus?
Yep.
Nigel?
Yeah.
You've seen that he with the implement that he calls his Dolly Pop.
Oh, the blue one?
Well, no, it's a big piece of tubing that he crushes rocks in.
So I have one like that, but I also since then I've gotten a gas powered one.
No, so this one's all human powered. It's just this big metal rod that he's slamming down on top of the rocks in this metal tube. So,
Okay.
me being the fabricator in whatever I am, I made one for myself. And I showed Joseph it. And then I made one for him.
Yep.
And just kind of waiting on him to actually reveal it on one of these videos at some point in time, crushing some stones. So we'll see how it all goes. But the one I made, it's pretty beastly. It's a good tool. I can crush probably a 4-inch round rock in it.
Wow.
Here, hold on. Let me go grab my manual powered one, and I'll see if because they're expensive, dude. So if you can make them, you can probably make yourself some good money without having to. Let me go grab the one that I have.
The shipping is what would kill you because of the weight. You know, the shipping. But if someone else is willing to pay for the shipping, you know, I've seen the plans on how to make those. I got rid of my MIG welder for prospecting stuff, and that was kind of a dumb move. But you know, I do have a oxyacetylene, so I probably could fabricate something once I get that back from storage. But
I just happened to be able to come across a section of well casing because the place that I plow snow for during the winter, they happen to own a big section of metal.
Yep.
And I do such a fine job plowing there, making sure all the employees are happy, including the owner.
Yep.
And I happened to ask the employee one day, I said, "Hey, what do you got hanging around for a piece of 4-inch round pipe and scrap?" He goes, "Well, how long do you want it?" I said, "I only want a scrap piece." He goes, "You want like 2 foot?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure. Why not?" So fucking 3 minutes later, I'm buzzing back and forth with my payloader, and there he comes with this pipe that was freshly cut off. Woohoo! Thank you. So I cut it in half, and I made Joe's one and my one.
There you go.
You're
That's
talking about
pretty
something like this, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay, so I really, I'm going to go back to, you know, think about, let me see if I can find where like, because I know I got mine at High Plains Prospect. I'm pretty sure it was like close to $80.
For that blue one?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, they're not cheap. It's crazy. I wonder if that's like, I don't know. It's not a hard thing to build, but it's just
No, it's not. Yeah, these are $80 going like nonstop, and I'm
Isn't
pretty
that
sure
crazy?
if you were
I
to be
need
able
one of
to
those.
finagle it, you could get yourself, you could find a flat rate shipping box.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
So if
How
you
long-
can, if you
how
can
long
make
is
it
that?
for less than $50, you've got yourself a $20 profit.
Yep.
That's true. Yep. That's true.
Huh.
Yeah, I always see rocks up around here. Like when I go to the White Mountain National Forest, it's kind of like Joseph's, where there's just rocks there that there aren't rocks the same around me. There's some cool ones, but they're not the same. And we've got such big iron deposits and stuff around here. I thought it's funny. It's not like Black Sands iron deposits. I mean, maybe down lower, but it's just like decomposing stuff.
Right.
Like there's just so much of it. And I feel like, man, if I could get my hands on some of that, smash it down, and then see what's inside it, I would put my mind at rest that I'm either not looking at anything or I've been stepping on top of stuff for a long time, one or the other.
Depends on how much has already leached out of it, though, is the problem.
Right. And I'm not finding where I'm at down in southern New Hampshire, man. It's not like I find a few flakes here and there. I'm not finding very much down here. Most of my stuff has been found up north and in Vermont, really, honestly. Just because I feel like every stream in Vermont has some. It's just depending, A lot of it that I've found over there was black sands that I wasn't even really finding gold yet. But then after I started putting it in pay dirt bags and other things, I'm looking at it going, man, I swear. And I'd pan it and I'm not seeing it, But after really taking some time and looking, I was definitely losing small gold that I just wasn't seeing very well.
Yep.
for
So
sure.
that I found over in Vermont too with silver.
See, that's the other thing. I've never found, well, I shouldn't say I've never found, I've never kept because I didn't know what I was looking for, raw silver. I'd love to find raw silver. I cannot even begin to tell you. You ever see that guy, Greg Me Miner. Oh, the guy's out of Canada, and he finds silver. Like he'll slice it. He'll find these chunks. He's doing it with his detector, and he'll find this chunk of rock and slice it, and you can see the vein just run. Oh my God, the silver he comes up with is just gorgeous. Cobalt. He finds it in cobalt fields, I think, or something. It's crazy. Ooh, what you got there?
I'm gonna start going through some dimes because I'm not gonna end this stream when we're all having a good time.
So what are you looking for in the dimes?
I'm looking for pre-45 mercury and anything that like I'm now knowing what to look for with the torch error. It's like a line that goes from the top of the torch to the top of the dime almost.
Let me take my jug back out.
Now, the other one you want to watch for too is after Mercury dime. There was a few Kennedys, I think, right, that were still silver.
Yeah. Yup.
You want to definitely watch for those too.
There's so few, and where I'm at, it just is like 2000s. So it's really easy for me to go through the dimes because there's only 2000.
Yeah.
Hey, Rocky Mountain Life Prospecting. Yeah, so if like Rocky Mountain just said, if you can make it, you can save yourself a good bit of money. And if you're in an area where there's people crushing rock, man, I would highly suggest to make a few of those and just put them on the back burner,
Right. Definitely, yeah. If you can hand make stuff, you've got money sitting there. Just as long as, and a lot of it, like you said, you pulled it out of scrap. You make something beautiful out of it, paint it up, and it just became brand new. Again, that's the cool part.
I mean, I'd buy it not painted. You know what I mean? Like the only reason mine was painted was because it was, you're gonna get it one way or the other painted. So it's like.
Well, I mean, when they sell it from a store, they're usually just going to make it look new. You know what I mean? But what they're using probably isn't brand new stock. It's probably, but
yeah,
good for them.
I definitely did not paint.
Yeah, I mean, paint. What is the point in painting something you're just going to use to crush rocks? You know what I mean?
True.
Yeah,
True.
You're going to smash it. It's going to tip over. The paint's going to chip on it.
Yeah. It's like, when I first got the dredge there, I'm like, okay, well, I could paint this grade up, make it nice. And I'm thinking that lasted about 10 seconds in my head. And I'm going, there's going to be rocks flowing over this thing nonstop. I'm like, what's the point of doing that,
Right.
I can't wait to get that thing right there, man. The being underwater. Like I see Joseph go under with his little handmade, his breathing system there, and I think to myself, mine's going to do the same thing, except suck up dirt next to me, but same idea. It's the same kind of. Mine's like just a one lunger, I think, motor. It's just a T80 pump that just sits on the outside and just pushes air.
What's the size of that hole he's got dug right now?
What's that?
You should see the size of the hole he has dug right now with that thing.
With what?
Fucking hookah thing you made.
Oh yeah.
The hole is probably 8 or 10 feet deep now.
No kidding. Over where he was before, where we met.
Yes.
No kidding. He must be hitting it hard then. He must be doing really well over there. Because, I mean, it's only going to go down.
He hasn't been using it.
Oh, man.
At the time when he stopped using it, that's what he got it down to.
Yeah. Wow. That's crazy. Yep. You know what I wanted to try there? And I almost had him talked into it, but I don't know that it's legal enough for him. But was gravity sluice. No motors, no nothing, just a 50, 60-foot hunk of 2-inch. I have a bunch of 2-inch hose for my 3-inch hose for my other dredge. And I thought, to run that, where the waterfall comes down? There's like a waterfall, and there's that big rock.
Yep.
So right there, you wouldn't need a hundred thing of feet of. You could just suck everything up over that waterfall on the top part of that where everybody swims anyway. They're just swimming. I'm thinking, man, that would just go whoosh, right across, then run it right over the gold trap. I don't know that the gold trap would keep up with it completely, but you could run a couple in a row maybe, and I'm sure that would.
He already tried it there.
Yeah, but he say he used like a half-inch hose.
Right.
It's just not enough pressure. You can't get enough flow through a half-inch hose. That's why.
No.
You need like a 2-inch minimum, I think, in order to get enough flow to really suck anything up.
Yeah, and not a flexible one either.
Right. Well, I mean, if you're using dredge hose, it works. You know what I mean? If you're using regular dredge hose just connected to each other, instead of running to a dredge, you're just running it across. I've done it at other places. It worked pretty well. I just couldn't do it there because in the law there, it says no mechanical, no motors or anything, but also no mechanical something or other. And they consider what they consider as mechanical. I think he was concerned with that. And so he didn't do it. But, you know, I think when Steve was hanging out, we came close one time. Like, I was ready to bring everything but I think he was worried I'm going to pull up with my truck with all this dredge hose. You know what I mean? And I think to him that was enough to go, I don't know, that's good, we're good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
I do.
I'd love to, because, you know, I love dredging the way it is, but to be able to do it with no motor, oh my God, the sound of that must be just amazing. Just the tinkling of rocks through it'd be like being underwater without being underwater. But so many sections of his place, I just want to be underwater so bad. Anything? Did you get anything in those dimes there? That was a quick dime roll.
Yeah, no, I a couple of 60s, but I only put them aside so I could look them up again. And like I said, man,
1960s?
Yeah, 1960s, and I don't think there's really anything to them, but I just can't remember all the dates. You know,
60s. If it's before 64, it should be silver.
Is it?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Hold on. Where's my book? I can go get my book if you want.
They'll feel different when you're holding them in. When you put them in with other chains, they sound different.
See, with the dimes, I thought it was before 45.
So out of all those pennies that I looked at, I got 16 of them that are wheats and 11 that are not.
But they're pre-82?
Yep.
See, and that's what matters, man, because you just got paid for hanging out.
Yeah. Yep, and now I'll sweep them into my hand and put them back in my jar.
No, put them in another jar.
All right. I don't think I have a jar clean to be able to put.
Did you already look it up by the time I got the book, or?
I did not. No.
Okay.
All
right. Hold on.
I just
This book that I'm getting, man, this thing is so convenient. Dimes. Okay.
He didn't like the fact that I was going to take all this time to pull these pennies apart and then just throw them right back in the jug.
No, I am judging you for that.
Okay. Oh, wow. So 1960 actually has some things to look for. Okay, so it says clad coinage, 1965 to date. So let me just check. Silver coinage. Yep, right here. 1946 to 1964, man. So anything pre-64 is silver automatically, but then even then you have proof ones after that. But in 1960, you have, hold on, you have a 19, what mint are they?
So that's another thing is I think they're gonna be all D, but they're pretty hard to see, to be honest with you. Yeah, both of these are D.
The D's are 200 million printed, but the 1960 without a mint mark, and if it has a double die obverse, is worth $150.
That's crazy.
Yeah. But they're silver either way. So I'm
Right.
not seeing a price. What's my price on that without it being anything else? You said D probably. This does. It's funny on the D. Oh no, wait, D right there. So I'm looking at an MS63. So if it's in pretty, let's call it pretty good shape, it's worth $3.
And see, that to me is worth looking at. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But I did, so Zach also brought up, he's like 64 and older, and 46 or 64 to 46 are Rosie, and 46 and older are Merc. Now, I was only looking for 45. Like until tonight. Now I will be changing the way I look at dimes. But until tonight, I was looking for 45 and free.
So all those nights you did dimes and stuff, you weren't looking for anything pre-64?
Nope.
Oh, see, so did you already bring them back yet?
Oh yeah. I actually brought like, what was it, $200 worth of dimes to the store and gave her that in exchange for money. Just
And
the
then
other day.
he probably brought back 20 friggin' silver dimes.
And this is why everything is like live, and I'm like, listen, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna front. I'm learning so much every single time I talk to you guys. So thank you so much. But also, damn.
Hey. That's cool though. I'm glad I haven't opened up a roll of anything and found 2 silver dimes yet. So that you're doing pretty good for that. Then I'd go back through every dime you've ever looked at if you could.
Well, they're all gone now.
Well, the next roll you'll be all set. I'd go back and buy some more rolls from wherever you just got them from. If you're getting if you can average 1 or 2 silver dimes a roll, you're doing pretty damn well.
Right? Yeah. No. Damn.
Yeah, Rocky Mountain. It's in Vermont. They're really strict about how they can search for gold. As far as you can sluice, I guess, if you have a permit, but even that, like he said, is kind of questionable at best. And in New Hampshire, you can do it all, and the only thing you have to have is a permit to pan in the White Mountains. Other than that, you have to have a dredge permit if you're going to be using anything with a 5 horsepower. It's either 5 or 5.5 horsepower and lower, and a 4-inch hose, nothing more than the 4-inch nozzle. But yeah, same with New York. New York, it's okay to do it too, right? It's just you just can't claim it.
I've never really looked into any of the rules and regulations, what you can do here. But yeah, you're under King's law. You have to give it back to the state. And I refuse to mention anything about finding gold in New York.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't either.
There is none.
No, I hear you. It's funny because when I was at my buddy's, I went to his place where he lived, and he was like, "I just want you to come up and bring the dredge." I didn't have the good one then. He's like, "I just want you to come up and I'm telling you, I feel like there's something here, and I just want some confirmation." And so we get up there, we didn't find anything at all. No. But it was, I was really surprised, honestly. It was small, tiny, but it was a lot of it. And I thought, wow, we were all joking about how we found paint chips and this and that, but we didn't do a video on it. There was no video, you know what I mean? Because we didn't find a lot. First of all, it was just testing a spot. It's up to him what he does with it after that. I was just trying to help him locate it.
Again, there's no gold in New York.
Yeah, there's a bunch of friends out there that do it out there, but yeah, you'd hear the same thing from every single one of them. Nope, never found a thing.
I think that's why I never actually looked into it, because I was always told growing up, like, there's no gold in New York. There's no gold in New York. And it blew my mind, because I'm like,
there's a lot of these guys, tons of it.
There's got to be gold in New York. Yeah. And I didn't think about King's Law, to be honest with you, which is like,
why
is that? Something nice, give it back to the state.
Yeah, what can someone answer that for me? What I mean, I understand what it is, but what I'm saying is why does that state have it, and 3 other states next to it, or 4, however many states next to it don't have it? I guess I don't understand what gives them the right to claim that land more than New Hampshire or Vermont or Mass, or I don't understand that. I don't get why.
New Yorkers are assholes.
Yeah, no, they'll tax you. And
What are we
take
looking at?
anything that
Are
they
we looking
can.
at bud?
Yes.
I was gonna say that looks like THC crystals right there. If I had to put money on it.
Are you looking at bud?
Yes. Yes, I
Well,
am.
But as Rocky Mountain will testify, there's so many rules out here to so many other things. Like, yeah, there's less rules for gold, but let's say you go to a certain area and you're metal detecting, you can only dig so far deep. You can only you can't dig in certain areas. You know, like his last video where he was looking at where he was metal detecting, he made sure to post to pin a comment. Make sure you look at your laws of where you are because they vary. And out here, that was one of the main things I wanted to get into. I really wanted to get into metal detecting out here. That was one of the main reasons I moved. Yeah, or only use a probe. Yeah, see, there's no matter where you go, there's going to be someone putting a rule on you for what you want to do. So you kind of have to either break some rules and not talk about it, or just find a different place to live. You know what I mean? Like, I'll never live back in New York because I can't drive in that state. So
Bullshit.
Yeah,
what do you mean?
I personally think you should come back.
yeah, I was gonna say I think I don't know about New York. I was thinking it gets a little more east of that. Maybe like New Hampshire, maybe, or New Hampshire's a really nice state. You know, I'm pretty sure they'll let you drive. I don't know. I don't know if they will. You'd have to look at the laws.
There's only 6 states that I can't drive. I won't be able to get my driver's license in New York because of the Lepsy. You know, they actually, when I moved to Colorado and went to get my driver's license, they had a ban on me they had put a national ban on me based off medical reasons. So I had to actually get a letter from New York releasing the ban on my driving privileges so I could get my driver's license in Colorado. And I'm just like, I hate that state. I'm not going back to that state. You know, it's garbage. You know, I mean, I love where I'm from, but there's so many rules that, to me, and I'm not someone who's over here like, these are your freedoms, da 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 da. But dang, man, dang.
Yeah, there is a lot of rules, it seems like.
It's awesome here in New York.
How does that work in New York? Like, I have buddies that dredge. I mean, I know they're out on rivers dredging out there. I mean, they're well known for doing it, but I don't know if there's a law. Is it under a certain amount that they don't worry about, or is it over a certain amount that at that point you have to claim? Is there? Can you recreationally do it and walk out with a certain amount of specs and be okay with it as long as it's under a certain amount, maybe? Or I don't know the laws at all really for New York, but
I've never looked into it because I always know that it was you had to return whatever you found to the state. So it's non-talked about here as far as I go anyway.
Yeah.
Stay there, you fuck. Stay there.
They're probably dredging for black sands. You know, they're probably like, oh, well, if we get some specks of gold, we didn't mean to. You know what I mean?
Well,
yeah.
My buddy said he's talked to people. He said when he came out of the water, it was a state. God, I don't know what you guys call them there. Like here, we call them warden officers or whatever in the state forest or whatever. But whatever it was out there checking what they were doing. He was fine. He wasn't in trouble for doing anything, and they never said anything. When he said when they asked him what he was doing, he said he was testing. Basically, he was testing. I'm testing spots to see where different minerals are and blah blah blah. And there was no question about it. The guy went off and did his thing, walked away. He said he was a little paranoid leaving, but after that, there was no issues or anything. But again, I think it just depends on who you run into. It's the same as the White Mountain National Forest. Some people, God, I panned there all year. I didn't even know about the permit until after people started saying it. And I talked to a guy, he had no problem with it. Next time you have some time, make sure you go in and grab your permit, blah, 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 have fun. You look like you're having a good time with your dog. It just depends. Then there's other guys that would have sat there with their hand on their gun, because I'm holding a pan. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it just depends, I think, on who you meet out there, I don't know. I just know that, I don't know. I'm going to hit it hard next year, and I hope nobody ever says shit because I go there totally, completely legal and ready to take home whatever I pull out. So, if you come out with me dredging, I plan on, we're going to bring home, we can advertise it. I don't even care. Doesn't matter. I'm not going to advertise where necessarily, but I got no problem saying we got it from New Hampshire. Oh, nice. Nice. Now, this is actually, it's dark, right? So that's like, was that in like, that hasn't been cleaned or anything, right?
No, came from that one actually came from where you had your panic attack.
Okay, yeah. So I was trying to tell Nigel's guy, because he had sent some that was a couple of different colors almost, like it had like darkness to it and stuff, and he was a little nervous about it at first. And I said to him, when we go out and get it in the river, yeah, there's some that's really bright yellow, but there's probably just as much that's off color, and it's just been under so much for so long it's stained, But my first year, I think I threw away anything that wasn't bright yellow. I can't tell you my first year how much I lost, man. I think back now and I'm like, I went from thinking I was rich the first time I found pyrite to and mica to then, throwing away more than I ever kept, just because I just wasn't paying attention. I was looking for one thing.
So you're saying reality set in.
Huh?
So you're saying reality set in.
Yeah, well, again, it was people like Joseph and people, anybody who I've ever learned anything from on the river. I've been very lucky to speak to a lot of people, older guys, guys that respected me enough that knew I wasn't going to go out and talk about locations, or you know what I mean. So I got info as far as they would teach me while I was there, and it's what got me into it with some of these old guys. And man, just their info made me think of my grandfather, and then in turn I just got into it, and then it just went from there. But yeah, my first year was sketchy, man. I look at how much I was nuts. I threw away way more than I ever kept the first year, no question about it.
So I found this a week ago down by my mailbox.
I'm looking to see what it is. Hold on. What is that?
Was that ring you were telling me about?
Yep.
Oh, okay. I wasn't seeing what. I'm like, what the hell shape is that? Oh, wow.
All the gold around the outside holding the gem in.
No kidding. What's the gem?
It's this purple looking bastard.
Amethyst, maybe? Or oh no, that's darker than that. That's oh, Nigel, you'd know this. It's that it's like a dark purple.
It's a light purple.
That's a light purple? Huh. It looks like almost like amethyst or almost like an aquamarine, but aquamarine's like blue, isn't it?
Is it that the gem we get a lot from here, that rhodonite?
That's what I was asking you, because I remember we were talking about it was purple. I remember, but it wasn't like shiny like that. It wasn't see-through. The one I saw. That's why I thought it was like opaque, almost like kind of like not quite see-through. That's why I thought it was darker but I think it was just because of I have a small screen I was staring at there.
Here, I'm gonna try to reset.
You all have a good seeing your Rocky Mountain Life Prospect, and thank you for coming by and hanging out. We're just chilling out, and we appreciate your coming by for sure. Mercury can coat it as well and dull it. That's true. I mean, Mercury can make it look like little silver chunks, even like to that extent,
You can actually
yes, I'm seeing the cut now. Okay. What do they call that? The facet or whatever? I feel like I'm looking at the facet now. Yeah. I can see it before.
Okay, so all of this that's right there in between this gold and the stone, that's all dirt that I got to clean out of it yet.
Wow.
Yeah. So this
it's really pretty
welded together.
Just sitting by your mailbox, you said?
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
It looks old.
Oh, it is.
Like it looks old school. Like the way they do stuff now, and then the way they put rings together, that looks like old school.
Yep. So all of these around that I have to take and get cleaned up. Where's my all of this shit in here, I got to get cleaned up.
Yeah.
All dirt, crack right there. All dirt.
Huh. It'll be really interesting when you get that done. Are you going to bring it to like a jeweler and see what that stone is and what it's worth and stuff? Or
You know, in all reality, I know a silversmith that lives fucking 2 minutes down the road from me,
yeah,
and I'm gonna bring it to him and have him look at it for me.
there you go.
Sorry on it.
Because you said there were no actual mint marks or anything, right? Like no markings of what it was.
I don't know if he heard you.
Oh, yeah. You said there was no like actual seals or marks in there that you could see.
There's nothing. There's no maker's mark. No nothing.
Huh. Sometimes that makes it even older though.
Right.
The couple that I've got that my mom has, they're actually at my sister's, but there were a couple of them, like, you know, they were kind of dulled out, and I thought it was just costume jewelry at first. And then I was looking at it, and I found like a piece of a mark on there, but it's so old that I'm sure it was worn for just years and years and years until the wear mark is gone. But it was there's like no mark left to it, hardly at all. And I was talking to someone. They said it's a black stone. It's onyx. Is that right?
Yep.
It's onyx black. And so they were saying that, and then they were saying that it looks like it would have been an older gold ring, and that it was probably, I forget what carat they said, but either way, that one and another one are going towards towards our wedding ring. Well, we don't have them yet, but when they do, I think my mom basically said as long as they weren't like, you know, something passed down from, French ancestry or something like that. If it wasn't that, then it was, then it can go as part of that when we melt those, hopefully. Any luck with any other ones there?
No, I found the 1988D, so I was like, oh yeah, 1988, but no, it had a mint mark.
Was an 88 worth something?
Yeah, that's what Zach was saying. He was saying look for a 1988 with no mint mark.
1988. I don't see any with no mint mark. I see a 1988P, a 1988D, and an S. Oh, P. Philadelphia sometimes doesn't put a mint. Were you seeing P's by any chance? Because sometimes Philadelphia won't put a milk mark on theirs. But you must be talking about, I don't know, the S only has 3 million made out of all of them. That has the least amount out of any of them was the 88S. That's $4 on the 88S if it's in decent shape. Because there's only 4 million. Usually dimes have like 400 million or 200 million.
I don't get a lot of S's at all on like any denomination.
It's funny. I should talk to my aunt. She lives in California. And I should just ask her to slowly put things aside that she finds that have S's in them, that are like decent years or whatever. Because I'm sure she probably gets more S's. You get more D's because you're in Colorado, you know what I mean? And I get more Philadelphia's because I'm on the East Coast,
Well, it's like getting the McDonald's lottery. You have to have somebody in every state so you can actually win something,
Yeah. God, you remember that? Everybody used to go nuts over those McDonald's things, collecting all those stupid things. We didn't hit McDonald's enough to do that. But
well, did you see that the FBI investigated them a few years back?
Wouldn't surprise me.
There was a full-on investigation because the guy who was in charge of making sure that there was no scam going on was actually like embezzling a bunch of money through those prizes, and he was giving like the high top prizes in the United States, mind you. This wasn't like some of the other McDonald's. Some of the other McDonald's had different chair people in charge of that, but the dude who was in charge of the anti-fraud McDonald's Monopoly thing was charged with like a multi-million-dollar fraud investigated by the FBI, and he was giving it to his friends and his family. So everybody was like, oh no, it's a scam, it's a scam. For a long time, it really was a scam. Like,
Yeah. That doesn't surprise me any.
and it just blows my mind because, you know, I'm one of those people who's like, oh, that's a conspiracy theory until it's not, you know?
Right.
Does no justice for how clean those things really are.
Would turning your other light off make it a little bit, maybe see a little bit better?
I can't turn this light off that's in here, and I have these ones on the sides that are not on right now.
Oh,
Huh.
okay.
Wow. Yeah, from here they look really dark. Yeah. That's a nice chunkies though.
Yeah, definitely. I can't complain about them.
No, for sure not.
And definitely didn't get those from New York. You got those from Vermont.
I actually 100% did.
What'd you say? You actually got them? What?
They came from Vermont. Yep. Absolutely. I got video to prove it too. Fuck you guys. They're trying to stir shit up in trouble.
I do love up north in northern New Hampshire. I have to say, most of the gold that I've gotten there has been super clean. Other than like if you get into a crack that's like, you know, like especially if you're crevicing, if it's been down in there for a long time or it's under like red clay, it'll come out almost looking like iron, you know. And a lot of times I didn't realize, you know, what I was looking at. It's almost died. But
no one likes a dirty crack.
Yeah, right. A lot of what I find though is really, you know, pretty decent as far as like, you know, color wise. I don't have to do much to it to, you know, they're small, but they're beautiful, you know. But I'll be right back.
That's why we got to clean those cracks out. You know,
That's
even if
right.
It takes a couple people. We got to clean those cracks out. You doing better on your dimes than I am over here, Heath?
No, I'm looking at my gold through my microscope that I'm more than doing anything.
Some people. All the hobbies in the world.
This gold is so small that's in this one little thing I got, and it's dirty as dirty could get.
But it's still there.
Yeah, it is. That's right. This one that's in this little vial I have right here, right now, I've got to clean it up yet. It's still got a shit ton of black sand. And it's got water in it, so it's really crazy. Bring it down as low as I can get it. Hold that bitch right in place. Oh yeah. Water does no justice. Oh, I guess I'm not looking at those samples.
I'm over here holding my breath. Like, okay, here we go.
Yeah, I'd like to, but not gonna work. Through glass, through water. Yeah.
Dude, shut up.
That's
That's what I was just thinking. I'm like, you guys are partying pretty late, man.
Yeah, I should have been in bed about 2 hours, 3 hours ago.
When you go to work and you're like, I'm a little tired, just don't tell them that you were talking about coins and gold on the internet.
I don't know if you can see this giant package full.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know this, but Jeremy does not want to. He talks about his ring gold, but really what he's trying to do is convince me to marry his wife, you know?
Take her, please.
I'm telling him, I'm like, does she have a sister that cooks as much as she does, you know?
Not as well.
Jeremy's like, why do you think I picked her?
Exactly. Well, that Megan was 11 years younger than me. If I got much younger, I would have looked weird, probably.
Well.
Dude, so all of those things, like that's those whoopie pies, the first bite I took of that, I'm like, oh, you need to exercise some self-control. And so by the time I was really able to exercise that self-control, there was only half of it, you know?
When you went on there and did the live, I was laughing so hard. He's like, I don't know if I can even do it with this. So, like, where's my camera? So there's half of it gone, right? I've eaten, like, not quite half, right? So Nigel grabs it like this. So here's his blah, blah, blah. And he goes, and I don't know what happened to it. And of course, you see half of it missing. He's just his hands holding over it, Somebody broke into it. I don't know, Nigel. He's going.
Well, as soon as I opened it and smelled it, dude, I couldn't stop myself. I'm like, oh man.
You were dying though. You were waiting for some home, man. That was like my goal was to have home smack you in the face at like 60 miles an hour, and I feel like it worked.
It did. No, it really did. And then it got worse because I'm over here. I'm like, listen, man, I make a pretty good pulled pork. You probably, you can talk your game as much as you want. And I eat your pulled pork. I'm like, gosh darn it, man. Like, I guess I'm not gonna like. And then he goes to me. He's like, I'm gonna send you this. I'm like, no, don't send me anything else because I'm proud of this food that I make for myself, and you're ruining it. You're ruining it.
Oh, that's funny. What did you think about that pulled pork? Was it all right? I mean, it wasn't like I've made spicy pulled pork and I'm doing whatever. That's kind of my medium. It has some spice to it, but most of that what's in there is mostly natural stuff. It's just its own juices over and over with what I call there is a little bit of spice to it, but it's not like it's not made to be spicy. It's just made to be flavorful. But you thought it was all right?
It was awesome because I'm like I made 2 little sliders like Zach talked about, and by the time that by the time I was like sat down, I had to stand up and make more because I was like, this is ridiculous, this is, and I did. I'm like, I don't know if I wanted to just eat it without bread and just eat the meat to get the flavor of that. But I was also like, listen, you can't be doing this to yourself. You're not a 20-year-old young man anymore. You're just going to rip your butthole if you just eat nothing but meat,
Dude, that thing started as like, it was right around 17 pounds, I think, something like that. 15, 17, something like that, pounds of meat. And by the time I pulled it off the smoker, it was just like, it was just falling apart. I pulled the shoulder blade out of it, and it just was like.
It didn't even remind me of pulled pork. It actually reminded me of like out here the first time I had it, and I'm gonna butcher the word for it, but like out here they have this like pulled pork, but it's actually like stomach, and it's like the Mexicans make it, and it's like
tripe.
No.
I was gonna say yuck.
No. Well, I didn't know what it was when I was digging into it until some like little Mexican chick comes up to me and she's like, Oh, it's like Okoza or something like that.
Huh.
It's like their type of barbacoa, and so it's like a Mexican barbecue, and the texture of what you sent was the closest I've gotten to barbacoa
Oh, wow.
since I had that, and it was awesome because it wasn't an organ.
Hey, Rocky Mountain Bear, how's it going, man? Good to see you. What an honor having you around.
Hey, Rocky Mountain, how you doing? Rocky Mountain Bear, sorry.
Speaking of coin rings and stuff, that's the guy who does those, man. Great job.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, really, 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 really good work. Yep, for sure. I can't wait. Yeah. He does like a Morgan ring that's just actually I shouldn't even just classify the Morgan rings. I've seen people with Walking Liberty ones with all sorts of different $half ones. I'm going to be doing hopefully a Morgan ring and then one for Megan and maybe even one for my mom if I can get him to do it. I know he's a busy guy, but I'm pulling coins aside now so that I can try to do that and then send him a little extra too.
There you go.
But
That's
unbelievable.
I'm not sure what is.
He does a tomahawk. I don't know if any of you guys haven't checked him out. Check out his channel, man. Unbelievable. He did this tomahawk. Oh my God, is it gorgeous? It's like, again, I'm guessing stainless. It must be. I'm not sure. I'd have to. Or the head is amazing, but then he's got coins that are wrapped all the way down and on the bottom, but the woodwork and oh my God, it's just so gorgeous. I've never seen anything like it. My mouth hit the floor when I saw that. He did it for somebody. He'd know. He'd have to say it, but unbelievable work, like crazy good. I don't have my phone, otherwise I'd throw. I don't think I can do it from here. Let me see if I can pop over here and get this thing. There it is. It's weird. You know what's weird is this. Yeah, it's not going to let me do it. Isn't that weird? I don't know if you've dealt with this at all, Nigel Sky, but it's for some reason the Chromebooks, unless I'm not understanding how to do it, like on my phone, I can share somebody really quickly by just getting into their thing, hitting 3 dots, boom, share them. But the Chromebook won't. There's no share. It's just not there. It's like there's no 3 dots. There's no share thing on everybody's YouTube sites. It's the weirdest thing.
Yeah, I do think I know what you're talking about.
You're gonna make a bear blush. You can't forget that name anyway. It's only a few of us in here, but Rocky Mountain Bear. Yeah, definitely check him out, man.
Yeah, I was actually making sure I was subscribed to him. Let me drop his link for you.
Thank you. I didn't bring my phone out here, so I can't do it for some reason. But yeah, unbelievable work. Check out his tomahawk. I'm telling you right now, you guys will lose it. It's just his rings are amazing too. But you know what I wanted to ask you? I've seen Morgan's done and they're flat, and then I've seen Morgan's done and it's rounded. Is that just in the mold, not the mold, but the press? Like when you press it into the thing, is that just what you use to do that? Like, do you do it one way or another, or is it what causes that? Muscle Shell just made an incredible video showcase. Yeah, I saw Muscle Shell's thing with your stuff. That's another person. If you check out Muscle Shell, he has a whole big video out of all sorts of his rings and stuff. Really, yeah, definitely decent. What am I looking at there? Is that gold too?
Yeah, there's actually a piece hiding in all this quartz that's in here.
Okay.
Piece of gold hiding right there.
Yeah.
There's a piece of gold hiding right there.
Wow. That's cool. I think how many rocks that had gold attached to it that I let go off the end of the sluice box, or I panned out and just pushed out because they were bigger than the flakes I was looking for.
Yeah, hiding right underneath a piece of crystal.
That's what it was. Cyclops Stacks Tomahawk with the Ike Dollar handle grip. That's what it was called. Yeah. Oh my goodness. That zoom is crazy on that thing.
can see a hemorrhoid on a frog's ass with this thing.
There's a different angled dies that will give different looks to the rings. Okay, I wondered about it because I've seen a few made, on videos since being interested in it. I think the ones I saw, most of the ones I've seen that I shouldn't say most of the ones, the couple that I've seen that you did looked like they were the flat angled one, and I've seen other ones that were almost like rounded, like it was almost round, and they both look great. I mean, they both are awesome, but I just wasn't sure. Definitely something that, I don't know. I just love the idea of doing that stuff. I love the idea of wearing it. I have Morgans and they sit in my thing. I don't have many. I've only had a few, but the few that I have, I don't even look at because they're in a damn safe. I'd much rather have it on my finger and then I get to look at it every day. That's how I look at it.
I'll melt down all these 40s and 50s pennies and we'll make something out of them.
There you go. I got to get myself I don't know, either I have propane tanks, so half of me says I should just do it that way, but I would love an electric one. One of those electric ones where you dial in, I want it at 1900 degrees or whatever, and you wait for the damn thing to warm up and do your thing. I love the idea of that. And most people have been telling me that silver is so much easier to pour than copper. They said that just the melting point and the amount of time when you're pouring it's just easier to work with is what they were saying. But again, I've never tried either one, but I tried melting silver and I couldn't do it with butane. I can tell you that. So I got to wait till I get my oxyacetylene torch back here and then I'll be able to play. I've seen the square dies that they sell that have all the rounded, different shaped rounded, like different size round, and then you flip the cube and they have different size round on that, so you can do different coins, I guess. It's kind of like a universal. I watched a video where the guy was like, it's not the best, but if you were looking to do it and you want something that can do pretty much any of these things as long as you're slow and take your time, you could do it with a press and this and this. And I thought, wow, all my coins would end up rings. Where's your collection?
Hey, Captain's Corner.
How are you? Yeah, I don't know. I love the idea of it. But yeah, definitely check them out. Definitely interesting. Still nothing, huh? We got lucky on that first roll, and that was it.
Well, and then I was looking at it; they were all 65s.
Oh, they weren't 60s?
No. So
I got so excited, man.
Dimes and nickels, they're not my coins, man. And you know what, Heath? When you say you're gonna melt down all those pennies, that's like translating into I'm gonna trade them to Nigel for copper rounds to melt down. We're translating that filter for you. So if the feds are ever like looking at my 100 subscriber YouTube channel, no one gets in any trouble.
Nigel's like, I'll trade you pound for pound for the copper rounds. Then you get to start off with 999 at least. I love some of those copper rounds, man. Sometimes copper it shows, like, I'm trying to remember what it was I had both of. What was it? It was one of the Buffalo rounds. And the silver one, I have a proof one that's gorgeous. But the regular one that came from the same mint, the copper is way prettier than the silver. And if I were to just go by what I wanted to look at, I'd have that, over the silver any day.
Well, you know what's one of the funniest things to look up? If you guys get a moment, look up and I don't know if they did this on purpose or if it just is how it happened, but the Joe Biden copper round, man, that is such a funny looking copper round. And I'm just like, is this like a joke? Are they like picking on him or
probably? My guess is yes. But at the same time, I mean, I have to say that, I'm not I'm not even going to get into the political end of things, but the Trump round, I have to say, though, they did an excellent job. I mean, the thing really does resemble him very well. It's like, you look at any Kennedy coins, they look like Kennedy looked.
Right.
Some of the ones are like, but the Trump round, they did a very good job making it resemble him very much.
I'm gonna pull up the Joe Biden one because seriously,
I want to see that. I have not seen it. I've heard people joke about stuff about it, but I haven't actually seen one at all.
I'm not.
Do they have
again, I'm not.
Do they have the Kamala Harris
stuff.
one?
They did make Trump look really good. They made Trump look really good on the Beer Cop round. But here's the Joe Biden one, and you'll have to let me know what your thoughts are because to me, it's hilarious looking.
Oh my!
No, wait, that's him. That's not him.
Yeah,
Seriously,
dude,
that's
that's
supposed to
the
be
Joe Biden Build Back Better one.
Really?
Yeah.
You've got to be kidding me. It doesn't even look like him.
No, it doesn't. Like at the same time that he looks like a baby, he looks like an old man and an alien.
You know what? If you block from his nose down, I know this sounds stupid. If you're looking at this picture and you block from his nose down, those are his eyes. but everything else is, I don't know who that is, but it's not Joe Biden. I mean, I almost feel like they took like 3 different presidents and mixed it into one to make it work and just took his eyelashes or something.
Well, I hate to be like this. He looks more like Obama than Biden somehow.
He almost does. I mean, I'm trying to think of who he looks like, but he doesn't look like him. He looks like
Limbaugh.
Rush would be rolling over in his grave right now if he heard that. Oh my God. But yeah, I don't know. I would never have guessed that, man. If I wouldn't have guessed that in a million years, that's who that was.
Isn't that hilarious, though?
What did they put on the back of it?
One moment.
Because, like, I know the Trump one has a gorgeous picture of okay, so it's the same kind of, but even that's not as nice as the one that was the Trump one, I don't think, was it?
I agree 100%. Like here, let me see if I can pull it up. If they have it right away. Well,
Great.
yeah,
See
no,
if they have it on the same page.
it's complete garbage, and whether you're
It does look like George Bush. You're right. Rocky Mountain Bear says it looks like George Bush and Biden had babies. It's true. That's what it looks like. That's exactly true. You nailed it on the head, man. You nailed it on the head. That looks like, if you cover his face, his eyes, that looks like George Bush from the nose down, and then you look down at the bottom and it looks, you're completely right.
Well,
That's so right. It's wrong, but it's right. It's what?
Oh man, but I'm just glad I could share that with everybody because to me, I was like, I'm not sure if this is actually a joke, if this is the best picture they could get of him to put in
I
proper.
cannot imagine that they're doing that on purpose, but it looks like they must be. Who's making the coin? Trump himself or what?
It's so funny to me. Because I'm gonna try to be more politically neutral and get that for a bunch of Biden fans. But I looked at it, I'm like, dude, if I was a Biden fan, I wouldn't want that to represent him.
No. I hear that. Maybe they're just spending. Maybe they think it's going to be a short period of time, and that might be. They don't want to put a lot. They probably got a whole warehouse of Kamala Harris ones.
Well, and that's it. I'm still surprised he's still kicking. So maybe that was the whole he'll die within the first 100 days.
Yeah, we'll make 100,000 of these, and they'll be worth a whole bunch. And then we'll put the money and the haircut into the other coin, for the other however many years. I don't even know. That's just absolutely crazy. That's like the worst representation of anybody I've ever seen on a coin, I think.
Yeah.
In all seriousness.
Well, and when I was telling you about it before, I think you thought I was just being anti-Biden.
No.
No, not at all, dude. It's a horrible, horrible copper round, and it's saying something to put, because I agree with you. When they put stuff in copper, it looks awesome. That just looks the worst. It looks so horrible. It's like Dr. Evil aged a little bit and put on a copper round.
That's unreal. That's crazy. I think when you had mentioned it, whoops.
We lost him, I think.
Did I click the wrong button? Or was that
I don't
him?
think so.
Oh. I think when you had said it, I thought you were joking.
Yeah.
When I say that, I guess I just thought it can't be that bad.
It's horrible, isn't it?
I can't believe how bad that is. I could have drawn that on paper probably better than that.
Yeah. Well, it does. It's like they took one of those picture sketch things.
Maybe it's like they went through all the kindergarten classes throughout the.
It was a contest for kids.
Yeah, somebody to the cheapest one that would draw the picture cheapest or something. I'm just not even sure. And that wouldn't matter to me if you're Republican, Democrat. Like, to me, like I said, the Trump one, I think they did a great job with. As a matter of fact, they've got 4 or 5 different coins that they did a pretty good job with. That, to me, if I were the president and I saw them making a coin that looked like that, maybe it's none of his. Maybe he can't say anything either way. But for me, if I had to approve that picture, I would be like, this is not approved by me.
Right.
I'd be like, I don't think so. Here, take this picture. Or, copper rounds make amazing coin rings. Really. One of them is one of my favorites, Sapphire. Oh, I bet because of the cross and stuff on it. Does it have like a good outline around it? I wondered about that. I wanted to ask you about that because, like, my fiance is born in 1984, and I thought there's nothing silver in 1984 that says "In God We've Trust." Really, hardly. And I thought, I wonder if something's clad or has copper in it. I only know copper to, like, if you get like something plated that's not done well, it'll leave. I'm like really sensitive. I have to have either silver or whatever. I can't really wear the stuff that's like plated and normally. And I thought to myself, I wonder how that reacts to the oils on your skin and stuff like that after a while. But maybe with copper, if it's like that pure, maybe it doesn't do that or something. I don't know. I'd be really interested here. Look at my on Instagram. I don't have Instagram. I'll have to check it out though. I've never had Instagram.
I think what he wants us to send us a Joe Biden copper round so he can get himself a Joe Biden ring.
So he can make a Joe Biden ring. Somehow I doubt that, but it might be. I bet the video you'd get would be considerably funny. Early 80s is really hard to find. Early 80s. Yeah, I was noticing it's like that. So we kind of decided her parents were both born in 1954. And so we thought, and they both passed. They both got cancer and passed when she was younger, in the teens. So she thought maybe she would do a Benji with their birthday or their birth year in it for her. And I think she liked the idea of having her, the birth year with the Benji, how the In God We Trust is smaller. It's much smaller, but it goes across diagonally. And then it has the year. I think she liked the idea of that. So we've been kind of discussing it just to kind of figure out what we want to do as far as like, I want to make sure if I do this, I know you're busy, so you may not be able to do it more than once. So I want to make sure we pick out the right stuff and get it done once. You can send pics. Oh, cool.
Rocky Mountain, I can send you like 16 wheat pennies, all between like 40 and 50, and you can make a ring out of that, or even a bracelet. He
does. I'm sure he melts and stuff also, but he does. He presses them. Have you ever seen how they make the rings? Like how they drill the hole in it, and then it's really neat how he does it, man. It's really cool. I'll do it. I would need to put an inscription saying "Let's go, Brandon," but I'll do it. That's awesome. What I'm telling you, the video he would make would be well worth doing it, man.
Well, the problem is I just don't want to buy a bunch of those and have them sit.
I got to be honest, with that face on it like that, they probably will.
Yeah, but I think I think that's the present that I'll have to send Rocky Mountain Bear here pretty soon.
Yeah.
Is a Biden round, so he can say, "Let's go."
If you send them a Biden one, send them one of my. I think I have a Trump one sitting in there, don't I?
You have two.
All right. Well, if you send him a Biden one, send one of my Trump ones too, so at least he can make up the difference and have a battle between the two of them.
Sounds good to me, man.
Oh man. Yeah, it's really, the process is super cool. I never thought about using the copper rounds though. That whole idea, it won't like leave green on your finger or anything, Rocky Mountain Bear.
It's fucking copper. Of course it's going to turn your finger green.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm saying. I would have thought so too, but I don't know. Like, it just makes me wonder. Like, if is it the copper that turns it green, or is it the other not chemicals, but the other metals that are in it as well? I don't know.
Well, generally, any one of the necklaces or bracelets that you get, I mean, they give you a green rings because it's reacting to the salt in your skin.
Right. And that's the not the silver, but it's the metal that's coming through, right?
Mm.
Copper definitely leaves green. Okay, yeah, okay. So that's why. So now with the 90% silver, though, do those leave that because there's that 10% in there of something else, or are they pretty good? I've never heard anybody complain about green fingers with the coin rings. That's why I'm asking. Hey, Big E, how's it going? Big E's another one. He's coming over from, well, he's all over the place. He's got a lot of things going on, but definitely Big E's been awesome. I just recently got some stuff from him, and he's really been a big help. Learning a lot from these guys.
Nigel.
Actually, the camera that I was showing you guys that stuff on earlier was from Big E.
How much of the silver pieces do you still have hanging around?
The silver trumps?
No, you had that little 1 ounce bar, and how many? Do you have any little flakes of it hanging around?
Oh yeah, I've got a good bit of silver shot, and all the bars that I have right now are, I might have a couple silver bars or silver coins, but I think most of them are being given away this month.
Oh, shame. I'd go through a shit ton of pennies for you.
Well,
what do you mean, to trade it?
Yeah.
What are you looking for?
This was not for you.
I know, but I mean, are you looking for silver? Or that's what you're looking for? Or are you looking for, what are you looking for? If you're looking for silver, then, not that I can give you a bunch, but I'm just saying, I mean, I'm over here trying to work your angle for you.
I think Nigel already gets what I'm at.
I'm greasing the wheels, no?
I think it was plenty greased when he slipped on it.
I'm
still working and lurking, he says.
I think I might be able to get you some silver, in all honesty. I do have enough silver shot. That's why I've been holding off with the giveaways, because I have to order some more silver 1 gram bars. That's what I want to start giving away on that guessing game.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want silver for copper, man, we can work something out. Let me know.
I'll look through the pennies and I'll try to get them those 16 that I just had laid out, and I'll get the dates and written down on how many I have and the letters along with them. And you kind of got to let me know what a trade value is, and I might be able to come up with some more.
Okay, yeah. Well, and I'm not here to not give a fair value. You know what I mean? So we'd probably have to talk to some people who know more than I do, just to make sure it's definitely fair, because I'm not the guy who knows what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Well, you figure, let me just ask Big U. It says, okay, Partridge, check the Kennedy halves for the missing FG and Light Strike FG. I think they were them. I have everything that that you sent. I still have in that box. I've been going through little things one at a time to kind of look at. If that's what you're talking about, those halves. I'll definitely check into that. I'm not sure what an FG is, to be honest. I'm still learning, man.
Fucking good.
I've got the small book in front of me, and I've got your big book in my other room, which is enabling me to give my small one. I had this one. This is the one I originally had, and when I got the gigantic Humongo book, this one here is going to Nigel's guy. Where is he? Over there. So I'm able to give that to him, which was really awesome because Nigel's guys helped me out so much. And so I thought this will be so cool for him to be able to have it at his fingertips, and be able to look at some of these things. Big E's the one that helped me with that big book, Nigel's guy.
I'm looking for Big E's channel, but I can't seem to find it.
It's a hard one to get. He had to send me the link. I have the link to it, so I can email it to you later. But it's when I looked it up, I kept coming up with the rapper Big E. No matter what I did, it was like the rapper Big E and this other guy, and so I never really found his. But then when he sent me the link, I went to his.
It looks like there's a million rappers that go by the name Big E.
Yeah, there are. I don't think he's any of them.
All
I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like.
Fuck.
I'm hoping to be working with him a little bit on his channel. It looks like he does more advertising for other people than his own videos. So I just barely got onto his thing the other day for the first time finally. But I visit them. They're over there in the Coin Gurus, Coin Guru Minister Guitars. There, that channel that does. Yeah, they do auctions. He does a little of everything. And I met him over there. And then actually, I'm sure I've seen him in other places too. But that's where I originally met him. Yes, sir. The designer's initials on the reverse. It's between the eagle's leg and the wing on the left. Now you're making me want to go get my camera and plug it in. What year was it that you're talking about? What did you already tell me what year it was?
You got to pay attention.
Right there. For the missing FG and the light strike FG. Okay. I'll have to look. You gave me a whole little handful of them, so I'll look at them and see. I'll learn every time I talk to you guys. I learn something that I didn't even know what that was. I'm in Cans a lot. Yeah, he's in Cans. Yeah, just a decent guy. There's a group of people that I hang out with. Nigel's guy actually is really in that same realm of all of you guys like that. Like just really super generous, nice people, and they're just willing to give any information that they know and learn as they go if they don't. And I just, man, there's a certain small circle of friends that I really consider friends, you know what I mean? That I really learn stuff from and I really enjoy hanging out with, and definitely they're all part of that same group. The 72 and the 82 mostly. Okay, I'll have to check that out. I'm
going to step away and grab another jar. I'll be right back, you guys.
You got it.
Nigel's brain is fucking racking with all the time.
I know, right? He loves Wheaties, man. That he loves Wheaties, that's for sure.
I gather that.
Yeah. Well, it's funny is I don't, however many months ago, I don't think you would have seen that. It was weird. It's funny how we all start with one or two things and then we branch out, to a couple of things here and there. And then I don't know. I feel like I'm stretched all sorts of different directions, but there's a few directions I really, this coin thing, I have bad memory and I do not remember dates. I don't remember a lot of my history, but as soon as I started looking at it in coins, I could remember dates. Like, it's the weirdest thing, the stuff I remember now. I have damn automatic lights, and every time I don't move in the kitchen long enough, it just shuts down on me.
Uh-huh.
I wouldn't put them in my house. I can tell you that. This is an apartment that used to be for college kids and stuff, so they were trying to do everything they could to keep things, shut down if no one else was paying attention to it. Sent you an email. Okay, I'll definitely check the email shortly for sure. Let me let's see. I think I can add Gmail.
Can you actually send coin currency through the mail legally?
What do you mean? Like send it like, you know, in a package, coins?
Yeah.
I get coins, little coins and stuff all the time.
Yeah, well, how legal
I mean-
is this actually?
Oh, wow. Oh, that's so cool. I don't know if I'm going to be able to share this on here. I'm going to see if I can. That's so cool, Rocky Mountain. How do I do that? I don't know if I'll be able to. He just sent me a bunch of pictures of the copper rings, and they are amazing. Oh, wow, the box that goes with it. That's even cool. I love the axe, man. That is amazing. That is amazing. How do I get this over there? I don't know how I'm going to do that.
Are you able to share the screen from where you're at?
Yes, I think I can. Hold on. Let me see how I can do this. Share screen. Oops.
Biggie, the wheat pennies that I was going through, I wound up coming up with 16 of them, and they're between 40 and 56 or 57.
All right, let's see. Did it share?
Oh, yep, got it.
Okay. I don't know if we can zoom in on that or if that's something.
Hit that plus sign down by the magnet or the magnifying glass.
Down by the. Oh, that's not on me though. That's. Oh, and hold on. Yes, it is. Hold on.
Well, I don't even have to do anything. All I got to do is just zoom it in. I use 2 fingers. Oh, and you're zooming it in too. Holy shit.
Yeah. So there's that. Isn't that beautiful? Hold on.
That's awesome.
Let me go back here. He's got a few more pictures though. Check this out. Hold on.
Oh,
Dude, that's awesome.
damn it.
That's out of a copper. Uh-oh. Did we lose him?
I think he had to go do something.
Oh, okay. That's out of a copper fire department ring.
Dude.
There's other pictures here. Let me just grab it real quick so you can see it. Let's see. Oops.
I think you could make a really good Brandon ring.
There's no question. Yeah, he definitely does some great work. Yeah, that's really amazing, man. I like when the certain coins get on the I like when they when the pattern on them is just like, you know, works out like that. Let me see here.
Did you see what he says? He polishes the inside and then puts their badge number in it.
Oh man, that's awesome. Let me see if I can go back. How do I go back? So where's his thing from? Rocky Mountain Bear. That is a Walking Liberty. Walking Liberty. Can you see that one?
Yeah, can you bring it up a little bit closer?
Yep. Hold on. He has a better picture. Let me go back. Let me just grab the other picture because that other picture is really good. Oops.
That is really cool, though.
Hold on. I went back to a different one here.
And you have videos of you making these, Rocky Mountain Bear?
Here's another one. This one is the Benjamin Franklin one, the $50. Whoops.
Oh wow.
This one was what he did for Jack Gallman, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I might be wrong on that, but see the one below it, the 1964. That's a Kennedy silver $50, and then it looks like the one above it would be the same, just flipped. Like the inside is the see how the year's on the outside of the bottom one, but then it's on the inside of the top one. Pretty cool.
Yeah, they are cool looking. That's for sure.
Yeah, he does some really great work. I don't have one on his Morgan ones yet on here, but yeah, that's.
I might have to send him a silver un peso to see what he can do with something like that. He's talking about how he has a rupee, but I think you could probably do something really cool with the silver un pesos from back in the day.
Probably. There's a whole bunch. I mean, you can do it with any of them. I love the look of the Morgan ones. Oh my God. But the like it makes me wonder about, peace dollars. It makes me wonder about just all of them, any design, that has something that's, like the not Starburst, the sun on the Walking Liberty. When that's done right and it has just the right, like what I almost like is it being darker underneath with all the tops just polished really well. And the detail is just amazing from it. Trying to think if he had given me any other ones other than that. I think that might have been, he did the inscriptions on the other one. So the inscriptions were, here we go. Here's one. Oh, that's the one we just looked at. Hold on. Isn't that cool? I love the reeded edge too. That reeded edge on there just, man, something about that. Anyway. Anyway,
makes me wish I was an artist. I'm just someone who hangs around and throws stuff on stuff.
I just love what they do. To me, that's just, man, I see that and I just, I've watched a ton of videos on it. It looks like as long as you have a press and you have time and you're patient and you learn where the holes go and where you want that ring, to the everything to end up. Once you gain that knowledge, it looks like it would be pretty routine as far as other, as far as like you always know what to expect, I think. Like he said to me, make sure you send something with detail. He says, I can't create the detail, but I can preserve it. And that made a lot of sense because here I am going, okay, I'll send him a few old coins with the blah, blah, blah. And that'll look so great. And then I thought, oh yeah, but once you stretch that, you're going to be losing this. And then,
Well, also, is the whole coin used in the ring, or is there leftover?
The only leftover piece would be just the center punch. So if you have like a $50, he takes, I wouldn't know what the measurement is right off the top of my head, but he basically punches out or drills through, I'm guessing punches it, but drills through the center about, I'd say a half inch maybe, or maybe it's maybe a half inch, I'd say. And he takes that out. And then basically at that point, he takes it and puts it into a mold that's kind of rounded. And as he presses the coin down in there, it pushes the outside out, and then he flips it, puts a cone on the inside, presses that in, which then brings the part that was small, makes that start widening. The next thing you know, you start actually seeing the coin go from this way to this way, And it's really interesting. If you've never watched someone make a ring, it's so cool. I mean, it's just, like I said, it's very methodic. It's just, you're doing the same things but it's beautiful. I mean, just beautiful. I would have most of my ring. I'm not even a huge ring guy, but I would have most of my coins and rings. If I think I'm almost afraid to get rings back from them. You know what I mean? Because it'll just be another addiction for me. It'll be, oh, now I want to try to pour. Now I want to get gold. Now I want to get coins. Now I want to make rings too. I mean, it's like I see these guys. It's like I'm like I just appreciate what they do so much that I'm like. I mean, he's come on my channel before and been like, "Hey, let's do a giveaway," and giving away a coin, not a coin ring, and it was like, "Holy crap!" You know what I mean? Like I just, it's awesome. It's just amazing. And he said that was a quarter on top of the JFK. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's what I was thinking with Megan. I'd like to try to keep them everything 90% because I think that's probably the cleanest as far as maintenance and not leaving marks and things like that is what I'm guessing. Is that a tripod that we're seeing the legs of?
Yeah.
Okay. I was wondering. It actually looks like a badass tripod.
It was pretty cheap.
I got one of those ones that moves.
Yeah, I've already
After
broke
Jacob
it.
sat there messing with it over and over and over. Now it's like you set it up and the thing's like, just keeps tipping over.
Yeah, that's where this guy is. You know, it's definitely already has to be in a certain way, or else it's not going to stay.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's
Still
like
nothing.
Google. Well, I just found a 1977D, and
Okay.
it looks like if it's in a decent shape, you know, it's worth something. But it goes back to the: am I going to pay to get it graded, or am I just going to
But here's the thing: you may not have to though, because a lot of people want that really decent coin. That the ones that are worth more are because there's not as many of them usually, and they may not want it graded. They might want it for their book.
Right.
And it's probably going to be worth $2 or, let's say it's $2 to $5 in the book. They'll pay the $2 to $5 because whether it's graded or not won't matter to them. It's going to be, that's the coin they want or need for their book or to complete that section of it's not always about being graded. It's, I have friends that do their own grading on stuff, but it's because those people, they don't need to have, PCGS tell them everything. It's going into their own collection and they know what they're looking at and what they want as far as out of the coin,
Well, I just got a 1964 nickel.
Oh, yeah?
That's the first one.
1964 nickel. Let me look it up. 64 nickel. The nickel section's a lot smaller than any of the other ones in these. 64 nickel. Oops, that's a half dime. So that's different, right? Yeah. 64 nickel. I don't even know. Big E is over here probably. I haven't looked down, but he's probably over here yelling whatever it is you need to know. 64.
No, he's talking about his tripods. It's like page 6 on the Amazon. I'm pretty sure that's what I paid for mine too. Like about the same, or it came with like some other stuff, so I paid a little bit more. Like I'm one of the cheapest people you're ever gonna find, man.
Yes, but also one of the most generous. And I think that's why you're cheap, so that you can be generous. I
was gonna say I can't give it away if I don't have it, right?
I'm seeing on the 1964D, there was 1,747,000,000 or 787 million. There's a lot of them made.
Is there? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at it's the D you said, right? It does say it's worth like $5 if it's MS65, but
it's definitely not. But I don't see a mint mark, to be honest with you.
So that would be 64 regular. So that's still 1,024,672,000. That one though says it's worth $3 if it's PF or a proof 65. Why is it worth $3 if it's proof 65, but MS65 is worth $8? I could be wrong on that one. I might not be reading that right, but.
Well, we're getting past the time when you're supposed to be thinking.
I didn't even look at the time, to be honest. All of a sudden, I'm like, okay, sent you more photos. Should give you a good idea. There's a Morgan in there. Ooh. Okay, I got to go look at that real quick. I'm like, I see that Morgan, and it just makes me drool. The Morgan rings, just absolutely. I absolutely am in love with them. Oh, wow. I guess he sent me some pics. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah. Okay. All right. Let me go back here. I'm going to do that share thing again real quick. Share screen. Chrome tab. Share. Okay. Look at that. Oh,
Oh yeah, that's awesome.
can you see that okay?
Yeah, that's awesome.
That's a Morgan one. What I love about that one is it has the "In God We Trust," but then it also has the United States of America across the top, and you can do either side. So if you were wanting the year and all that showing, you can what's on the inside could actually be on the outside if you'd rather. Personally, to me though, that right there is that's the one I like right there, just like that. That's gorgeous. Let's see. Oh, this must be the other side. Let's see here. Oh, I guess that's just like a different angle, but
Well, he clearly nails the lining of the ring up. You know what I mean? Like
Oh,
all the
yeah.
letters is perfect.
isn't that? Yeah, he does a great job. And I love the reading. If you, oops, how do I move that? I love the that read around the top. Oh, I think that just makes it on those coins. I think it just, oh, it's so gorgeous. Let's see, what else did he send? Random coin rings. Okay. Oh wow! Holy smokes! There's one. That one's that one looks like a walking liberty. I think. Gosh, I am not sure. It's got the lady there, so. Again, I love how he keeps the inside of that and the outside, like it doesn't, you're still keeping the coin on the inside and the outside. I think that's what I find so beautiful about them is you're not changing the coin all that much. It's still there. The only thing, oh wow, look at that one, man. That is a 1/2 ounce 999 silver 2015 Battle of the, hold on, I'm sure there's another picture of that. I can just click on this instead of going back and forth each time. Battle of the, something Chicago. Wow. Oh, that's the, you know what that is? I have a couple of those. That's the World's Fair, the Chicago 1893, 1892 Chicago World's Fair. I have the coin purse that actually goes to that actual fair and those coins. That's like actually a really cool one. I didn't realize that's how that would look. The Coral Sea. I don't know if you guys are still seeing all that.
Oh yeah, yep.
Oh, okay. Just making sure I was. This has got, wow. It just makes you realize what you can do with some of these silver rounds too. I wasn't even thinking about that. I mean, now it makes me want to go through all my silver rounds and see what the design is on them. I find that every time I look at a coin, ever since I started talking to Rocky Mountain Bear, I don't look. It's like the river. I don't look at the river the same after finding gold. Now I don't look at coins the same because I look at the outside, going, "That's what the ring would be." that ring would be like this. Oh yeah, see, those are really pretty too. Now that big one, is that an ASC? That must be an ASC.
Is that what you're talking about with the sun on it?
Well, the one I was talking about was the smaller one. It was the Walking Liberty is what I was thinking. But the ASCs are $9.99 fine silver. And those ones are much bigger. They're $1 size, you know? And I'm wondering if that's what that one is. Probably my guess is that's what that one is on the bottom left. The upper one on the top part is a Benji, I believe. Or, yeah, I believe that's a Benji. Or a Kennedy, but I believe it's a Benji. And then the bottom one on the right, I'm not exactly sure. He's probably over there screaming at me right now. I'm not looking, but he's probably on there going, "You dummy." Oh, wow. I don't know what this is, but man, does that look cool. Do you see the design on that?
That is awesome.
What is that, Rocky Mountain Bear? What is that one that we're looking at? Holy crap. I'm trying to see, like, even in the inside of that looks really different. Huh. Oh, wow. That one's definitely the Silver Eagle, the dog tag one.
Right.
And then that, I don't know. I am not sure what that is, but whatever it is really intricate, isn't it? I don't know what that is.
From what I can tell, it's a coin made into a ring.
Hey, you know what? It might be a coin made into a ring or something, man. Oh, look at that. That's just cool, man. All right. That's pretty awesome. That's awesome.
He doesn't want to be 100% in case he's wrong, but
The Columbian Exposition. That's what I meant, not the Chicago World Fair. You know what I mean? The Columbian Exposition. But at the Chicago, I have the coin purse from the Chicago World Fair during the same years. But Rocky Mountain enjoying the videos Muscle Shell did done for him. Those were really good videos, weren't they? Muscle Shell does a great job when he puts stuff out like that.
Nigel, your pile of good coins doesn't look like it's gaining too much.
it's not at all. I'm telling you, nickels and dimes, they're not my friends.
Probably
Pennies is like a nice little cigarette because you can get them anywhere and you can get your fix. Nickels and dimes is like if you have like an addiction to some high class scotch that they make one barrel of every 20 years for me.
The Battle of the Pacific Australian. Okay, that makes sense. That just great work, man. That's awesome work. I have two Columbian Expositions. One's like really, really dark, like almost black, and the other one is really pretty. And they're
So
one's a 92 and one's a 93.
The one that I think that you were getting really excited over was the Aztec calendar one, and that makes sense because it looks it looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
And now, is that just the Aztec calendar round?
If it was the big one, I bet it is. If I had the tools to do that, I can't even tell you. My entire collection would be in chunks right now. I'd have little circles everywhere from all the punches I was making, and everything would turn into a ring. Do you own coins that don't get turned into rings? I mean, I don't know if I can control myself. Everything I'd be like, yeah, it's a ring. Yeah, it's going to be a beautiful ring. Yeah. So he said, yeah, it's the Aztec round. That's really pretty, man. That's unreal.
Get yourself one of those Medusa rounds. Turn that into a coin. There was one live where everybody was getting super excited about those Medusas silver rounds.
The Medusas, yeah.
Yeah, they're back on the market from what I can see.
Yep. It's too bad we can't turn those triangle ones into a.
I was waiting for you to say it. I wasn't going to say it, but I was waiting for you to say it.
It'd be more the ships on there that'd be cool. You know, some of the details like the skulls around the bottom, you know, like I never even noticed it until I could get under there with the scope. And then all of a sudden I started seeing the detail in those. And I'm like, wow, that's really cool.
Do you see like the battles and stuff going on in those? Like there's the one that I really want with the riot, like where the slaves overturned the ship. That is just an insane story just to put on a coin. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Ring it or melt it. That's awesome. If it's ring worthy, then it goes into the ring side. If it's too dull for the rings, then it goes into the melt side, huh? Those are looking like awful shiny nickels there.
Yeah, they're garbage. I'm not going to say this live is about to end because of the crap coins that I'm getting, but geez Louise.
This count's not doing so well right now.
No. And, you know, it's so bad. When this happens, I look at one coin, I'm like, okay, I'm going to set aside this 1973 and look it up because it's got to be worth something. It's got to be worth something. It's not. It never is.
No. There's a few, man. I tell you, I like hearing about the ones that are like, you know, like it's not so much how many were made, it's how many were made. Like when you're talking about some of the Morgans, for instance, it's there were millions of this one, but there were also X amount melted, you know, and so they know that there was X amount melted. They just don't know what that X amount is, right. And so there's always that question of how many of these coins are left. And when you start with one that only had a few million made, and you know that close to half got melted, I don't know, just the idea of it's kind of cool to own a piece of that, you know?
Right.
I think that's what got me into it. And I think the feeling of it, putting it in my hands, that feeling of an old dollar from 1800s, knowing that it went from pocket to pocket, or even if it didn't go from pocket to pocket, but it only went to pay for a few things. I mean, back then that would have paid for a whole hell of a lot.
Right. Well, and that's like we destroy our old currency. That's why, like, for me, it's like, well, it's okay that it's not silver, but how many more of these, you know, like the 1974, for instance, am I going to run by, you know?
Right.
How much are Deutschmarks going for now?
The what?
The Deutschmark, paper money.
Oh. I am unsure.
I have a couple of them. I got a $10,000 one. I got a $20,000 one.
What years? Because I know there were some. I had a bunch back in New York that I acquired somehow, and they were worth nothing.
Yeah, I don't think these are worth anything either. I'd have to. I gotta find them. I have them put away.
No, a Deutschmark is what's that? Where's that from?
German.
German. Okay, I knew I'd heard it, but I couldn't.
Yeah, I had a bunch from I think it was Eastern Germany before the wall came down, and they were worth nothing. I was extremely excited because I'm like, oh, dude, look at this. And the dude gave me a great deal, as I thought, but it definitely was not a great deal. So yeah, if you have a full set of like 1964 to 1971, like all denominations, that's like $11.
I could just wipe my ass with it and flush it down the toilet.
Stick it in a nice frame, right? Put a piece of plexi over it or something, and call it an entire collection.
Yeah, and like, you know, I love the art that cultures put on their money, but they're really not the best looking bills. You know, they're cool, but they're not that awesome.
You know what I'm loving the look of lately, and I haven't even dared to get into currency yet, just because I can't afford anything that I'm into. So, but I saw on a couple of different channels recently the what's it called, the Double Eagle. I think it's called a Double Eagle dollar, and it's like black and white, and it's got, oh my god, is it gorgeous? And then I saw some there was some other currency in there that was old US currency, and I am telling you, talk about gorgeous. It was simpler, but it was so gorgeous back in the day. I see that and I'm like, I would love some of those, but I guess from what I understand, they're through the roof. The price for one of those is nuts. But and I'm just not that interested in it for that for that price, you know what I mean? But it would be a nice thing to have in a collection, that's for sure.
Well,
Good to see you, Donna.
The way people collect bills, especially our bills, is crazy to me. So like I always look at the serial numbers because that's what they're looking for. And it's always like I'll look at a bill and I'll be like, okay, so it has more than 3 different numbers on it, right? Whatever. But like then you have to look and see if it's like in order from like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and all that stuff. There's people are so weird with bills, you know. Coins for the most part, it's like it's one thing or the other. Me, like I'll totally pay more for face value of bills that are pre-80 or the older they go, the more I'll pay for it. But the way some people are, they'll pay a lot of money for a 2020 bill just because it's got a lot of ones on it or something. Like that's so weird to me.
The feedback is I think it's on Heath's for some reason. Every now and again it's like he's getting wicked feedback from something.
Yeah, but then there's times where I turn my mic off and I can still hear it.
Yeah, it's weird. Is it me?
I don't know. You're both muted, so I can live freely and have Donna listen to this gorgeous voice.
That's funny.
Echo.
Definitely good to see you, Donna Helton. Are you watching it on StreamYard or are you watching it on YouTube?
Me?
Yeah.
YouTube.
Oh, that might be why. It might be because sometimes when you watch it on YouTube, there's a delay. So that could be it might just be picking up like through your mic or whatever. But
we'll make it through. That's all good.
Donna's smacking the crap out of Heath over here. She's like, whoopsh, whoopsh. It's you. It's you. Donna's awesome.
Caps too.
How you feeling today, Donna? Hope you're feeling good. It's really cool to have Big E in here and Donna and all those guys. It's really good. You've been getting decent people in here. Like, even though like people are kind of floating in and out or whatever, it's neat to see some of the people that are coming in, because they're all good people. If anybody's in here, Big E, all you guys, this guy over here, Nigel's guy is amazing, man. Like he's definitely like my brother, man, as far as I'm concerned.
I'm only nice to Donna though when she's in the chat. Like if she's not in the chat, I'll be nice to everybody. But when Donna's here, you guys are all
we're all hunks of current. Nigel, you are so pretty. No wonder you're. I never tell him stuff like that.
Yeah, no, I mean, listen, that's all I need in life is a nice lady to tell me I'm pretty, and then I'm golden.
To any of you guys who haven't met Heath, by the way, Heath Doty's below us here. Not below us, but, underneath us. You know what I mean. Anyway, fellow prospector from over in New York, and does stuff in Vermont and all over the place, but into not just one thing, but all sorts of different things. And another really decent person, decent channel. He's got some good videos out there. And so if you haven't checked him out, make sure to check him out too. He's been hanging out a whole lot lately, and that's been great. Definitely getting our people up there slowly but surely. like I said, our base is not huge. It's not a huge amount of people, but the people that we have are good, and they they'll stick with you.
Yeah, and I was glad that Heath joined us on the stream tonight because
Yeah.
he brings a flavor of New York that I miss from being back home.
I bet. Yeah. That's no joke.
Quality sometimes outweighs quantity.
100% all the time, Heath.
Yeah,
All the time.
for sure.
I'm never gonna get monetized with how I speak about things, so I always think to myself, you're doing a good job today, man. You didn't drop politics, you didn't drop religion, nothing. And then I go back and I think about it, I'm like, yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Not as bad as we used to, though. I think we've gotten better about that. Like, we were bad. We would be like, okay, we'd literally start the program. Listen to me, I'm over here like we're on TV. We'd start the show, and all of a sudden it'd be like we're sitting there chatting back and forth. Okay, listen, before we even start, no politics, no religion. We're just going to keep it simple, right? We're just going to, yep. And it would be about 20 minutes in, and it's me almost always. I hate politics, but it's like literally, I'd be like, well, blah, blah. Next thing you know, boom, 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 boom.
Oh yeah, it would escalate so fast.
Boom, the whole chat's like, and I'm so neutral, like I really am one of these people that truly believes if you took the best from this side, the best from that side, we could make a beautiful thing. See what's happening here? See what's happening? It's already happening. I'm going to stop now. But because we haven't done it, man. We haven't said it. We haven't said it at all. And like, I swear it's been all month. We haven't. So I'm going to do my best not to. It's been really great.
Well, and
just shut up about it.
I know.
He's like, you're trying to stop, just stop. So about these nickels, I just found myself a nice 2003. Yeah.
That's awesome.
I put all my change away. I didn't want to have problems with you getting mad at me.
No, well, it wouldn't be a problem if you didn't have so much better change than me. Like if you were on the same level and we were both pulling out awesome stuff, it wouldn't be a problem. But no, you're over there with all this awesome stuff, and I'm over here. Well, maybe this 1970 nickel will be worth something in a couple of decades.
I don't know if Heath has pay dirt other than going out and getting, kind of like hitting the river and stuff. You'd have to ask him. Donna's asking if you have pay dirt. And Big E says, what's everybody's best find prospecting? As far as at the river, for me, it hasn't been, I don't know what my highest amount like in one day was. I would have to say probably the Vermont that time with Joseph, and I was with Stu Easy. I don't know what the final weight was on that day. But it was way more than what I normally get in New Hampshire or even Vermont that by myself. I mean, it was really an unbelievable day. I mean, it was 30, 40 specs per shovel full. And we were there for about, 4 hours straight, just pumping them through the thing. It was just unreal. It was at least, I would have to say probably a couple of grams that day, all by hand, and that was an amazing day. I'd say dredging a couple of times we did pretty good. And we found a couple of I think the biggest was probably a half gram for me. We haven't found a lot of big stuff, but next year's a whole new species. I can't wait to get this big dredge in because that's going to change things, I hope.
I know.
No, Donna, I do not have pay dirt.
Donna, we find gold every time we go out to the river. It's just usually a few specks at a time.
I'm too greedy and hang on to all my dirt.
Yeah, they're right. That's what I was doing, man. And then next thing I know, I'd be, I'll give this away. I couldn't, here's the thing. When someone said, oh, so-and-so, this happened to so-and-so, I didn't have the money to pull out of my pocket and go, let me send $100 to, help out. Or I just didn't have it. And so for me, instead, I'd be out for 2-3 days at the river. And whatever I got in those 2-3 days, I'd stick it in a bag and do like a if someone was having a raffle or if someone was having a whatever. I would send it to them, and then if they could make money on that bag, and then put that money towards the people that needed the help, that's what I did it. And it turned into that, and I stopped. Gosh, it was a while. I wasn't even saving anything for us. It just would, I'd get it, and then it would go to the next person who needed it. Boop, get it, out the door it went again. And then
I got a hell of an idea.
We just had to start putting it aside for our wedding rings, and we had to slow down. And Nigel's been awesome with that, so that we could still offer pay dirt.
I got a hell of an idea. I could sell pay dirt from New York, and there'd be absolutely no gold in it.
I mean, why though?
Because nobody sells pay dirt from New York.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And if they do, there's sure as shit no gold in it.
I wonder how that would work. Like if you sold something from now, see, let's think about that. Let's say you even said in there, no guaranteed gold amount, no, it's unchecked, unsearched. People around here can go, I could go out in my backyard, throw it in a bag, come back in and sell it for $10 unsearched. I mean, I'm sure there's tons of people that do that on eBay, but I wouldn't do it. But in your case,
I think that there are people who do that crap. You
know,
there are. That's why people don't really trust just searching for pay dirt.
That's right. I won't do it unless there's a guaranteed amount.
That's probably the exact reason that I've never, ever bought any pay dirt from anybody on the internet.
Well, and not only that, but you find your own. I mean, when you go hit the river for the day, you come back with pay dirt. I mean,
but Heath, there are some people who have guarantees, and those people so for a while, the only pay dirt I would buy would be Gold Bay, and that's because I knew what I was getting. So even if I didn't have the confidence in my panning skills, I knew it was still there. Now, Black Mass pay dirt, I've gotten some of his. He's got guarantees too. So it's I mean, word of mouth matters a lot, but dang, man, some people are just jerks. You know, the internet has made the nicest people into jerks for no reason.
Yeah, it has. And yeah, just like Family Prospecting said, I mean, I can go out and get all of mine that I want. I've actually probably got at least 8 containers of cons that I gotta go through.
Yeah.
At least 8. And I got other things going on right now.
Yeah.
So it's gonna wait till when it's -5 out, and
I was gonna say when it's
fishing because there's no bait.
It's cold and you can't make it to the river, man. That's gonna come in real. I know Joseph during the winter. He's a bear. He's you don't even want to talk to Joseph in the winter unless he's got he's working his own cons again, because he likes to be at that river, man. You keep him away from that for more than about a month, he starts losing it. What's Donna saying? No way, I know it now. What's she talking about? What you talking about, Willis?
Heath's pay dirt.
What's that?
To Heath's pay dirt. To Heath's New York pay dirt.
I can guarantee in the New York pay dirt, you're going to find granite, you're going to find shale, you're going to find quartz, you're going to find, probably depending on what section of New York it came from, you're going to find garnets, you're going to find rubies.
Really?
But as far as gold, no.
Even that, including Queen's Law, could you sell pay dirt being it's dirt from New York? Or are they going to claim that's their dirt?
I have no idea. I mean, shit, we sell dirt to everybody around here.
I guess
it literally goes to the Port of Albany and heads on out who knows where.
Yeah. Yeah. I did notice when you were talking about the shale, in where I'm at, I have some out here, but not much. In New Hampshire, there's not nearly as much as over there. And that was something that I like what I would call the cobble, where we were on this river and there's this little bend, and in New Hampshire, that cobble would be rounded off stone, rolled and everything. But in New York, right there, that whole section was just squares, not squares, but rectangular. Everything was rectangular and broken. Almost no round, hardly at all in that river. It was almost all of it was shale pieces.
If you
It
want
was-
clay, I can get you some of the beautifulest blue clay you'll ever see. In feet of it, like 4 or 5 feet thick layers of blue clay. But gold? No.
Yeah. Hey, you never know, Donna. You should check that red clay. You never know. I'll tell you right now. I don't care what anybody says. Those first few inches of clay, if you've got gold around you, it'll be in that first few inches. So if you've got good red clay around, nothing wrong with throwing it through a pan real quick in a little bit of water. You'll find out pretty quickly if there's anything in there. You know, clay steals gold, but it
does.
also sits on there.
If she's down south and she has the what is known as schist in that clay, it ain't there.
Oh. At the 1988s. We got excited, Zach. We thought he had a couple of 1960s in the first roll. Like, we were all excited. Because we were like, 1960s, that's silver. And then he looked closer. He's like, oh, they were 1965. Never mind. So we were all excited. Like, he was going through more and more dimes thinking there was more.
Oh, we grow rocks here in New York too, Donna. Big
Yeah, here too.
big
For sure.
rocks.
My
Yeah,
land
man,
is
I don't know.
loaded.
I might hit Heath up for some of that blue clay so I can use it in all my amazing crafts that I
There you
I
go.
have going on in the world. You know.
There you go.
I get slabs of that shit, dude. Slabs.
Well,
We
shit, dude. Heath, send me a bunch of your dirt. I'll seed it with Send me a bunch of your dirt with your garnets and stuff, and I'll seed it and package it as Heath's New York pay dirt.
There you go.
No,
There you
dude.
go.
My name, nothing to do with anything. No way.
Tony, straight from New York.
Yeah. Yep. I'll sell you pay dirt. But I
Once
ain't
you're done
guaranteeing
tanning,
there's
you just
gold
have
in
to
there.
send the gold back to New York. That's all. No big deal.
Exactly right. Yeah, if you find any, mail it back to the state. Thank
Yeah,
you.
It's up to you. Thank you.
Okay, so how about this? Nigel's finds New York flavor. Not saying anything
would say-
about Heath.
I would say state between Pennsylvania and Vermont. I would say anything without the New York words, because as soon as you put in New York words and there's some, you know as well as I do, someone's going to be like through the algorithms. New York got said somewhere with gold.
Well, that, and they'll probably like get you for trademark infringement somehow. Like you
Yeah,
put New
'cause you-
York on your bag. Well,
Mhm.
that's our state's trademark. What
Yeah.
are you doing?
You're giving away our money.
You
That would
just
make
mentioned
great
New
pottery,
York,
yeah.
well, you owe us taxes now.
That really would, Zach. We had one time with Stu Deasy, we did a video once where went up when he came to visit me. I found this, man, it was like this on the side of the road. It was like, God, I don't know how many feet back it would have gone in the beginning, but if I had to guess, it was a section about, God, got to be close to 200-300 feet tall that was just sloughed off, gone. Trees had come across the road into the Connecticut River, and you know, it was just completely down. There's a spot where this I don't know if it was a pine tree. I'm trying to remember what it was. It was a big root ball, and I start like jamming out, and it was just nothing but clay, you know. And we brought that back, sent it through a sluice with a hose, and just kept it going over and over. And we got some gold out of it, not a lot, but a little bit. And then I put it into a cooler. It was what the water was running into, all the stuff. And I left it outside for however long. I'd forgotten about it out back. It just kind of sat there for however long. I went to tip the thing over to knock it out, and it was a brick. I mean, I'm talking the size of a cooler, completely one solid brick of clay that was just speckled with, you know, all sorts of little cobbles and stuff, but it was just solid. Just one. I mean, it was hard to break apart. It was great. It ended up, most of it stayed there when we moved. But you probably could melt that. Not melt it, but
Killing it.
yeah. There's a name for it. I totally spaced it as soon as I went to say it, but
I'm sure kilning it is not the professional word.
no,
but-
it's firing it, when you fire it. Like if you were to mold it and then fire it.
You have to first mold it into something.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, you clearly don't play enough Minecraft. Then you just
It's
get a
going to
brick
just be a
of clay.
4x4 brick. We'll put it next to your 4x4 brick of penny.
Yeah, right.
That's fine. I can take all those pennies and melt them down, and I have a little tiny.
Nigel's, he's like losing it. Nigel's going to be off as soon as he hangs up with this thing. He's going to be like,
I'll melt them little bastards down. I'll make
melt
balls
it
out of my cannon with them.
You're just destroying history.
Do you know how many things I shot with the as a kid? Every coin that I could get my hands on going into the slingshot. I mean, I think about it now. All the metal I flung into the woods. Oh my god, it kills me. Or pour it into a mold. Yep.
Yeah, well, that's what
There
I
you
have.
go.
I have molds for my cannon that I can pour it into bullets.
That's cool. That's pretty
Listen,
awesome.
again, you can just send me those. I'll send you like raw copper. We can figure this out in a different way that's not illegal. That's not going to get anybody in any trouble. You know, I'm a compromising kind of guy. If there's a law, we can get around it without breaking it. You know.
Yeah.
That's why I said, I'm fair trading copper for silver. I mean, it's part of commodities trading, I think.
Sure.
I would. Hey, man, if it's not, then we're just too simple to know. They're highbrow laws. You know, we're just too simple to understand.
There's definitely not laws against that. I mean, people trade coins daily, all day long. That it's not laws. I don't think there could be. I don't think anybody could say anything about that.
Well, I don't think you can be told what to not do with. Like, I mean, yeah, there's laws against altering things, but you can't be told you can't trade this. Like, you can't trade your eggs for our milk.
That's
Get
what I
out
mean.
of here.
Yeah. If you wanted to trade 1 ounce of silver for however many, ounces or pounds of friggin' copper, and that's your prerogative, then so be it.
Right.
What he knows is that you don't want to see it melted.
Well, I just don't. I mean, think about the jail time you might get for some nonsense.
Yeah, it's
Especially
not
when
even
you have
about that.
somebody willing to work with you.
You're looking in your head. You're thinking all those little wheat sides there, and you're thinking, I can't imagine those just melting into nothing. That's what's driving you crazy.
Well, it's because I don't get enough of them. Like,
Yeah.
It's such a struggle for me to get my hands on those little wheat sides, as you put it. Yeah, exactly. Like it's like, oh man, and you hear it too. You hear how excited I get. Like, there's a wheat penny. Yeah.
I opened up. Well, I didn't open up. There was out of some of the rolls of pennies, Biggie. There was one roll of pennies that had like an open end to it, and so I decided to really carefully pull the pennies out of one of them just so I could look at them under the scope, and then I'll put them back into the roll afterwards because I just wanted to see. And I myself owned. Prior to recently, I think I had 4 wheat pennies up that I had found, and that was it. And now I've got a whole little thing going on with them. But there was some good ones in there. There was my lowest year one was a 1910. There was a steel penny in there, or a 42 or 43. I forget now what it was. A 42, I think. But they were all wheats, which was so cool. And there was, I think, a 1915. There was a 1910, and 30s, I think, mostly, and 40s. But that was just the one where I don't plan on like opening the other rolls are all sealed perfectly. So, but that one had an open end, and I thought I can't handle it anymore. I've just got to look. I had never seen that many Wheaties all in one spot. It's not illegal to melt money, but you cannot sell it after melting. I thought there was some kind of thing about it. I melted, or I rolled them all common date Wheaties. I rolled them all common date Wheaties. Oh, you rolled them? Okay. Well, you did a great job rolling. I couldn't believe how tight those things were. There was one, like I said, that had almost an open end, and so I thought, well, I'll just check it out. But they are. What's funny is I don't have a 1910. That was as early as I've ever seen as a Wheatie penny. I think that was it's one of the first years, but for me, it was like, I have a couple of 40s and 30s, maybe, I think is as low as I ever got. And 50s, a couple of 50s. And that was about it. But opening that where you could see 30s and 40s and 50s and then even down to that 1910, I about lost it when I saw that one. I'm thinking of having every member of my fam out of coins, 12 on mom's side and 4 on dad's side. I'm thinking of having every member. Oh, rings for, yeah. You know what? I was talking to Rocky Mountain Bear, and it started with just 2 rings. And then the next thing I know, I kind of volunteered a third one in there. And in my head, I'm thinking, well, my dad, there's 2 1951 coins right there, one for my dad, one for my mom. Then and then I'm thinking, man, if it got into it and I could either learn how to do it or make it, I don't know. To me, those would be great presents for like my sister and my brother-in-law and even my fiance's family. I thought, man, talk about beautiful gifts, and maybe it might get them into something that I enjoy. None of them will go to the river with me and go find gold. They all think I'm nuts. But, maybe it gets them into coins. Sometimes the beauty of their history of something pulls you in further. And that's what happened to me. I can only hope that's what happened to anybody gets. When my mom heard about that stuff, she was like, really? Wow, that's really neat. I never even thought of that. Blah, blah, blah. Next thing you know, and now we start talking about coins. She and I have been talking almost daily. Well, maybe not all about coins, but coins come up now every day. And it's really kind of neat. It's things that I've never talked to my mom about after all these years. And so this has brought all good things, every positiveness in every direction for me.
Well, it's like the shipwreck collection that you started for me. I don't think you realize that like flipped into now you, me, and my mom are going to have this one limited collection.
I can't wait to see what that is.
I still have to make that video. Yeah, me and making videos. I say I'm going to make it, and then 3 years later I make it. That contest is almost over, and I still haven't made a video explaining that. And I'm just like, damn, man, like,
get off your ass, man, and get busy.
Dude,
well, this is another reason why, when you have a chance to become a member, remember I was telling you earlier in a text. I said sometimes he'll be like, I didn't do a video. It's been 10 days, 27% off at this point. But it's like, if he doesn't do a video on the day he says he's planning on it, and then something takes him over for 3 or 4 days, you get a certain percentage off per day that he doesn't do it. Like, he's always doing these cool ass things to make it like the first time I ever literally went and like purchased something was because of that. I'm not a big purchaser, but I saw that it was like 20-something% off. And I'm like, I can't say no to that. If I add that up, that's like less than, I can't say no to that. And so I ended up doing it. And then that put me on the wheel, which then made me win a half a gram of gold, which then like, it was one thing after another. And the next thing you know, I mean, it wasn't a lot, but it was well worth it.
Well,
I mean,
there was
a couple of times you pay for your membership.
There's one person who their membership, when they bought it full price, and I tried to talk them out of it. I'm like, listen, man, you gotta stop doing this, because if you just wait a little bit, there's gonna be a sale, and if you wait even longer, then the stuff that you think is like overpriced, you're gonna be getting for way less than spot value, And he's like, no, I want this now. And now this dude's like the #1 winner of this month, and I'm like, well, I guess I'm done talking people out of it,
Rocky Mountain, I can't wait to see what you're doing with that. Are you setting the stones into coin rings? That would be amazing. And Big E, I absolutely will I'll get your information over to Nigel. Absolutely. Like I said, really awesome guy. So I'm glad you guys got to meet. When I talk about a few friends where I'm always like, I know you guys have heard me on Pastor Bob's there. That's him. That's like my dude. And definitely decent guy. And that would make him pretty happy. He's been dealing with these pennies, and like at first it was like a weedy or two. And, then it was a few coppers. Then it was like nothing for however many boxes, you know what I mean? So that'd make him pretty happy. So I'll definitely get his info for you.
I don't know if you see this. This is one of the big Folgers cans. that have been sorted through. This is one of 4 since we've started.
Wow.
Since I started looking through pennies.
Now, is that all coppers?
No.
Oh, those are the non-coppers.
Yes.
Old junk that's worth nothing to him.
He'll trade you those.
Here's the coppers I've
Pound
got.
for pound. What do you think?
The small little bit is like, I mean, yeah, I'm extremely proud of this, but it's
I would be.
definitely not 4 Folgers cans of copper.
I'd love to do that, Rocky Mountain Bear. I can't even tell you, man. I'd be all over that. You just let me know the best time that for you to do something like that, and I would love to watch. I'd love to watch the process. I'm just absolutely so into that. I have a dapping block. That's what that block is, the dapping block, right? We could do the old school way or use the specialized tools. That's really cool. That would be, it'd be a total honor to do that, man. I would, anytime. You name the time that's good for you, and I'll be glad to do it. We'll go live and make it happen. How much is it next month? What are we looking at? How much is it next month?
I think she's talking about the membership. It's 50% off next month for everybody, Donna. So like what, $40 for a chance at half a gram of gold every month?
That's crazy. If you think about it, like, people have the $5 a month or whatever they charge for membership fees, $40 for an entire year, and your name's automatically on the wheel. And this year was what, 10 people, 12 people, something like that?
Yeah, 11. And
11.
Well,
11
1
in 11 chance at a half a gram of gold every month.
Yeah. Also, you got
to
to give me the information of the people who got your spots for your dirt, so I can get them on the list this month.
Yep, I have that all of that written down for you. I just figured, when we were talking about the other stuff, we'd go there. But I do have it all. Just remind me, because I do have it all written down.
I was thinking about that as I started to fall asleep, and I'm like, oh crap. I need to plan for this, because that's coming up in 2 weeks, and you know me, but
yep, that was really cool too. He's done stuff. I don't know if anybody here, if he knows, they don't know what he's talking about. But when I did my pay dirt bags and we sold, he did this also for the Walk to End Alzheimer's. When we were doing that, I was kind of doubting a little bit and wasn't really sure if I could. Not that I could. I was going to go live and do it, but I just didn't plan on having that good of a turnout, I guess. And honestly, this guy literally looks at me, but he says to me, he goes, don't underestimate your worth. He go, and literally it was like somebody slapped me in the face. And all of a sudden I'm like, yeah, you're right. Cause I never have. My whole life I never have. And I was having a moment or something. And he said that, and I immediately thought, here's this young guy telling me that. Damn right, I'm going to not under, and I went in there and basically he said, here's what I want you to do. Anybody who spent more than $15 on donations towards that fund got onto his wheel automatically. So it was like, I don't even remember how many people ended up doing. It was a bunch. I want to say there was like 13 or might have even been more than that people that got on your wheel that time for doing that. And then this time with the pay dirt, he's been doing the same thing. So if somebody spends on chances $15 anytime in the month, if there's over $15 spent, they get put on his wheel as well. So it's really super awesome what he's doing. He's been helping us out quite a bit with that, and just all sorts of cool stuff. I mean, he's sent everything from little things to the kids to, I don't know, just awesome. If you haven't watched his care package thing that we sent to him, because I just love this guy. If you haven't already seen that yet, check out his video on when he gets the Partridge Family Prospecting mail call or whatever it was. I don't remember what you called it, but it's pretty awesome. And you can just like hear it in his voice when he got a whole slice of home all at once.
His inner fat kid was smiling.
Dude. My inner, my outer, all the fat, every fat cell in my body was just glowing. It's
really a good video. Yeah, you'll have to check it out. Check it out on Nigel's thing. If you guys haven't already subbed to him, make sure you sub to him. He's definitely worth hanging out with. And that video is pretty awesome. Like I sent him this book, which he hasn't read yet. And,
I love the
it's a damn kid's book. There's like 23 pages in it, for Christ's sake. But anyway, it's
Reading is hard, bro.
In between. In between the pages, we put foliage leaves because I knew he was like dying to see foliage from the North Country or from the East Coast. So we sent him leaves in there. It was a fun box to do for sure. A bunch of cheese. Oh yeah, there's the leaves right there. There's some of the leaves. That
this
looks
is
so
right
awesome
next to my home workstation. So I may not have read your book, but I definitely framed the leaves because, I mean, don't get me wrong. Nigel destroys everything, but he was sniffing at these super hard. And I'm like, dude, I swear to you, you will go back to the streets.
Put you down so I won't forget. Oh, okay. Need lots of pictures, less words, man.
There is Biggie. There's lots of pictures.
This was him though. He does this, right? He opens up the book and he's like, wow, that looks like a really sad picture. Okay, no big deal. Goes to the next one. Well, it happens to be a book where they're all cold, and it's called The Gnome from Nome. And it's such an awesome story. It's all about friendship, and it's about, this gnome wants friends, and so he invites all these prospectors and the gold, and it's all talking about the gold rush, basically. And then in the end, he's still cold. He has all these friends, but he's still cold. And then all of a sudden, it's like he realizes he's already got he didn't need all the gold. He didn't need all the friends coming and getting the gold. The prospectors sit down and talk about how it's not about the gold. It's about being friends and loving somebody. And when you have that, you already have your gold. You already have your friends, your warmth inside. And the next thing you know, they all go off on their way. And that's where you get Nome, Alaska, is from this gnome who lived by the North Pole with this otter and became best friends, and they were warm forever after that. But so it's like this, I don't know, man. It's just a good story. And it was something that he had said he'd never seen before. He'd never seen the name of it or anything. And I thought, oh, you're getting this. And maybe if he has kids later, he can read it to his kids. I read it to my son. I read it to my fiance. Well, our kids. I've read it to many families along the way. So it was his turn. I'm like, okay, it's time to go to somebody else and keep it on its life. Hey, Can, how's it going, man? Good to see you. If you haven't seen Can,
the problem is there's like words with more than one syllable on the first page. So I get really intimidated as soon as I open it. I'm like, oh man, more than one syllable.
4 pages in, he's like, that looks even more depressing. That's super depressing. Let's go to the end. He goes, let's go to the last page. Well, there we go. That looks a little happier. I'll read this later, man.
Well, it was, dude. He was so sad.
Yeah, for sure. If you Nigel's guy, if you haven't checked out Can, there's a guy there. There's another one that's just got the biggest heart ever. I talk with him a lot. A lot of really, really decent person, good person to know. He's out from California and also from New York as well. So again, another piece of home somehow, you know what I mean? But great guy, really great guy. Also does auctions and things. But more than that, I wasn't even gonna. That's secondary to what kind of person he is. That's why I'm there, because of the type of person he is and stuff like that. So really decent person. That's definitely awesome that you're here. I really appreciate you coming by and hanging out.
Just subscribe to him.
Awesome. Yeah, definitely decent guy. I have one. What's it called?
Collectibles, Heath.
Yeah, Can Collectibles. Definitely check him out, man. Really awesome. Awesome dude. And I have one.
Is he from New York or New York City?
No,
Yeah,
New York. Well, he lives in California, but he's from New York, I believe.
Again, from New York or New York City?
No, I don't think it's New York City. I don't think it's New York City.
You know, those
I don't know
New
where.
Yorkers,
I'm not
like,
sure.
they'll even put down us Western New Yorkers. You know, I'm like, I'm not even that close to New York City. He's like, oh, Western New York. I see.
Mom makes peach pie. That's all I know. And you know, that works for me right there. You know, had to. It looked like a cabin if I had to imagine it in the woods somewhere with peach pie. I couldn't honestly tell you, but it was a beautiful, just the whole atmosphere at the time when he was visiting.
Did you ever see one of those like maps that say how people say soda all differently all
Yep.
over the country?
Yep.
Well, if you take that map and and butcher it up even more, and then you can scale it down to the state of New York and see how much inner New Yorkers hate other inner New Yorkers based off their language.
That's funny.
We come here in the north don't like the South New Yorkers.
That was upstate Western for him, he says. Yeah. Definitely decent people.
So he's closer to where I'm from than where Heath's from. I'm from near like Syracuse and Binghamton, that area. But I only say those cities because most people don't hear about Cortland unless they're talking about apples. So
I had hardly ever spent any time in New York. I went to New York City as a kid, and then when I was hanging out with Stu that time, I went through New York and hung out in a few different towns in there for that 2 days. And other than that, I'd never really been there. I didn't realize how close to Pennsylvania that we were. I didn't realize like just, an hour or two down south, we would have been hitting Pennsylvania. And Hoosier Stacker's back. Oh, hold on. Correction, Partridge. I'm a great guy. Can Collectible is a beautiful man. You are right. That's true. You are a great guy for sure, and Can is beautiful. That's true, man. This has been an awesome live tonight. The people coming in and out are just been really, really, really good people all the way across the board. It's just been really good people in and out of here tonight.
Ken, I'm north of Albany.
oh, see, so I'm below all you guys then. I mean, now I'm out in Colorado, but still, those roots are pretty strong.
Hi, the big baby. Did you just wake up?
Yeah, it's all good. You're just a Western New Yorker. You're fine.
Just wake up.
But still not the city, Heath. That's what matters. Still not the city.
Want to say hi to Uncle Nigel's guy?
Yeah, that's a big plus.
Yeah, you do.
My vote counts as little as yours does when I was back home. Like, as long as you're not in the city, your vote doesn't matter at all, and your say does not matter at all because the city drowns us all out.
Say hi to everybody.
Say
hi, Can. Hi, guys. Daryl was trying to get all the attention there for a sec. I'm glad I stopped by instead of going home from work. Hey, cool. That's awesome.
Yeah, we're glad you're here too.
I'm in LA over 20 years. Yep. My aunt's in Ventura. Yeah, in Ventura, just so that's at south of you, I think, right? In LA. I know her daughter, I think, lives in LA, if I'm not mistaken, though.
You'd be surprised how many people actually live out towards California from New York right now. In the last 20 years, there's been 30 or 40 people that moved out there.
Well, from what I can tell, Heath, like, there's just every year, New York has one of the biggest, like, exoduses of any other state. Like, people are just leaving our state nonstop as much as they really can. You know what I mean? There's not much there for younger people, and unless you are born into certain families or in certain places, there's not much opportunity there for you. And I try to explain that to people. They're like, "You're talking about New York, right?" I'm like, "Yeah, but you don't seem to understand what it's really like there."
New York is a beautiful state. Absolutely beautiful, gorgeous. You can give 1,000 different good things for it, but it's also a taxed shithole at this point.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like, the beauty is something that I miss, like, especially during the fall, which is why, like, Partridge Family Prospecting, he was like his gift meant a lot because fall out here, yeah, it's cool, but fall on the East Coast is its own beast, And a lot of people, they don't understand that, like, New York City is not New York. Like, there's so much to New York that has nothing to do with New York City, but because of how everything is and how the system is in New York, it's all taxed. You're taxing, you're paying for you can be in an area where the rent is cheap and affordable, but your taxes are just they're gonna make you poor. You're gonna be poor.
Yep, they love to tax us here in New York. Love to tax us.
I was going to say, my aunt was talking about out in California the same thing. She was saying it's just nuts. When I was bitching about how much I was paying in rent, she was like, people pay that for like a 1-bedroom out here. And I was thinking, huh? Like, I thought I was like, I couldn't believe it.
Well, and I don't know about California, but when I was in New York, the tool to make people stop certain actions was taxes. So, like, a lot of people, like, in a lot of states, okay, so how do I put this? Like, we all lived through the change of being able to smoke in restaurants and smoke in public places and stuff. You can really tell when you're in a place where they want to get rid of smoking based off how quickly they tax the cigarettes. New York, like, when my mom comes out to visit me, she gets so crazy excited. She's like, I don't have to buy crappy cigarettes. And I remember the first time she was out here, she walked into a gas station. She bought, yeah, that's exactly right, Can. That's exactly right. She bought 2 packs of cigarettes, herself a soda, and I think like a candy bar. And she comes out and she's like, I just don't understand it. I'm like, what? What happened? Did something happen? Do I need to go in there? She's like, no, I went in there. I bought 2 packs of cigarettes, a candy bar, a soda. I used a $20 bill, and I have change. What is this? And I'm just like, yeah, like, the taxes here on cigarettes are not nearly what they are in New York. And, like, in New York, when I smoked, I remember how I like, because I couldn't smoke crappy, like, not crappy, but I had the specific cigarettes that I had. If I was going to get cancer, I was going to get, like, all the cancer. So, I would smoke my menthol cigarettes and I'd pay the price for them. I come out here and there's the same, like, pack of menthol cigarettes for like $5-6 less. I'm like, holy crap! How is this possible? Now they're doing the same thing, like, as Can saying, aversion to behaviors with sin taxes. And the problem is you don't see those taxes going into the area. You don't see those taxes going into helping people who are just trying to exist. You know what I mean?
All right. So on that note of silence, I'm going to bed.
Yeah, we're starting to reach the point of politics, Heath. So I think no. I think that it's time to start tapping out.
Yep.
It was awesome you came by tonight, Heath, man. Thank you for coming by. It's awesome.
I'm only like 4 or 5 hours past my bedtime. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Well, hey, just make sure you make it to the cheese party this afternoon.
Yeah. I'll make sure to make it there with Delta. Good night, guys.
Have a good night, Heath.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by, man. Sleep well.
You too. Bye-bye now.
Have a good one.
All right,
you're spent too. It's 3 hours. It's 3 hours less over there.
Yeah, dude. What are you doing?
That's
you
awesome.
Have a great
man.
night, Can. Thanks for stopping by.
Thank you for coming by, man. Super honor. Thank you.
But yeah, no. Let's. I always forget taxes is politics. Always forget it.
I did a 5-hour. Yeah, I was actually watching your auction, and then he came on, so I came over to hang out with Nigel's guy. But that was a great auction. He always does great auctions, but it's always for good causes and always a fun time. Yeah, I was right in the process of watching that, and then I switched over.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well,
so I was glad he came by.
I'll have to check out his auctions more if he does them for good things versus just
He really
doing
does. He does it for that, and they do. Is it the CGS tribe? Gosh, I'll email you the link to it. But it's another thing that they do as well. And I know the last time I was watching, they were doing it for homeless shelters, and what they were doing was certain amounts from the auctions and different things made went into. They would literally online sit there and buy all these different things from the website, from like the Dollar Tree, let's say. And they were like buying huge amounts of stuff. Then they would go pick it up and they'd go deliver it to certain whatever homeless shelters that they had picked and let people know. It was really interesting. It was really cool how they do stuff. And he's one of the first people who actually started our little computer fund. Actually, he was the first person who was the first person to say, hey, we need to get Partridge into the computer and get him into something that's better than the phone type of thing, and it was just, he didn't have to say that. He didn't have to do that. And after that, there was a couple of people that put a little in, and it was just really nice. You know what I mean? He's just got a great, huge heart. Awesome guy. I love watching him. It's just certain people. It's like you. I enjoy being here. I enjoy watching and hanging out with you. But again, you and I have had many conversations. Can is someone I feel like I could chill out with, whether it be having a beer, whether it be doing whatever. I just feel like I could chill out and relax and hang out with him. Same with Hoosier. I don't want to lose, I don't want to forget. I didn't know he was still here. Same with Hoosier. He's awesome too. Not as pretty, according to the Coin Tribe is the YouTube channel, and they do Coins for a Cause. Thank you. That's what it was. Coins for a Cause. And it was the Coin Tribe, the Coin Tribe. Yep. CGS. I think it's CGS Coin Tribe. Or, definitely worth checking into. That's with Gunny's Quarter Deck and Can and Rocky Mountain Bear goes on there, and there's a bunch of people that go. I mean, when those guys do a show, there's 70, 80 people on there easily. But it's because they're always doing something good. It's not about money in your pocket all the time, Right.
Yeah, I just found the Coin Tribe. I got them subscribed.
Yep, they're definitely decent, and they've always done an awesome thing as far as anytime I'm on there. First of all, Can's just always treated me like I always felt like he was treating me like a king. Anywhere he went, he was always introducing us as a great family, and I just appreciate him big time. But Gunny's and those guys over there, excuse me, it's Son of a Silver Stacker is the other one on there. And they all just treat you like gold. They really do. I mean, it's a family. Definitely no joke about it. It's a tribe, It's really definitely decent. A lot of fun. Again, it's when you friend a lot of people, you can only spend so much time in each one. So those are ones that I definitely watch, though, just because they're great people, good peeps. They dropped the CGS part now. Okay, cat. My cat just went walking across the. You want to say hi to Nigel? Huh? What do you think?
I'm pretty sure Nigel is tucked away nicely. Yep. I was surprised. I thought he was going to be horrible tonight because it started off pretty interesting with him. But
this is Murphy Cat. He's like, I'm ready to be in everybody's business at this point. 3:30 in the morning. I'm just waking up. I know.
Yeah, he's just like, give me a treat and let me be, man.
Yeah, just a quick scratch, Dad, and then you're gonna let me go so I can go rule the house. He just woke up. They're funny because while I'm out here, you'd let me hold you all night, wouldn't you? You're sitting right on my lap. All right. Damn straight, PFP. Whoops. Yeah, did you check did you write down Hoosiers too? Check it. He's another one. I don't know if I think you already did that.
I'm pretty sure I'm subscribed to him.
Yeah, I think you did that. I think you did that a couple of shows ago. Definitely another group that's really awesome too. We've got so many. There's just so many awesome people, and I feel like I go and I check everybody out, and stuff. And then it's just, you end up going back to, I don't know. I just really enjoy all these guys. Is Sea Monkey on the table? What's that? What are we looking at? Is Sea Monkey on the table? Do you see a sea monkey?
Oh, money.
Is
She sees money.
oh
That's my hopes. My hope, Donna, that I didn't just open up like 10 rolls of nickels for nothing. But I'm telling you right now, I did. I thought you kept saying a sea monkey. I'm like, what's wrong with my arm?
yeah. I wasn't sure what she meant. I'm like, what is she talking about? Oh man, I can't believe it's this late. I didn't even notice it got that late. Last time I looked, I swear it was 11.
Well, that's what happens when you guys actually talk and let me look at weird stuff. I'm totally fine with that. I'm totally fine with you and whoever else taking the show and let me just dig through coins and be in my own little awkward Zen space, That's why I'm like, yeah, Jeremy, come on, because you are actually a magnet for happy people, whereas me, I'll derail and start complaining about taxes within 5 minutes.
Oh no, I don't think so. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Donna, what are you doing up so late? Oh my Lord. Tomorrow, Donna, well, later today. Yeah, I understand that, Donna. I do. Later today, we're all going to hang out before Legit Sir Noobs and Bionic Bull go through their $50, and we're going to go through a box of pennies. So all I'm saying is make sure you're rested up for that, because I need all your compliments to get through that. I'm going to start, Donna, you got to start being an artist so you can sell your art and then write a bunch of stuff off on your taxes. It's legal, so it's not me trying to get you to break the law. That's all I'm saying. You came back at the right time, huh?
Yeah.
I was telling my mom, I'm like, so Mom, here's my plans for the next 3 years. And she's like, well, I always love these conversations, Andrew. And I'm like, yep, I bet you do. And so I'm like, I've decided to become an artist so I can sell my art and then I can have it sold back to me and I can start a gallery and then everything will be tax deductible. Not even just the stuff needed to run a business, but all the things in my life. She's like, Andrew, who's going to buy your art? I'm like, you watch and see, Mom. You watch and see. I will scribble on a canvas and I will sell it for $5 million. It is modern art. She's like, well, to my understanding of modern art, that is what it is.
Sorry, I just had to run back and forth a couple of times real quick. I need to send you an email. She says, I'm mad about my taxes. I have 1 acre, 0.10, and my taxes is, wow,
That is crazy.
1 acre, 0.10.
1.10 acres.
Okay. Now, is there a house on it, or is it just land? In New Hampshire, around Keene, with taxes on a 1 acre parcel with a small house on it, you're looking at close to $5,000 a year. I'm pretty sure. I've never owned a house here, but that's when I'm looking at houses and I'm looking at their taxes, what I'm going to have to pay. It's usually between $5,000 and $7,000 a year or something like that, which just seems nuts. I mean, however many years ago I was making, that'd be a quarter of what I was making in a year goes to taxes. That just seems crazy.
And that's not even talking about income.
Right. Yeah, true. Okay. So so there's a house, a 2-story. Yeah. I feel like around here, that'd be so much more. Is that a year or is that?
I think that's what she was saying this year. We
should go move there.
Right. That's crazy, Biggie. Yeah, I have earlier this year I was talking to some people about getting their farm rights, leasing some of their land for like just agricultural purposes, just so we could drop their taxes down. And then because they were telling me what they were paying a year, and honestly, their land is nothing that should be taxed that much, in my opinion. It's like one of those places where it's so high up and it's so dry. They just have some cactuses, Right. So I'm just like, you guys have to figure something out. Like, I will. And that's when I was talking to you about getting chickens and some goats. Because I'm like, listen, if I have the opportunity where someone's going to let me use their land, I'll bring the animals. You know what I mean? And if it's a win-win to where they get easily, I think it was like they would be paying 1/4 of what they're paying now if they were able to zone their land for agricultural purposes. I'm just like, yeah, I'll play ball with that. It's nothing illegal. It's nothing immoral, in my opinion,
Yeah.
So let's do it. But that fell through. So I'm like, whatever. I'll stick back to just working and not farming in addition.
Wow. She says that's high for around here. Someone with 120 acres is $1,200 a year. Like, I seriously, like, I feel like around here in New Hampshire, and again, it depends on each town, that it's very possible that because our tax is different here. Like, we don't have sales tax at all, but we have like view tax. So if you have land, okay, that's one thing. If you have land that you can see a mountain or something, your tax is like doubled,
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's nuts. It's a view tax. And, but I want to say when I was looking into most of the houses that I was buying, they were all like 3 bedrooms. If they were on an acre or so, a few acres, you were looking at $5,000 a year easily. Some more. I remember them being between 5 and 7. But 5 was kind of, you needed to plan on that. And I remember thinking, okay, well, we could put this house here and it would cost us about $490 a month. But when you add the taxes in, it was well over $1,000. And so it's just as you're paying almost as much in taxes as you are on the mortgage.
That's crazy.
That's why it's so hard to get ahead, But if we don't do that and we rent, then you pay.
You're just giving your money to somebody else.
Yeah, you're paying $1,800, $2,000 a month for something that you'll never own. You can't change, you can't do anything until it's time to leave, and then you're starting over from square one again. And that just doesn't make sense either. I look at the rent at $1,800 a month. That's I don't even know. That's a lot of money per year, though.
Yeah.
For something that, if we decide to build next spring, we're walking out of here with nothing. I mean, we have our stuff, but we don't have anything and nothing to, it doesn't help us in any way.
Right.
I live in the mountains. I lived in the mountains up north in New Hampshire, and I loved it up there. I mean, I would have gladly paid a little extra to stay up there as far as that went. But yeah, I wonder, it makes me wonder if it's per town. Like, I wonder around here if it's just high where I live around Keene because it's a college town. And you know what I mean? It's close to Vermont, Mass, and stuff. I wonder if that's why.
Well, I was looking at land in your area, and I was like, I was pretty surprised at the prices that I was seeing, to be honest with you.
As far as low or high?
That it was high, in my opinion, because like in the area that I was looking in your area, it was almost on par with Boulder County taxes or Boulder County prices, and those are really high. Like the prices in where I'm living, it's a high cost of living, you know?
Right.
And like the only thing that makes it, in my opinion, okay is that there's a lot of work. Like you're never going to go without work here. So as long as you're willing to work, you're going to be fine.
Right.
But if you're, you know, like let's say you're in my situation where you're like just a single male on your own, and like unless you're willing to work, you know, like how I do, you're going to be in a rough spot. You know what I mean? Like if you want something, it's going to be rough, you know?
So, I just remember the day when you could work, you know, 10, 12 hours a day and be done and not have to work like you do in order to still enjoy stuff, you know? Like I remember that. Like I remember.
Well, and that's what my mom talks about. My mom was like, she was like, when I was your age, Andrew, and this was like 10 years ago, she's like, when I was your age, Andrew, I could work part-time, pay for my car, pay for my apartment, and still eat and party. So like she was like, I just don't know how. If you ever, and this is when I first moved out, she's like, if you ever, you know, you want to just do your laundry here or something like that, I fully understand because it's not the same. And I guess I'm just like pretty grateful and pretty blessed, for lack of a better term, to just say, to have a parent that understands that, you know, and acknowledges that. Because I know a lot of people my age and like when I was first moving out, their parents did not acknowledge that fact. Like, and it made stuff really hard for them to where they ended up living with their parents again, you know? So it's like, I mean, you got to acknowledge the reality of the situation that we're all living in. You know, it's not one person or like, if I wanted to move to Southern Colorado, like I could buy a house and have, you know, a huge piece of desert land with like really low taxes, really low cost of living. There's not going to be work, you know? And what am I going to do with that desert land? There's nothing to do with that land, you know?
Well, I guess it depends on, you know, what's in the sand, I suppose, but
no, man, down there it's not much.
42 miles away, we have one gas station, $1 store. That's how I'm used to up north. Everywhere you went, didn't matter what it was, it took you a half hour to 45 minutes to get to it. I don't mind that so much. Like in Keene, you have everything right at your fingertips, but I'd give that up in a heartbeat for up north because we lost a ton of good paying manufacturing. Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and, you know, hopefully there's a big shift, but the way it's looking from my understanding is the manufacturing's moving from one nation to another nation that's still not our nation, you know? But like pretty soon you're not going to be seeing made in China on your clothes and stuff. You're going to be seeing made in Vietnam. And that's the way that things are going. So we're still not going to have what a lot of people remember and what I never really lived through, you know?
Right. Well, I think the more self-sufficient you are, as far as I know, like I have friends up north that basically have everything they need, but they also hunt. They, you know, they work, they have very good jobs, you know, they have decent jobs. But up north, you have one of a couple of different jobs, you know what I mean? In order to keep sustained up there, because everything else is seasonal. And, you know, I don't know. I feel like, I forgot where I was going with this, but,
you have to be versatile to survive.
You do, but and And the more you don't have to, rely on other things like that, the more you can, do well. And you might be able to live like that, because if you have the things you need, but you don't need a whole bunch of extra. And then especially if you can make something or build something, or you have something that people need, it doesn't take much to just have a constant flow if you're willing to work for it, and
right.
I
Well, it's
kind of lost what I was saying like halfway through.
No, you're good.
Until we can provide the cheapest labor like third world countries, we will never get them back.
That's exactly it too, Biggie.
Yeah. Which actually Nigel was saying not that long ago. It's not so much that we pay. It's not like we almost pay too much in some ways. The problem is that the cost of living is so high that it's ridiculous here. If the cost of living, everything was shifted down a little, we wouldn't have to make so much in order to, in order to make those ends meet. But and I don't want to put words in his mouth. I don't think those are the exact words he said, but it was something along those lines.
No, you're good. I agree with that.
Anything after 3:30, I can't be held accountable for.
Like, in a lot of people, especially in our communities, they're really against tax. And that's not where I am, because in our country, taxes should be used. Let me rephrase that. Should be used for things like roads and, infrastructure and stuff like that. And like, I'm not that guy who's going to go out and build a road to the grocery store just so I can go to the grocery store. You know what I mean? I don't have a farm. I don't have I can't just live on my own. I'm not a one man, I'm not a man on an island. Right. So like, I'm not against tax. I'm against the rate in which things are taxed. There's survival and then there's excess, so I don't know. Like, I guess like it gets down to, like you said, you don't have sales tax in New Hampshire. No. Well, where I was in New York, we didn't have food tax, and that made sense to me. Like, how are you going to tax food? Like, I understood taxing like clothes and stuff like that, but how are you going to tax food? I move out here, and it took me so long to be able to understand what was going on, because I would go to the grocery store, I'd buy a loaf of bread, I'd buy some bananas and some peanut butter, and I just would like, it wasn't the prices that was on the food. You know what I mean? Like, I would do the math to figure out how much I needed, how much I could actually buy when I first moved out here. And I was always coming up short somehow. And I'm like,
see, that would drive me nuts.
Yeah. And I'm like, what actually is this? And then someone was like, oh, we tax food here. And it just blew my mind. I'm like, how can you possibly do that? Like, where is the justification in that? And it is what it is, but I mean, I don't know. I guess the thought of everybody will adjust to a new way of life is not really gonna work forever. You can't keep adjusting things and then expect people to be able to do it, because they're not going to,
Right. Big E says we need to get back to things that take time instead of instant gratification is where I go with that, but and get away from the disposable goods and back to repairing everything. And I don't know that it'll ever happen, but man, I think you're right. I think things were built better, like an American made whatever it was made to last forever. And if it didn't, you got a new one. I mean, Snap-on. I think of places like that, Snap-on and tool places, and just things held their value. They just always did, and now they don't. They're not made to.
Well, there's the whole So it's like that goes back to like the first automobiles. When the first automobiles lasted forever and they never broke down, then they realized they had to like adjust things, so people needed to buy new things. And when it comes back to like the disposable goods, that let's say we were able to snap our fingers and stop people from using like instead of like being afraid of washing plates and using paper plates or plastic plates and just getting one set of dishes to last their entire married life, you know what I mean? That's going to take generations to get to that point.
Right.
You know, and that's another thing, Biggie, you know, the prepared food. Like, you look, a good example is look at McDonald's. They don't have the value menu anymore.
No,
like,
yeah.
For me, the value menu was a survival tool when I was broke. Now you go to McDonald's and you're paying like $8 for a McRib, and you go to the dollar store, you can get a piece of like as real of rib stuff as you're gonna get from McDonald's for $1. And you think to yourself, and like, I'm not saying I've been thinking about making a video on this, but I did buy the rib from the dollar store. You know, you can spend a little bit of effort, make 4 sandwiches for the same price as that one sandwich that's made for you, and you're not even gonna enjoy it. Like, Zach's back in here. He made a good meal and he enjoyed it. Well, that's because you worked for it. You know, you did good for yourself. You know, people don't realize that. Like, it's just about, I want this, I'll take this, I'll pay the extra $1 for it. Well, eventually those dollars are going to be gone.
They add up.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm guilty of that. I never really, you know, I used to be pretty strict about certain things, and I found that even though I have to be, you know, because of what, you know, what I make and what we, you know, where we live and stuff, I have to be careful. But I find that, like, I didn't realize till the other day, I thought when she ordered food here and there, we were just paying the delivery, you know, and then I found out she was using DoorDash.
Yeah.
Well, DoorDash charges X amount on every single order automatically, not even including. So it's, here I've been thinking I've been just paying a delivery guy, and found out it was a third-party delivery guy. And it's like, okay, it's not huge, but it's like $4, $5 every single time extra. And I'm thinking, wow, if you add that up, man. And I was like, I don't know why that one hit me weird, but for some reason I'm like, wait, you know, now that you say that, I don't remember them having a delivery. Well, they don't. I'm using DoorDash, and I went, yeah, but don't they charge like a whole bunch? Well, yeah, but, and I'm thinking, so yeah, but that stuff adds
right.
up. You know?
Well, it's like, I found this channel on YouTube, and it's like this little Asian lady showing everybody how to make her, you know, basic Chinese food. And it blew my mind, because my whole life, and like, this isn't to sound racist or anything, my whole life I thought Chinese food had to have been like this really intense, hard to make cuisine, and that's why I was paying, you know, $5 for a thing of fried rice, or $7 for a combo meal of chicken and lo mein. And then I go and I watch her do it. I'm like, well, I'm done with this.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
gonna
nuts.
go buy the noodles. I'm gonna go buy the sauces, and I'll save so much money. And like, since then, I've been making my own lo mein, and I cannot explain to you how much. First of all, it's not hard.
No.
Second of all, it's like, for the cost of like 2 lo mein dinners, I can make lo mein literally every day, or like once a week for like 3 months, you know. And it's like, get out of here, you know. And that's just one example. Is like, anything you can, for me, anything that I have time to do, because that's a big factor. Like, if I have time to do it versus paying for it, I'm done, you know. And like, the health benefits also is like, I don't know what's being done in those restaurants. And it's not just Chinese restaurants. It's like McDonald's as well. You know, I don't know what they're doing in those places. Like, I don't know
what they're doing in a lot of them. I mean,
hands or anything like that. Like, let me go make my McRib with my $1 store, like $1 like rib fillet, because I was gonna eat a McRib anyways. You know what I mean? I wasn't gonna be eating prime rib.
Right.
Like,
and even then, if you look at that, if you get a good chunk of meat, you know, and you can do that, it's cheaper than going out, you know. It's nuts.
Well, I have a huge roast sitting in the freezer right now, waiting for the time that I have to actually get it, you know, to actually make it. And because I have that in there, like, I'm not gonna be spending money on something because, oh, well, you know what, whatever, like, I'm hungry now. No, dude, just get that frozen bacon that you separated when it was on sale, pop it in the oven, and be late to your live stream tonight. You don't need, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
I
but
don't know.
all you got to do is if you take your roast, you put it in, get it prepared, stick it in a crock pot, close the cover, turn it on warm, and as you come by different jobs and you go in and out, just grab yourself a plate full and then keep on going and just leave it on warm. You'll come back later. It'll all be ready for you still.
Right? Well,
That's what we tend to do. There's a lot of Sundays we'll do that, where Saturdays and Sundays we tend to cook something that just goes all day. Not only does it make the house smell good, but it's something you can eat a few times. We'll change it over a few times. And
so I did that for a while when I first moved out here, but I was finding that I wasn't, because it's like, and again, it's just me now, I wasn't able to eat all of that. So it started costing, not so much costing money, but costing a little bit of like morale, because I'd be like, oh man, I'm throwing all this food away. And I was not raised that way. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, we didn't throw much away either, that's for sure.
We couldn't afford to throw stuff away when I was growing up, dude.
I don't know if you remember I don't know if you remember this. Like, we used to get pastrami a lot. I don't know if that was just like a super cheap meat at the time. Now it's not nearly as cheap, but pastrami, and I've gotten it now, and it's so lean, and it's like, whatever. I remember as a kid eating that and having to chew on that for 15 minutes.
Yeah.
You put a piece of pastrami in your mouth and you were like 15 minutes. And I remember, I'm sure my mom just got the cheapest cut she could get and did what she could. But I mean, I just remember that, man. I remember the taste of it was so good, but I just remember, God, you'd be eating the same sandwich for an hour and a half.
Well, that, and there's so many meals that I remember. So like not too long ago, I made this huge, like so much like pasta, and I bagged it up and I froze it. I'm talking about like, well, there was this huge sale at the grocery store near me where it was like 10 for 10 on pasta, 10 for 10 on like sauces and stuff. I'm like, wow, that's really exciting. And it dawned on me, I'm like, you're excited to spend $1 on a pound of pasta. What happened? And so I did. I made like a bunch of like food that I don't really enjoy, but if I'm in a pinch, it will be there. So like I made like essentially like a mix between chili and goulash. Mm-hmm. Because I mean the beans were cheaper and it went further. Like there was enough meat, there's a bunch of sauce. And I was telling my mom, I'm like, Mom, I made, like 4 months worth of goulash. And she's just like, oh my, Andrew. I'm like, yeah, I know. She's like, you hated that when I was making you eat it. I'm like, yeah. Now I understand why I had to eat it. So
just wait till you hit 40.
For giving up a fight, and thank you for everything you did for us.
You're getting that early. That's why I like you. You're mature for your age. But I'm telling you, for me, I hit 40, and I realized everything my mother ever told me was completely correct. Like, I mean, I just remember for years rolling my eyes at my mother. Oh, geez. Oh, God, And now I realize everything she ever did, it was like, that's why. Oh, boy, does that make sense now? Like, and for me, it was like when the kids hit a certain age, and it was like, now I started seeing, man, I'm feeling, now I don't know why she felt that way or did this or did that,
Yep. Why she was so tired all the time.
When I worked at the Ski Mountain Big E, I used to work at Cannon Mountain for years, and I ran one of the lifts. It was a brand new lift. We just built it and put it in, and they used to call it Toontown, and that was mine. That was like, I was the person who ran that side, and I had, I don't know, 5 or 6 guys that worked for me over there, and we would make. So you have the ski mountain, right? First thing in the morning, we got everything from bacon to, oh my God, we would cook stuff on grills. We'd have stuff going all day long. People would pull in. I'd have coffee and donuts on the inside of my lift shack. I'd have, we'd be cooking barbecue and stuff in the middle of the day. We could have made so much money just from the smell alone. People would go by and be like, oh my gosh, it smells so good over here. But we did that on it. That was when I worked up north. It was always in the snow, and we had a lot of fun with it. It was my grandmother's for me, who's What did I miss?
The one's taking care of him.
Oh. The Food Ninja is the way to go for me. I've heard of that. Where have I heard that?
I think is that the appliance that chops stuff up and everything?
Okay, I was going to say that's what I almost feel like it is. Everybody's talking about the. Has anybody in here tried the? What do they call that? The air fryer.
I just got that for my mom for her for Christmas. That's what she wanted for Christmas.
Yep.
And she was so happy. She's like, "Oh no, the Food Ninja's. It looks like the Food Ninja is an air fryer."
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, that would make sense because it's supposed to be really like work quick and get it done. Her family, Megan's family, all of them have them. we haven't graduated to that yet, but
well,
I don't know. I guess like when I cook stuff in oil, I enjoy it.
Yeah, she says that it's more than just like with those air fryers, it's supposed to cut the time like super crazy for everything, you know. And the one I got her, like you can like be cooking your vegetables over here and your meat over here at the same time, and you have a full-on meal within like 15-20 minutes, you know, like a healthy meal. And so I was at the time, I'm like, you know, I'm gonna get one of those for me too, but then I'm just like, meh. I'll clog my arteries a little bit longer, and then I'll retire to this.
I go back to the poutine.
Yeah,
you can't make that in an air fryer. I mean, what the hell's the point of making that in an air fryer?
You can make
you're
your
soaking
French
it with
fries
gravy
in the air
and
fryer.
cheese. You're soaking it with gravy and cheese and stuff. And I'm thinking to myself, I mean, you could make it in an air fryer, but I don't know. There's something about French fries. I'm just not quite ready to have them in an air fryer yet. I feel like I like the, you know,
I like need the food. Saturated fat. Wait until they make that illegal in this country, and then you're gonna have to figure it out.
Can you tell from my shape? I still love fried foods. It's probably the worst thing for me, but I'm not ready to give that up yet.
Like, yeah, from what I can tell, man, those air fryers, they make it all the same. Like, they don't make it the same, but they make it taste even better. You know, all the stuff. She's talking about the Food Ninja.
You cook, brown, fry, bake, and roast. You can do all of that in there. Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. I mean, it looks pretty awesome.
Yeah. I guess like the air fryers that I had heard about, it started with something as simple as like tater tots and things like that. But it was like, my friends were like, oh man, they're coming out. They like come out super crispy and blah, blah. And I'm thinking, I guess I didn't see how, but they said that you can still use, there's like a little bit of oil you can use, but it's instead of using however much, you're just using a tiny little bit, just enough to, you know, glaze it basically. And I don't know how it works. I mean, I'm guessing it's like a convection oven, just super fast, but I haven't tried one yet. I'll have to do it one of these times. I don't know. Everybody's been telling me how great they are, but I don't know. Megan does such a great job with the oven. I'm like a World War II general, you know, why change the tank if it works good, you know?
Hey man, even Hitler requested a new way of having a hot dog. So when it comes to food, you got to change things.
Yeah.
I'm actually looking at this Food Ninja right now, and it is pretty intense. Like, it looks really intense. It looks better than the one that I got my mom, to be honest. And like,
she says you can even pressure cook.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a dehydrator too, Donna.
No kidding. That's a one of it. It does everything, it seems like.
Yeah,
I feel like I remember it on infomercials back before it became popular.
Well, I think what you're thinking of is the same thing I'm thinking of, which is like the Magic Bullet. Because there was the Magic Bullet, and then they had the Ninja Chop thing.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I was originally thinking of. But this is way better than a Magic Bullet.
I guess that would depend on who is in the Ninja. Started as a chopper and expanded. Okay, that's what I thought. So it's a brand name, probably more than an object.
Yeah, they're on sale right now at Kohl's for like half the price. Get your wife a day off, Jeremy.
How much are they on sale for 50% off or whatever?
They're like $169.99. They were normally $250.
Huh. That's pretty cool. It must be that working up to Christmas stuff.
Yeah.
So are those in the stores or are they shipping? They're not guaranteeing until next summer or something.
No, this
John,
is
I'm making
I
apple
can pick
maple
this up in
whiskey.
the store right now.
It sounds really cool. I mean, now that we're talking about it and stuff, I don't know. It's like it makes a lot of sense to have something that does that. I guess for me, I don't know what the size of it is, like portion wise, like what you can cook for how many people. I'm not sure. Like I'm not looking at it right this second, but the for me, we have the two kids, we've got the two of us, and both kids. I mean, Jacob, if it's burgers, he'll sit down to 2 burgers and he'll eat those before I'm even done my first one. And then he'll want 2 more if like I won't give them to him. But you know what I mean? Like these kids eat like they're going to the Marines or something. And
I'm seeing like from what I see like these 4 big like almost pork chops on the top, and then you have your French fries underneath and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, she's saying it's 8 quarts, so that's not too small. That's a pretty good size. She's like, it's big. Well, what time are you making your thing there, Zach? What time are you doing your thing on Thanksgiving? I know I have a couple of things going on Thanksgiving. I have the Coin Gurus thing for a little while at some point during the day. I know at some point I've got to open up Casey's thing, but that shouldn't take long. I'm pretty sure I'm going to open it. There'll be a sign on it saying, wait till Christmas. So I don't think that'll be a super long video, but I'll definitely want to check out what you're making. That sounds really good. It's like I'm reading it and I got to stop looking at it because I start to drool. Also has an Instant Pot and a coffee maker, air fryer. Okay. No kidding. I saw Insta and I was thinking, I don't know why Insta made me think of pasta, but I enjoyed making my own pasta. We did that for a while too. I did my own pasta, my own breads. Just when we moved to this apartment, a lot of our stuff's still in storage, so we didn't get all into doing everything. But oh man, I enjoyed doing that. The flavor was amazing. I'd rather do my own any day than buy it at the store, honestly. I'm waiting for that video, Jeremy. What are we waiting for? You're waiting for that video. Are you talking about?
Oh, Casey's.
Oh, that too. Yeah. It's going to be, my guess is if you've ever had that feeling, like, what you're going to open, I feel like in the beginning, the first box, I really thought when I opened it, it was going to be the frog. And then it wasn't. It said open it at Thanksgiving. And so I'll be really interested to see what it is. If it's something else that puts me on to the next month or whatever, it'll be funny to find out. Or are you talking about your package? If you're talking about the mail call one, that's another one too. I need to do too. But there's that one's pretty involved. That one's going to be a good one too. I'm brining the bird for 16 to 18 hours and 6 hours cooking time. Okay. That's awesome. See, I do mine, the brining for probably, we don't always brine them. The year we did it was pretty good. So I do it for about 6 to 8 hours on the brine. I don't do it nearly as long, but I do the smoking on my smoker outside for, God, the last time we did it was between 12 and 16 hours. I can't remember, probably around 14 hours smoke. And at about 180, between 170 and 180 degrees. Oh my God, I'm sitting here drooling all over myself thinking about it. But, and I inject mine too. I inject it with different things. Like for me, it just depends on if I'm doing the bird for myself or family or whatever. But for us, I just like to do it with, it's so good. I put a little butter. I put butter inside. I inject it with a little bit of butter. So I can't even tell you, man, this stuff comes out so crispy and awesome. The one you think will say don't open. Yeah. That's what I'm guessing is going to say. I mean, I don't know if you know how that all happened, but he had won something on one of our giveaways. It was our first ever live giveaway. I think he had won kind of a consolation prize. It was if I remember correctly, it was like we were doing something and Megan was like, oh, whoever guesses this will get something. And we didn't even know what it was. Like we were out of prizes at that point. We'd already given away most of what we had gotten. And so she says, I don't know what we're going to give him, but we have to give him something funny. And I was like, we should do this frog. It was this frog that my aunt sent to me from California. And it was like a leather frog. It looked like leather. The thing was just like the mouth was pinned. And it was just it was a frog that was cool for however many years. And I've sent it to different family members and they've sent it back. Like the next Christmas, the 2 Christmases down, I'll get it back. Or for a birthday, we'll get it back. And it's like, oh, this frog never leaves us alone. So finally I'm like, we'll get it out of the New Hampshire. We'll totally send it away. We're sending it to KC. And so we sent it to them. And when I first opened it, I thought for sure it was going to be the frog. I thought, oh man, he got upset about the frog and didn't like something dead sent to him. So it sent it back. And then it's become a joke ever since. It's been like, every time I walk by the room, I see the box. I'm like, 2 more days, not even. I can't wait. I just don't even know what to expect, but my guess is it's going to be a wait till Christmas, and then like Nigel's guy said, it's going to be a wait till New Year's, and then eventually there'll be a postage size stamp somewhere in there, maybe even a postage stamp or something in there. But either way, at that point, if I've made it through 3 videos of laughing at it, then it's already done what it was meant to do. You know what I mean? At that point, I've smiled at it so many times that's what, that's the good part of it. But yeah, we'll do that Thursday. We'll definitely, I'll have to see. I'm not sure exactly. I got to see what time we're doing everything. I have to check with Megan first, because I don't want to put a time on it without knowing what time dinner is and all that. But we'll definitely do it. That'll be funny. I can't believe it's 4:15. I'm half of me's waiting for Megan to come by me and.
That's what I was just thinking. I'm like, dude, we gotta go, or else you're gonna get in trouble.
I'm not worried about trouble so much. I'm more worried about I'm gonna go to lay down and she's gonna be waking up, and it'll be like 15-minute lay down period. And you know what it is. I hate to wake her up. So like, I'll go in there, I'll get all laying down, I'm all nice and quiet, and all of a sudden I hear her stirring, and then the next thing you know, she goes to the bathroom, and then after that, it's like she's up, and I'm like, and then I pass out for a couple hours. And, she's like, okay, I'm leaving for work. I've let the dog out. Okay, hon. And then within a certain amount of time, my phone starts going off and all that. And so I'm up again anyway, but it's been an awesome night though. I really feel like, certain nights are just hang out, do whatever. And that's kind of what this was. But I really feel like we had some great people here tonight. It's been good conversation with peeps. And so I'm glad we did it for sure. I'm glad I stayed up and all that. Did you find one cheap? She said.
I am looking, Donna. Yeah, I am looking. And I'm also thinking that I should have just waited before sending my mom one, because
have her send it back. Tell her something's wrong with it. Send it back and exchange it with whatever for that one.
Yeah, they're significantly cheaper right now. I'm about to send you a link on Facebook, Jeremy, for one that would work for your family. I'm pretty sure they got a picture of like a bloody chicken in one side and some Brussels sprouts on the other side. So I'm thinking if that's not big enough, I think you're just going to have to get another wife.
Oh my gosh. I don't even know where I'd put something like that. Like I'm looking at the counters right now and oh my gosh, Megan's got so many things already. It's like between doing the cakes and all those, I can't even imagine. But at the same time, we're looking at trying to do like what do they call those? A baker's rack. So if we get a baker's rack, we can put more of her things like under it and stuff and on top and so it won't take up quite so much counter space. She's just been making cakes like a mad person. So it's like I do the dishes for that. And then she goes to work and I look out there and I'm like, oh my gosh, cake dishes again. Okay, get those done. Hey, well, what are you doing tonight? Oh, cakes. Great. The good thing is I get to try them all, but the bad part is I get to try them all.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to buy my silver before I keep looking at these air fryers so I can make sure I get everything done I need to get done, to be honest with you.
That's funny. Your next program is going to be late night shopping with Nigel.
Right? Like, so let's
What
look
can
at
we-
these air fryers.
Yep. Hey, there's people that make crazy channels, big channels off of just reviewing other products. You know what I mean? It's crazy. I don't know how they do it. Like they must. I mean, I've had people send me a few things to test and a few things to promote if I enjoyed them. You know what I mean? I promote the ones that work. And but there's some people that, man, I don't know why they're wanted so bad for them to do it, but they'll review hundreds of different things, and it's like, man, I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they have that many people interested in sending them stuff.
Right.
Buy one of the cheaper ones and send it back with the higher priced receipt. Oh, geez. There you go.
Wow, Big E. I mean, you and I, we're going to get along very well, I think.
Donna says, thank you. Well, I did my job.
Right? Yeah, no, these are actually pretty intense. Even the cheaper ones aren't that bad, like, because I mean, listen, I'm one of those people who, if I make all the food, I'm probably going to eat it, and I don't need to make all the food, like all the food.
Do you see what he wrote there? The Big E wrote.
Oh, hey, yeah. I mean, I clearance shop, so it's okay.
That's funny. Oh, man. Well, I hate to be a pain. I think I'm going to probably let you guys go.
Yeah, man.
I gotta-
that's okay, because
I
we
got
have
to crash for at least a couple hours before it all
for our
starts.
cheese party.
Yeah, man, for sure. I can't wait. That'll be good. I'll cut up some. I'll cut up some cheese too. So I'll have some. I don't have grapes. I'll have to see if Megan can grab grapes or apple slices or something. I might have apples actually. Now that I think about it, I might have an apple I can cut up or something.
I mean, you gotta get that fiber in there, man.
I have a little bit of pepperoni left. I can slice up some of that. And that with that smoked cheese, man. God, is that good?
It's crazy good. I'm telling you what. I did. I sat there just nibbling on cheese because I thought I had a doctor's appointment. And then as soon as I'm like, well, I guess I don't have a doctor's appointment, the dude calls me. He's like, hey, I noticed we didn't have an appointment today. I'm like, dude, I just fell asleep thanks to the sleeping syrup. What is this? And he like spends like, no joke, like 20 minutes trying to reschedule the appointment. I'm like, dude, we have an appointment for the 7th. Let's just roll with that. Like,
just keep that one.
yeah, I'm about to fall asleep on him, and he's like, oh, well, I just want to make sure, I'm like, I don't, listen, man, I don't really care right now. You're going to take this the wrong way, but I really don't care.
Yeah.
Like, let me go to sleep.
Oh, man, Big E says, I agree. I have a 2-hour ride home. Oh.
Whoa, Big E. Well,
He's been hanging out,
man.
watching us and waiting to drive all the way home. Holy smokes.
Yeah, drive
Yeah,
safe,
definitely.
man.
Thank you for coming by, man. That was really awesome of you to stop by, and thank you guys for all hanging out with everybody. And it really means a lot to us to have you guys stop by and show support. That's really awesome. And I'm glad I got, you hadn't met Big E, right?
I don't think so, no.
Yeah, so that's really awesome. I'm glad you guys got to meet. I know I've mentioned you before to them and on the other channel. So because I've had to leave that one to come over and not had to. I wanted, to leave them. You know what I mean? Like I knew you were coming on. I was helping with an auction and I was like, okay, I'll be back. I got to head over to Nigel's. That's who it was, So I'm just glad that you're meeting some of these good people, not just like hundreds of people that know me, but more some of the people that take the time to think about the people, like, you know, the few interactions I've had with Big E, it's been a really positive experience. So it's good people to know for sure. First time, not last time. That's awesome. Definitely, man. I'm glad for sure. Yeah, Donna, I'm new here.
I mean, Donna, if you're new here, then you made me fall in love with you real fast. So good job. All right, you guys. Yeah, I'm going to sign off, and we will catch you guys earlier on in the afternoon. What do you say, Jeremy? Do you think we can get through a box of pennies in 2 hours?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Sorry, all of a sudden I noticed my floor was full of water. I'm trying to figure out where it came from.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh at your non.
Literally, my whole floor is covered in water. It's coming from my fridge. Uh-oh. That's weird. My fridge sprung a leak or something, but this is like, looks like it's been leaking for hours while I've been sitting here. I think I'm looking at it going, I don't see it leaking out of anywhere other than... Huh.
Jeremy, save the cheese.
Save the cheese. That's so crazy, man. It's like all the way under the table, the whole time I've been sitting here. It's been literally going down the cracks of the thing. So I'm going to have to clean that up before going to bed. So ice maker. Yeah, it's weird. I have it shut off because I noticed a little thing underneath my fridge every now and again. And I wanted to test it to make sure it wasn't just the water going up through. And it hasn't done it in like a couple of weeks. I haven't seen a drip of water, so I wasn't too worried. And then all of a sudden, I just did this. I'm not even sure why. So I'm going to have to go look at it and see if I can find it.
Wow.
We'll try to be back to work at 3:00. Well, anyway, thanks, guys. Thank you, Nigel's guy, for having me as always. I'll definitely see you. I'll definitely see you in a couple hours. I've got a mopping job to do real quick and figure out where this water's coming from.
Dude, best of luck with that. I'm going to try to get some sleep with Nigel. So
there you go.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, dude.
No, I'm not. I'll figure it out. I'm sure something I don't know what's going on, but I'm sure I'll be able to figure it out somewhere. We did just put a bunch of stuff in the freezer, so I suppose it is possible something was sticking out and caused it for the ice to melt or something. I'll have to look.
Dang, man.
But anyway, you guys have an awesome night or morning.
Yeah, right. Take it easy, everybody.
Thank you all for coming,
man.
Talk to you later, man.